Cook, Tom Westley the captain, Dan Lawrence, Adam Rossington the loanee from Northamptonshire who will play as a batsman only, Matt Critchley the all-rounder who joined in the winter, Adam Wheater who will have the gloves, Shane Stater, Mark Steckety the Australian paceman, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. So 3 debutants there for Essex. As for Kent, well, there's no Jack Leaning, there's no Sam Billings, so their team is Daniel Bell Drummond, Ben Compton, Joe Denley, Tawanda Mayeye, Jordan Cox, Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper, and will captain the team. The very experienced Darren Stevens, always a thorn in Essex's side. Matt Milnes, Nathan Gilchrist, Jackson Bird, the Australian, and Matt Quinn, who we know all about here in Essex because he had an excellent time when he was here with the county. There's a moment's reflection ongoing around the boundary away to our right-hand side at the moment amongst the group of players, following events, as Essex are terming it, during the off-season. Everyone rises to their feet just to take this moment of reflection now.
We look forward to what promising to be a very across all formats of the game. Since we were together at the end of our season, there's been a number of events that have impacted both the cricket world and the world more broadly. We have lost legends of the game. There have been conflicts around the world, and of course there is the continuing global pandemic. The ECB and the first-class counties have a shared determination to drive cultural change that tackles racism and discrimination at every level of education. We stand against all forms of discrimination, and there is no place for it in our support. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity we are stronger. Please, if you are able, join us in a moment of reflection as we remember those that we have lost, as well as other events taking place in cricket and around the world. Thank you, President.
So a nicely observed moment of reflection to cover the events during the off-season, and both sides now ready to get things underway. The umpires making their way out to the middle, Paul Pollard and Nick Cook. And if you're just joining us on the live feed via the BBC Sport website and the app, or via the YouTube stream via Essex County Cricket Club, the news is Kent winning the toss and inviting Essex to bat. So the Essex opening partnership of Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook just step over the rope now and make their way towards the middle. Kent today are not wearing numbers on the backs of their shirts because I understand that not all their kit as yet has arrived. Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper captain, does have a number on the back of his shirt, but the rest of them do not on their jumpers, and it is a jumper day as well, so when the ball goes into the outfield it's going to be tricky to identify the players, but bowlers, wicket-keepers, etc., very easy to identify. The strip which they're using for this game is pretty much dead centre in the square here, so the boundaries look very even all around the ground. We'll be updating BBC Essex listeners into the 11 o'clock news in the next few moments. If you want to get in touch with us across the season, you can do so. The email bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, and you can also tweet us at BBC Essex Sport. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent will join us in a few moments' time, so there'll be ways of getting in touch with him as well. Opening the bowling for Kent from the city end will be Jackson Bird, their Australian, and facing up for Essex as ever will be Nick Brown to take the first delivery of this county championship season. The umpires are also very well dressed for the cold conditions that we have to open this county championship season. Got the big thick zipper tops on, and we're all set to get underway here. Jackson Bird then opening up the bowling from this river end. He's got the towel tucked into the back of his waistband of his trousers, and he's bowling to 3 slips and a gully, and he is in blustery conditions, up and bowling to Nick Brown, and Brown watches carefully defensively and pushes back down the pitch, and there is no run. There was a strangled cry from behind the stumps, but firmly met by the straight bat of Nick Brown. Good sized crowd in this morning. A few more no doubt making their way now, having seen that we do have dry conditions to start this match. The weather forecast is changeable certainly across the next couple of days, so we can expect breaks in play. Here's Bird in once again, bowling to Brown, and Brown watches that one go across him, the left-hander, and through to wicket-keeper and captain Ollie Robinson leading the Kent team today. I will just remind you of the two sides once we've updated BBC Essex listeners. But everyone keen to get an early touch of the ball here as well, and lots of movement in the outfield as players try to keep warm in these conditions, get those hands warm as well. The flag's almost dead straight, almost rigid because of the wind here. Just about to update BBC Essex listeners now as Jackson Bird comes in and bowls to Nick Brown. Yes, good morning and welcome to a very blustery county ground where under grey skies at the moment there's a bit of blue sky dotted around as well. The news here is that Kent won the toss on this opening morning of the county championship season, and Essex are batting. Essex have 3 debutants in their team. The lineup is Nick Brown, Sir Alistair Cook, Tom Westley the captain, Dan Lawrence, Adam Rossington playing just as a batsman, the Northants loanee, Matt Critchley another debutant, Adam Wheater who has the gloves, Shane Snater, the Australian Mark Steckety, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. We're just about to have the 4th delivery of the morning now as Jackson Bird is into Nick Brown, and we have our first runs of the county season as well as Brown just pushes up to mid-off, beats mid-off with that, and they pick up a couple of runs. Still in the first over of the morning, and Essex are 2 without loss.
Commentary continues on the BBC.
So that's just updating BBC Essex listeners. Just to run you through the Kent team once again. Ben Compton, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Joe Denley, Tawanda Mayeye, Jordan Cox, Ollie Robinson, Darren Stevens, Matt Milnes, Nathan Gilchrist, Jackson Bird and Matt Quinn. And I have to report there's a little bit of rain falling. We'll bring in Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent just after this delivery from Bird once again, in and bowling to Brown, and Brown just stands tall in his crease and plays out defensively, and there is no run. And welcome to Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent in. Matt, typical opening day conditions of the county championship.
Yeah, blustery, chilly. There was just a little patches of blue sky when we arrived, but as you say, now that rain, I think it's going to blow pretty quickly across. I hope so anyway, but you're right. It's April the 7th. What do we expect, I wonder? But yeah, chilly out there. Everyone in their jumpers, certainly, apart from Jackson Bird at the moment, the short sleeves about to bowl.
He's in and bowling now to Nick Brown's got a couple of runs to his name, and Brown pushing out to the onside this time and picked up by mid-on, and that is the end of the first over of this brand new county championship season. Kent, having won the toss, put Essex in, and the opening over safely negotiated by Nick Brown, and they're 2 without loss.
Yeah, interesting. You've been through the Essex lineup, of course, and for Kent, Jackson Bird making his debut, the Aussie, signed for the first 6 matches or so of the county championship, and Ben Compton, who's a bit of a curio, 28-year-old now, just played 10 first-class matches, but he told us in pre-season interviews he's there to be boring at the top of the innings, basically, just to stick in and play long innings, and certainly Kent, in recent years, their batting lineup has been a little bit frail, so they could certainly do with that. But I don't know if you make the decision to put the opposition in, but it probably is about right, isn't it, on a chilly morning in April, that you try and take advantage as early as possible. Looks like Matt Milnes is going to come from the far end. It's the Hayes close end, is that right?
It is, that's the Hayes close end, yeah, the more open end here.
Make sure I get these the river end or this end, but just marking out his lineup now. 28 now, Matt Milnes, seems to be getting better every year. Certainly the England Lions reckoning they like him, and but runs already on the board for Kent. Haven't seen one really beat the bat yet in that first over. I know they're asking a lot, but looked fairly rapid, Jackson Bird, but not really beating experienced Nick Brown or Sir Alistair Cook. 3 slips and a gully in behind him. Left-handed, of course. Round the wicket comes Milnes with a slight rain coming, defended into the offside, and there will be no run.
I'm just having to close the window in front of us as well because the rain is just coming in. I mean, it's one of those days where the wind is so strong you would expect it to blow over, and the umpires will try to keep the players out there as long as possible. While it's just sort of spotting in the wind more than anything, isn't it?
Absolutely right. You can see the slips jumping up and down, hands in pockets. I'd have the hand warmers in there as well. They are wearing bright white jumpers at the moment. The cable knits are on their way, we're told. Here's Milnes to Brown, tries to work it away on the onside. A little bit of bat, a little bit of pad. A very strangled appeal from the wicket-keeper, just excited by that delivery, I think, and no more. But goes into the onside, and there is no run. Emergency repairs going on from Glenn Speller here. Fantastic work, making sure the window doesn't blow open. Don Topley is very sensibly sitting in the back of the box. I would, out of the immediate effects of the wind, very, very sensible, Don, I have to say. Bit of a windbreak with the window there. Is Milnes then to Cook. It's a good full-length delivery there, but blocked out into the offside. And there is no run.
I think Ollie Robinson's going to do something about his cap, because every time he runs to collect the ball after the fielder's fielded it and tossing it back, the cap just blows off. I think he's going to have to forget about the cap.
Yeah,
I think
you're right. He's just tucked it into the waistband of his trousers at the back there. He's got a lot to think about, and he wouldn't have been expecting to be captain in this first game. Sam Billings away with the IPL for Kent, and Jack Leaning, red ball captain, will be red ball captain in his absence. It's still suffering from a slight hamstring strain. Bowling to Cook now is Milnes, again just blocked almost into the offside, angled towards cover. Kent with those 3 slips, a gully, slight cover, extra cover. That's Joe Denley there. Mid-on is the unmistakable figure of Darren Stevens, a veteran in his 46th year, just underarming it there to Matt Milnes. Looks like Nathan Gilchrist at square leg, as here comes Milnes to bowl to Alistair Cook. He's on the front foot there, getting nicely down the pitch and playing it low back towards Milnes. And there's no run. And Matt Quinn, formerly of this parish, is the only boundary fielder at the moment, so he's down at deep fine leg.
Good to see Matt Quinn back. Very popular figure here. He used to come up to the box quite a lot as well and do a little bit of commentary with us. Unfortunately, injuries sort of dogged him a little bit here at Essex, but always a good performer whenever he played.
Yeah, bowled well for Kent last year as well in spells. Is Milnes to Cook, again blocking a full-length delivery out into the offside. Fielders, well, I mean, obviously it's first day of the season. They're very quickly getting on the run, but as much as anything else, getting the circulation going as well. It will be really chilly out there for them at the moment. End of the over, though. It starts, Matt Milnes starts with a maiden for his season. And Essex for 2 for none off 2 overs so far here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent.
Yeah, firmly on the mark there, wasn't he, as well? Obviously pressure on the seamers. You've won the toss on the opening day of the season. It's expected to be bowler-friendly conditions, so you're expected to go out there and do the job. But I should imagine some control issues. Don will probably want to talk about this in 20 or so minutes. Control issues because of the strong nature of the wind. Jackson Bird to start his second over as a Kent player. Running away from us now is in and bowls to Nick Brown, and Brown on the back foot is playing at that one, and it's through to Ollie Robinson without a touch, but definitely playing at that one, Nick Brown. Interesting what you were saying about Ollie Robinson as well. I've got a lot to think about, obviously keeping wicket and captaining the side. We had the similar situation when James Foster was here with Essex, and you would find the over rate was quite slow, not because of deliberately, but because constantly having to adjust the field, go up the other end and talk to his bowlers and that sort of thing as well. So it does sort of interrupt play a little bit.
I don't like the first one really. I was saying that nothing had really beaten the bat in the first over, and certainly not in the first couple of overs, but that one looked like the first real jack in the box delivery from Jackson Bird there, and getting big on Nick Brown.
Yep. Bird in once again, and Brown this time forward defensively, back down the pitch, and Bird fielding on his follow-through. It was a busy winter for Essex with those signings. 3 debutants today. Adam Rossington, the latter of the signings. Matt Critchley and Mark Steckerty as well, and likewise for Kent.
Yeah, absolutely. They've not all of them on show today, but as I was saying, Ben Compton, the opening batsman, Jackson Bird making his debut. George Linder is due to play against Lancashire next week, the South African spin bowling all-rounder.
Here's Bird, and once again to Brown, and Brown this time thinking about it and then takes the bat out of the way at the very last second. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. 2 without loss here. Yes, Simon Harmer away from Essex, the big hole in the Essex side at the moment, with all due respect to everybody else, away on international duty with South Africa, and South Africa touring England in the latter part of the summer, so we'd expect him to be in the box seat to be away with South Africa again. And Kent sensing that and stealing in to sign a South African spinner of their own. Here's Bird turning away from us, right arm over into the left-handed Nick Brown, and Brown defensively out to the offside and sprinting in from short cover, and there's no run once again.
Well, I'm not sure anyone else is doing it, but I've certainly put 2 and 2 together and made a massive conspiracy theory about this. Is that Linder dropped out of the current South African Test team to start the season with Kent, to come over and play for Kent, and Simon Harmer was then called into that squad, which meant that actually Kent signing George Linder meant that Simon Harmer couldn't play in this game. I know I'm probably exaggerating wildly, but it looks like a good bit of business on the face of it.
Nothing like a good conspiracy theory on the first 12 minutes of a brand new season. Here's Jackson Bird into Brown, and Brown's driving expansively and bisects the umpire and mid-off and collects the first boundary of the new season. Bird just putting it out there to see what it would do, and what it did was ring off the middle of Nick Brown's bat, and Essex are 6 without loss.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it? A little bit full, as you say, from Jackson Bird, but dealt with in fabulous fashion by Brown. Already ticking over. First boundary of the season then for him.
Still got that little bit of rain in the wind, but it's not a deluge. There's no great fears at the moment that the players will go off. As Bird, a little stuttering start to his approach, comes in now and bowling to Brown, and Brown lets that go on length over the top of the stumps, and it's through for no addition to the score. So 3 overs gone here on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, and via the Essex County Cricket Club stream via YouTube, and Essex having been invited to bat is the old term, isn't it, as 6 without loss.
Yeah, welcome to everybody. Hope you've all wintered well. It's felt very long, I think, psychologically for a lot of people, so thanks for joining us, and do get in touch. I know, haven't checked, the Kent comes down just slightly heavier, bowling to Cook, who defends this into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Steve in and says, greetings from Istanbul. Great to hear the first day of the new season. Fresh new hopes with quite a few changes, but we're looking a little deeper, especially in the bowling department. He's speaking from an Essex point of view. Let's hope they keep bowling accurate, straight and full. I'll go with the first biased prediction. I've got a sense, he says, Sir Alistair Cook is going to have a brilliant season. He's had a good break, made his decision to keep going, appears to enjoy it. He'll get 1,200 plus runs, says Steve. Thanks again for all your sterling efforts with the great entertaining commentary.
Thank you, Steve. Here's Milnes round the wicket to Cook. Just glances it down, backwards of the square on the onside. Matt Quinn comes to get it, sidearms it into wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson. Matt Quinn's sunglasses are on the back of his cap and rather flapping down towards his neck as he made that run in. He's an optimistic man, is Matt Quinn, with I think one of the very few to have sunglasses on his cap at the moment.
You see, I can imagine that the start to the New Zealand summer is probably a little bit like this, isn't it? Maybe not quite as cold, but a little bit like this.
It's true, we share a lot of meteorological similarities, I suppose, the two countries, certainly. Still those 3 slips in and a gully. Just trying to keep their hands warm. So we start the day here. Matt Milnes just taking time to settle himself, get back to his mark now. Bowling to Nick Brown. They took a single off the last over. That's a lovely clip through the onside. Very little backlift, all timing. Looks like Gilchrist is going to go after it, and that'll be a single into the onside. And Essex move on to 9 for no wicket. A couple of nice shots there, very much playing within themselves. Cook and Brown with those 2 shots, but definitely finding the gaps.
Yeah, Brown's obviously wintered well as well. I understand he's going to play a little bit of cricket for Whittam this summer as well in club cricket, playing in the East Anglian Premier League. So when he's not involved with Essex, he'll be getting some good practice in as well.
Here comes Milnes to Brown. Shoulders arms through to the wicket keeper. Quicker delivery just outside the off stump. We're not quite in line with the stumps here, so can't really see what the ball's doing, but Brown giving it some respect off a good length, and through to Ollie Robinson, leaving it on height. And grey skies above, as Glenn was saying. Those clouds moving really quickly though in the wind. By and large, the forecast what I've seen looks okay for the 4 days, so hoping we'll get a full game of cricket. Here's Milnes to Brown, defending this low into the offside, very controlled, and there is no run. Swing around for the slip cordon there. Jordan Cox is there. Ben Compton as well. Tawanda Moyeye is at 3.
You're doing well to pick them out because they've got the sweaters on there.
Yes,
they don't have the numbers or the names on the back. Someone's been a little bit lax with the kit.
Yeah, well, yes, I'm not sure. The cable knits are on their way, we're told. I got early warning of that, but I'm not sure how good that is for Kent. This one just getting caught up on the top of Brown's pads, but able just to see it off. The ball from Milnes, end of the over, 3 off it. Essex are 9 for no wicket. Brown has 8 from 16 balls, so Alistair Cook has 1 from 8 so far this first morning of cricket, first of many mornings across the summer. BBC Local Radio bringing you every ball of every competitive county match once again this season around the country. So if you're an Essex or Kent fan and this game finishes early, or goodness forbid there'll be any rain breaks, you can go to the other commentaries as well and find out what else is happening in around the counties. We'll keep you up with the scoreboards as we go through the day as well.
So the forecast for today, light rain expected throughout the day. The high will be 11 degrees and feeling chilly in a strong breeze. We're at 9 degrees right at the moment. Similar forecast for tomorrow. Saturday and Sunday though are a lot better. As Jackson Bird comes in, right arm around the wicket now, and bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, who has a first view of the Australian and lets that one go through to Ollie Robinson. So changeable forecast for the next couple of days, and then we've got it's set fair really for Saturday and Sunday. Monday looks a complete wipeout had they been playing Monday, so we should get through this game, you would think. Bird tossing the ball from one hand to the other. 9 without loss, the Essex score. 8 to Brown, and the 1 to the knighted Alistair Cook. Bird is in and around, a little bit shorter this time, keeps a little bit lower, and just allowed to go through to Robinson again for no addition to the score. There's some more threatening cloud coming in over the pavilion away to our right hand side, but as I say, with this strong breeze you just expect it to keep blowing over.
Looks like Miye's at first slip now. I think Jackson Bird has been taking first slip duties. That would make sense, the man that's bowling now for Kent. This is a 3-man cordon. Jordan Cox is next to Miye. Get plenty of chat from him.
Here's Bird in again. 3 slips and a gully into Cook, who's just on the back foot there. A little jump in his crease. Plays defensively back down the pitch again for no addition to the score. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com to email us, and at BBC Essex Sport if you want to drop us a tweet, Matt.
KentCricket@gmail.com as well, our regular address through the summer, but we're not biased in that way. You can email us on either of the addresses.
We won't take offence.
Well, depends what you say, but we'll try not to.
BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent with you via the BBC Sport website and app, and don't forget the stream's also available via YouTube. Here's Jackson Bird in again, those elbows pumping, and again Cook just taking a backward step and playing defensively back down the pitch for no addition to the score, and then comes down, does a little bit of guarding. No Paul Walter in the Essex side, who played the latter part of last season as a top order batsman and proved himself to be a more than decent operator at that level. But Essex do have a very deep squad at the moment, but obviously when players start disappearing off to international duty, which we expect Dan Lawrence to, at least for the early part of the summer and the latter part as well if he goes well, and obviously the 100 will come into things as well a bit later on in the season, so that squad will be tested. This time there's an appeal for an edge. Cook feigns as though he pulled the bat out of the line of that. I'm not entirely sure that's entirely true, but Robinson takes the ball, but there was no touch on the way through.
Movement as well, good delivery from Jackson Bird coming round the wicket, and it was a real test for the wicketkeeper Ollie Robinson, wasn't it? going down the leg side, but yeah, Zach Crawley, similar position, I suppose. Although Dan Lawrence is playing in this one and Zach Crawley isn't. That they'll have them both early season. The ECB have said make yourself available for your county teams as well. I thought Zach Crawley and Dan Lawrence very much that mind anyway, but very strong wind, isn't it? Jackson Bird just stopping before he takes his run in here.
Again, that little stuttering start that he has, and he's in, and Cook this time waving at it down the leg side, and there's an appeal. More in hope than expectation, I think, that there might have been some kind of bat on that, but I think it's brushed the thumb, falling now, but at the risk of repeating myself, because it's in the wind rather than just falling persistently on the ground, they're happy for the players to stay out there.
Mike's been on the emails on kentcricket@gmail.com. Mike, great to hear from you. Emerging from the winter, he's very bullish, even more than I was in my preview on BBC Sport. I thought I was being very optimistic about Kent, but I'll get to that in just a second. Matt Milnes is back at his mark. The slips are just, well, actually Jackson Bird, has come from bowling the last over, is just getting his jumper on, sleeveless jumper, so they're having to wait for him. Jordan Cox at 2 and Miye at 3. Bouncer, first one of the day, and just gets the head underneath it, does Nick Brown. Very straightforward for him. Does a bit of gardening halfway down. Thank the gods, says Mike. The return of real cricket. None of that England rubbish, he says. Well, you'll be the judge of that. But proper Kent rubbish, he says. Oh, thank you very much. And proper commentary, not rubbish. Yeah, you're doing all right so far, Mike. We'll see what happens the rest of the season, how you feel about it in a few weeks' time. But Milnes now bowling to Brown, turned to the onside, and there's no run. Essex 9 for none. He said, I noticed you were very bold in your predictions. I was for the season. He said, I shall be bolder still. The treble for Kent, he says. Yes, Kent to be relegated from Division 1 and knocked out of both cups in the earliest possible opportunity. That's a good old BBC balance, that is, Mike. Thank you for doing that at my very optimistic preview. Pessimist, why? He says, realism, Matt. Realism, I supported Kent for far too many years. Expect the worst and hope for the best. A far better motto for Kent than Invicta, he says. Although we do remain undefeated and unconquered so far this season. Welcome back, and to you, Mike. Thank you for that. Here's Milnes to Brown. Thinks about playing it, does he? Takes the bat away late anyway, and through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
The thing is, you look at those previews, and there's not one BBC cricket kind of. We've got no chance. Take nowhere county, no chance at all. Bound to lose every game. Bound to not do anything in the One Day Cup or the T20 Blast. Even if they don't fully commit themselves, there's that little bit of optimism. If this happens, then they could have a good season. If that happens, then maybe they'll have a good season there. They're all pretty non-committal.
I feel like I'm reflecting as supporters, really. Milnes to Brown, straighten him up a little bit through the wicketkeeper. Good delivery from Milnes, getting closer to the body there, through to Ollie Robinson. I suppose I'll probably put myself in that bracket, really. Is it that expectation? Is it anything is possible first day of the season? And you want to be optimistic, as you say. If players stay fit, if your new signings, whichever team you support, come off, all these things are possible at this point. But Kent, of course, will be, by their own standards, have been saying 4th in 2019. They expect to improve on that, or to be building at least. So once played down, a rising delivery through gully past Ben Compton, and there will be 2 runs there for Nick Brown. Very well controlled, and he goes on to 10 from 21 deliveries. Alistair Cook has 1 from 14, and Essex are 11 for none.
So you find that about cricket fans, cricket supporters tend to be, I don't know how we'll do this season. We might struggle. Whereas football fans start the season, we're going to win the league. There seems to be a different mindset amongst the supporters of the two sports.
I think that's fair to say. But when I did have a more sobering think about County Championship Division 1 last night, is the ball goes through to Robinson. Good lead from Brown, end of the over 11 for none from 6. And you look at the sides who are likely to be challenging, or will think they will be challenging. You've got your Lancashire, you've got your Somerset, you've got your Warwickshire, of course champions last year. Surrey could have a good year. Yorkshire, with all the turmoil behind the scenes, still have a very strong squad. There are a lot of teams there that will be thinking themselves that they should be in the top half of the division. So we'll see how it goes.
Dan on the emails, bbcsXcricket@gmail.com, says, hi guys, great coverage. Just sneakily got you one in the background at work. Shh. Yes, Dan's working really hard. He's got this on the background. Second biased opinion of the year, Dan Lawrence to prove his class to the England selectors in the first few games with a big score. We hope so, Dan. Jackson Bird is in and bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Strikes the thigh and they'll sprint through for a well-judged leg by. Nick Brown calling his partner through and the score moves on to 12 without loss.
I saw a bit of advice early on from Dan Whiting, who commentary colleague of ours, fine cricket writer. He says, top tip for all you county cricket badgers. This is relevant, Glenn, don't worry. Watching the stream at work, if your favourite bowler takes a wicket, try not to cheer in the office. I don't know anyone who whoops and hollers analysing stats on an Excel spreadsheet. Don't get caught by your boss. It's great advice, Dan. Thank you for that.
It's just a little punch just under the desk, isn't it? It's a little clenched fist under the desk normally. As Bird is in and bowling to Nick Brown, and Brown watches that one go through with no touch whatsoever. Jeff, morning to you. Jeff says, welcome back, gentlemen. Watching from my new home in Madeira, having left Guernsey in the closed season. It's rather warmer here than it looks there. Well, the very fact, Jeff, like I'm sat in my big overcoat that I use for football commentary tells you what it's like here today. Jeff also goes on to say, horrible to see Ryan Tenduscarter in Kent gear. Looking forward to my summer. Have a good season behind the mic, won't you? Yeah, it doesn't look right, Jeff. It doesn't sit right with us in the box here. So.
Michael Yardy moved from Sussex. We had a lot of that from Sussex supporters as well when he was coaching with Kent.
Bird in once again, and Brown is driving nicely. Beats the dive of Bird on his follow through, but it's stopped at mid-on. No run, 12 without loss. You have to get used to players, don't you? He's not there anymore. It's like Peter Siddle at Somerset. That doesn't look right at all to us. Not at all.
I'm not sure how you feel about Matt Quinn returning, but yeah, of course Ryan Tenduscarter part of the furniture here for so long, wasn't he? And for Kent fans, it was a bit of a wing.
No, last summer, as I found out going around the circuit, quite a few people have the same thoughts about Darren Stevens.
I think we did a stats run at one point on Cricket Archive to work out who he'd scored the most against. And yeah, there are a lot of painful memories of Darren Stevens for people around the country.
A bit of readjustment from Jackson Bird. I think he's got caught by a gust of wind, so resets himself and is in. That's well wide of off stump, and Brown watches it go through, and there's no run again.
I'm going to, sign of the summer, going off to do an update for BBC Radio Kent. Should we bring Don in?
Yes, he's pawing at the ground in behind us here.
It's a worrying thought.
And ready to join us. There's Matt just unplugs various bits and pieces here, and we get Don in on commentary for the first time this season. Meantime, the ball's going round the outfield to make sure everyone gets a touch. Get those cold hands used to the feel of the leather. As Bird is in once again and bowling to Nick Brown. And Brown driving again, and he'll collect 4 runs for that. He's just played that from the crease very nicely and just allowed the ball to come on, and he collects the second boundary of the morning, and Essex move on to 16 without loss and Brown on to 14. And a very good morning, welcome and happy new season to Don Topley.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Matt. Welcome to you all here to the Cloudfm County Cricket Ground. Nice shot there from Nick Brown wearing number 10, Alistair Cook with 26.
Here's Bird again. What's his riposte being driven for 4 straight down the ground. It's a shorter delivery this time, which Brown tries to whip away into the offside but doesn't beat the man at point, and that is the end of the over. And Kent, having won the toss and put Essex in, yet to make the breakthrough, and Essex are 16 without loss. As a hardened old county pro yourself, Don, you always know when the season starts you get conditions like this.
Well, Essex lost the toss, were asked to bat, and to be honest, the 2 chaps out there who are wearing gloves, as in Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook, are going to be quite pleased. I think there's a bit more mizzle in the air. It's very blustery, it's very cold, and I have a bit quite thin. It's going to be Matt Milnes coming from the Hayes close end. He bowls around the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, bowls a very good delivery. Cook hangs back, plays it with a straight back into the leg side. There is no run. So Jackson Bird, he's bowled quite nicely. It was quite a gingerly first over of the morning from the river end, but he's let the ball go since then. Jackson Bird, who has a vastly experienced bowler, as Matt Milne comes in from the Hayes close end. This is left alone, but a ball that bounces well, but Sir Alistair Cook is very watchful, and it goes through to the keeper, Captain Cox. There is no run. Yeah, Jackson Bird, he really does have an array of past clubs. I mean, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, Tasmania, Sydney Sixers, Melbourne Stars, New South Wales, Australia A, and obviously Australia and Australia under-19, so a very experienced pro. As is Mark Steckety, who's making his Essex debut. Matt Mills is on his way in, this time into the leg side by Cook. There is no run fielded of mid-on. A dot ball, still 16 without loss.
Yeah, Cook just struggling to get the ball away this morning. They've bowled quite tightly towards him. Nick Brown has struck the only 2 boundaries so far. The rain is still in the wind here, so much so I have to close the window a little bit more just to make sure that various bits of electrical equipment don't get too wet. But as I say, the wind is always going to blow over the worst of the weather, and it's going to be like this for the next couple of days.
Milnes in round the wicket to the left-handed Cook. Cook comes forward, played out to mid-off where there is no run. But we've agreed, Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, Glenn Speller, BBC Essex, myself, Don Topley. Today our cup is half full. It is chilly, but it's half full, and we have county cricket in front of us being unwrapped as we speak. Milnes in, this time short of a length, goes back, does Cook, plays it off the splice of the bat into the offside. There is no run, still 16 without loss. Grey skies. Bit of cloud definition here.
Yeah, sorry, Don. I was mentioning to Matt there, and get your view on this, that it is a very, very strong, I was not to say breeze, but wind that these bowlers are having to contend with. So it's all about control, I guess, in these conditions with the new ball.
It is, and it's westerly, so it sort of comes from the what I call the pavilion or the executive boxes. This time Milnes bowls, and he tries to drag Sir Alistair Cook forward, and I think that is a maiden. Yes, it was a very good testing over by the Kent opening bowler. You're absolutely right. Probably not going to have too much conventional swing, but the ball will adjust in the wind, so it will accentuate perhaps a bit of swing where it doesn't swing. It's just the wind that moves it. And from a bowler's perception, you're always worried as you get to the crease when suddenly there's a gust that makes you fall away, fall over. Change of bowling now.
Yeah, change of bowling for Kent. So Birds had 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10, and so probably just short bursts for the quicks for Kent this morning. And it's going to be Nathan Gilchrist who comes into the Kent attack. He's not named on the scorecard this morning. Kent have made one change from the printed scorecard, which was Nathan Gilchrist in for Hamadullah Kadri, who's not in the side for Kent today. But Gilchrist's going to have a go from, well, we're encouraged to call it the city end, but it'll always be the river end, I guess, to us here. But ever since Chelmsford was officially named a city, although the football club's been called Chelmsford City for so many years, but officially became a city, we've been encouraged to refer to it as the city end. But I know it's always the river end to those who've been here for a number of years now. Nathan Gilchrist is in and bowling to Nick Brown, and Brown trying to whip that one away square, and ends up getting it too straight, and it's fielded by the man at mid-on, no run.
Yes, and of course congratulations to Southend too, because they've become a city.
Oh, we've gone city-tastic in Essex these days now, Southend and Chelmsford.
I mean, Kent won't be happy to hear this, but the only way is Essex, isn't it? Listening to us now.
Here's Nathan Gilchrist in and bowling, and that takes the outer part of the face of the bat of Nick Brown and trickles down to the almost obvious these days vacant third man boundary for 4 runs, 20 without loss.
Yeah, listening to us, a gentleman who is got the Essex stream up. He's got an extra 10 days in wonderful Barbados as he sadly caught COVID on the last day. That's to David Thomas. Best wishes to him. Enjoy Barbados. No rum then for the next 10 days. He will just have to drink water through the limestone in Barbados. What a wonderful island that is.
Gilchrist is in again, and Brown playing into the onside for no run. Stewart on the emails, bbcscricket@gmail.com, says, I'm watching the YouTube live stream for the first time. I'm used to hearing that county games are watched by one man and his dog, but on a very windy, cold day like this, I'm impressed by the crowd turnout. I was thinking about going, but chickened out and decided to watch in the warmth of my home. Keep up the good work, he says. Stewart, don't believe the narrative about small crowds at county games. Certainly not here, and on a large bulk of the grounds as well. Gilchrist is in once again. That's shorter, and it's cut away by Brown. He hasn't quite got all of it. There's a diving half stop at point. They'll come back for a couple. Ball being picked up now, and they'll settle on the 2 runs, 22 without loss. Yes, you quite regularly see the news reports. Opening day of the county season. Where can we go where the crowd will look small? And ordinarily they'll go to one of the bigger test playing grounds because that fits the narrative of certain news outlets. So Stuart, you come here at any time. You come to Chelmsford, you go to Canterbury on a weekday afternoon, and the crowd is always very, very good, as it is indeed in a large parts of the country. Aborted approach from Nathan Gilchrist there, so we'll have to start once again.
Exactly what we were saying just a minute ago, that he aborted his run up because there was a gust of wind that put him out of rhythm. But I have to say, Glenn, that was a super stop from Daniel Bell Drummond at backward point. That certainly saved a couple of runs. It was goalkeeper-esque.
Gilchrist in again. That's down the leg side this time, and Brown's had a flick at it, and a mock celebration from Ollie Robinson. Tossed it in the air as though he'd taken it. I think he knew that there was nothing on that as it went through. No run.
That's an interesting tweet we had there, Glenn, that listening to us on the Essex and Kent stream in Barbados, and poor lad David Thomas got caught with COVID on the last day, so he had to stay a further 10 days.
It's Gilchrist in. He's in the right place. Gilchrist in once again, but obviously we wish him a very speedy recovery. That's the end of the over, 22 without loss. Ron on the email says, morning gentlemen, thank you in advance for another season of your sterling work which keeps me entertained. I don't wish to do this, but I really would like to address the elephant in the room as far as cricket is concerned. What changes would help make England stronger? I don't think even the entirety of the season, Ron. We've got time to talk about that. And help the current setup improve. Opening batsmen a real problem. Just doesn't seem to be anyone I think was ready. Welcome back to Don Topley as well, says Ron, who I hope is recovering from his recent illness. We've got the big boot on and in the back of the commentary box here at the moment, Ron, so we hope things are getting better for him.
Thank you, Ron. And I think it's right to say, Ron, a belated happy birthday for earlier in the week. I think it was Tuesday. So I hope you enjoyed yourselves. Wherever you were treated like royalty. Had a wonderful birthday.
Well, look, I'm going to leave you, and I'll bring Matt in alongside you, Don, and you're going to pick up the commentary.
Right, here we go. Looking on. That is Milnes to continue from the Hayes close end. So he's on his way in from the Hayes close end. He's bowled a decent delivery. He bowled a maiden last over. Been quite impressive. Very different ends here at Chelmsford, as is Canterbury, with a little slope they have at the St Lawrence ground. And here there is a slope, but slightly larger slope from the Hayes close end. He's in. Milnes bowls. Brings Sir Alistair Cook forward. He plays it into the offside. There is no run. Bowled impressively, I think, this morning so far, Matt Milnes. Jackson Bird bowled tidily. Got a couple of boundaries off him. So let the ball go as he did later in his spell. First over was a little bit ginger. In terms of running into a bit of a breeze, up the hill from the River End. This time Cook is beaten by a cracking delivery from Milnes. Fishing outside off stump, going to give the moral victory to Matt Milnes. Good delivery there from over the wicket as he had to play for a 4th, 5th stump line. Very impressive again by Milnes. Good morning, Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent. Welcome to Essex.
What an absolute pleasure it is.
Milnes again, right arm over the wicket, this time to Cook. Cook plays into the leg side, times it nicely to mid-on. Good looking shot, being watchful as ever. All these opening batsmen, Sir Alistair Cook in particular, that is something that he is known for, his watchful-esque way he bats. How has winter been for you, sir?
It's felt long, and I think psychologically has for many people, but just very glad to be back, certainly.
Do you do a lot of football yourself?
Yes,
or
we
a
do
rugby
indeed,
man?
yeah. So, football in during the closed season, Gillingham and our other non-league teams as well.
Milnes, in he comes. This time a little bit of width. This time Sir Alistair Cook plays and times it into the offside. Shorter boundary to Sir Alistair Cook's offside, and he collects 4 runs. Good looking shot, good timing, just a hint of width, and Sir Alistair Cook jumped all over that. So good looking shot. Probably for Milnes, it's probably the first runs he's conceded for a couple of overs. Has bowled nicely, Matt Milnes, actually, to that point. Matt?
And that's the mastery of Alistair Cook, though, isn't it? I'd agree. I think Milnes has kept it really tight, but he's seen a couple of those full-length deliveries outside the off-stump as the former England opening batsman, and he's picked on that one to deflect to the boundary.
Milnes in this time. He adjusts his line, bowls nice and straight, played into the leg side, goes straight to the fielder. There is no run, so the solitary boundary, 4 runs off the over, and the scoreboard has gone down. The score has now gone to 26 without loss after 10.
You're right, of course, you can't see the scoreboard to our left. We've all got different sight lines in this commentary box here, but yes, the one that you can see has given up the ghost so far.
It has, hasn't it? Where, has anyone got a spare 50 pence, please?
I think that's it for the meter around the back. Yes, no numbers on the Kent jumpers. We gather the cable knits, I presume with the numbers on, it was implied, are on their way. So some of them will be ruining that today, I'm sure. The Kent bowlers and fielders. It is chilly out there, but
yes.
But no numbers on these bright white jumpers they have at the moment. But here comes Nathan Gilchrist to bowl, and tucked into the onside by Nick Brown up towards mid-on. There's no run. Matt Quinn, the sidearm throw back to Ollie Robinson, takes it high above his head, the Kent wicket-keeper and captain as well. So 3 slips in. Looks like from here, I'm doing my best with just sort of facial and body recognition here. From it's certainly Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper. Then Jackson Bird, fast bowler, is at 1. Cox at 2, and I think Compton at 3. Here's Gilchrist to bowl. This is cut to Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's neatly. I was going to go round the field clockwise. So that's Daniel Bell-Drummond then at point, and he fields that one. Tawanda Mayeye is at cover. Joe Denley here at mid. Off to the left-hander at mid-on is Matt Quinn. Who does that leave out at square leg? I've missed somebody. In fact, as Gilchrist bowls to Brown, just defending that into the onside.
Darren Stevens now. Where's he?
Oh, that's a good point.
Where's he?
I've missed Stevens.
The youthful Darren Stevens.
Stevens is warming up down at deep fine leg, so that'll be it.
He's been a serious Achilles heel for Essex over the years.
We were just saying this to Glenn earlier. I think we did a stats run. I could even do it during this game if we get time, but keeping an eye on this lovely shot from with a flamboyant flick into the offside from Nick Brown. From a decent length delivery from Gilchrist, and they'll get 2. He's looked good, hasn't he, Brown? Both of them have. Very secure to start here. I don't think Kent have bowled any rubbish this morning, but 28 for none. Brown and Cook have really stuck to their task well so far.
I was really interested on arrival to see where the pitch was, Matt. Traditionally, this is in the middle of the square, really, but it's what we would term one of our one-day wickets.
As Gilchrist bowls to Brown, a push into the onside this time. He'll get a single up to the fielding of Matt Quinn into the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. You were just mentioning Darren Stevens. Perhaps a surprise not to see him earlier on, but going with the quicks to start of Bird and Milnes, but he's got his hand on his hips. He's been doing some warm-up, so it may not be long. down at fine leg. For Darren
Do you think it takes a little longer to warm up, or do you think he's giving a hint to the young captain that I'm ready, sir?
I think the latter. I think he would have been absolutely raring to go from the start.
How old is he?
He's 45 now, 46 shortly.
Brilliant.
This summer, so yeah, still going. Gilchrist bowls to Sir Alistair Cook. Stylish, studious defensive, into the offside, no run. Essex going well though, 29 for no wicket. And that's from 11 overs, so not scoring at a meteoric rate, but they've seen off the best of what Kent have had to bowl at them so far. And Kent, of course, won the toss, put Essex in, so you'd think advantage Essex at this point, having seen off the first, 45 minutes or so with no wickets falling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'd be very pleased. Be interesting to see what Essex would have done. I think one or two teams have opted to bat elsewhere in the country. If you want to have a look during this over, Darren Stevens is now on to replace Matt Milnes, who, for me, bowled impressively. I thought he bowled nice and tidily. He put Essex under pressure. He made Essex play, which is my criticism recently, having watched the Test cricket in the West Indies. I thought England's bowling with the new ball was average. They certainly didn't make the West Indies play with any of the balls, whether it was the first ball, the second ball of the innings, of any of the Test matches. Stevens is in, first ball short and wide, and that is cut. It's of military medium, and it's been cut by Nick Brown into the shorter offside boundary, where he collects 4 runs, 33 without loss.
Yeah, that really was a loose delivery from Darren Stevens, wasn't it? Which is not something we expect from him, certainly. Felt like a loosener. You're allowed, I mean, you're obviously a former bowler. You're allowed a loosener, are you? I'm not sure what your captain says about that.
Yeah, yes. I'm not too sure that we enjoy looseners. Stevens is in, bowls. This time it's nice and straight, and there's genuinely a play and a miss by Nick Brown, who goes and does a bit of gardening through to the keeper. The keeper has 3 slips standing adjacent. No, 2 slips and a gully, I think it is. We're not behind the arm. As I said, this is played in the middle of the square. Normally the championship wickets are played towards the pavilion side. There's a little bit more in those relayed strips, where this is one of the one-day wickets. This time an immaculate forward defensive to the Darren Stevens ball that drags Nick Brown forward, and there is no run.
In answer to your question, what have sides been doing around the country, Somersetter chose to bat first against Hampshire.
Interesting.
And are 21 for 2, so maybe regressing that a little bit. Northants choosing to field against Gloucestershire.
Stevens in, this is forced off the back foot, and it's going to go across the square. Little bit of width. That was a good looking shot too. It probably wasn't short and wide, it just had a bit of width on it, and it was caressed with a straight bat off the back foot through the netting area, which is obviously short and trimmed, and it races over the outfield for another boundary. 37 without loss, and we're completing the we've had 11.4 overs so far. Stevens in, outside off stump, left a thrown through to the keeper. There is a dot ball.
Yeah, lovely foot movement there. So yeah, Northants choosing to field. They put Gloucestershire in. They're just starting now, a bit of early rain there at Northampton, 1 for none. Surrey chose to bat against Warwickshire at Edgbaston. They're 48 for none. So Surrey have started really well, just like Essex have here.
Who's opening there? Burns and...
Let me just call it up. Burns and Ryan Patel. In fact, Patel has 41 or 41 balls.
Yeah, he scored a decent 100, I think it was against Middlesex recently in a practice game. The last ball of Stevens' first over, and it goes through to the keeper for a... no, it's played on to the offside for no run, and that's the end of an over which has been costly in respect of 2 balls of a bit of width, both off the back foot against Stevens, and the benefactor was Nick Brown. He's taken another 8 runs. He's on 44 not out. No, he's not, on 31 not out, and Alistair Cook is on 5.
Yeah, good start from Essex here. So it is a real mixture of what sides have done in terms of winning the toss and whether they're fielding or batting. As I said, Somerset may be regretting choosing to bat at Southampton 21 for 2, whereas Surrey choosing to bat at Edgbaston have shot away to 48 for none. So here's Gilchrist bowling. This one squirts away on the offside.
Bold.
Good ball from Gilchrist. It's more on leg and middle coming into the left-handed terrain. I think, to be fair, he was getting nowhere near the first team with the seam ranks they had there. Has been at Kent. This will be his 3rd season, improving year on year as well. Took plenty of wickets, particularly at the end of the season. That's a lovely delivery, and that one has hit Alistair Cook amidships, I think it's fair to say. Rising delivery, again, has really hurried him, and he's gone off to have a little bit think about that. That has hurt. We'll get no smiles or grins from anyone here, of course, but that's risen towards the box area. And second really good delivery.
Yeah, he's bowled round the wicket. He's an effort bowler in terms of it happens at the crease. Slightly different to perhaps Bird or even Milnes. He sort of, I'm not going to say casually runs in, but a lot more happens at the crease at the last minute with this chap Nathan Gilchrist. Quite impressive, and that was an impressive delivery from around the wicket that hits in the abdominal protector.
One more to
is that fair? I don't know.
It's quite possible, yes. I don't know is the answer to that.
But that's how it's described, isn't it? If you go to a shop,
you think it's a big old euphemism going in there. Not a good delivery from Gilchrist, but this one left by Alistair Cook. Outside is off stump through to wicketkeeper Robinson, and there is no run. Essex 37 for none here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. Joint commentary here on that goal with Don Topley and Glenn Speller. Our hosts here, and it is a good turnout.
it is
Today.
Brilliant. Congratulations to one and all. And believe it or not, there are quite a few Kent supporters here.
Gilchrist, yeah, I've seen a few already in front of us. Driven through the offside gently by Cook to Wandamiyeye, gets a hand on it. Daniel Bell-Drummond completes
No
the field.
ball.
It's a no ball, actually, overstepping Nathan Gilchrist. Looks rather ruefully back at, I think it's Paul Pollard. It's kind of hard to work out because
Yep.
I think Nick Cook is, can I say, I think he's the slimmer of the two,
Yes.
but they probably both have about 5 or 6 jumpers on, so it's anyone's guess.
Yes.
From that.
You're absolutely right.
By Pollard at this side, by Cook. Always loves to chat, having a conversation with Daniel Bell-Drummond. This one up on his toes, and Cook defends it into the offside, the replacement delivery, if you like. So that'll ruin Gilchrist's maiden if he was on the way to that, and one delivery to come.
Yes, I walked into the ground today with a Kent supporter. Harold's from Suffolk, supports Charlton, often goes to watch Charlton in the winter and Kent in the summer, and travels down from Suffolk. And it really is a good crowd. They're brave-hearted here today at Chelmsford.
Gilchrist to Cook. This one just rises slightly off a length, but it's a good leave from Cook through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 39 for none at the end of the over then, and advantage Essex certainly. 13 overs gone, so going at exactly 3 and over on this first morning of this first game in the county championship. But still that blustery wind going across. We haven't seen any rain for a good 10-15 minutes, Dawn, which is good, but it has been just blowing across, hasn't it? Because it's
That's absolutely. There is definitely some definition in the cloud, and if we look to the right, which is westerly above the sort of cloud County Ground pavilion, you'll see a bit of blue sky, but generally speaking it's thick cloud, but there's definition. As Stevens comes in from the Hayes close end, he bowls outside off stump, left alone by Nick Brown, through to the keeper. There is a dot ball, 2 slips and a gully waiting. They've got their hands in their pockets, they're jumping up and down. Hand warmers, tea bag warmers, I think we used to use. Certainly in my day, and I bet you they still have hand warmers today in county cricket. Stevens in bowls. This is bringing Nick Brown forward. At this pace, Brown will only be looking to come forward. A forward press as he plays forward to Darren Stevens, plays into the offside. There is no run. Score 39 for no wicket. Nick Brown 31. So Alistair Cook 5.
So as a bowler in these kind of conditions, and you're all played in these yourself, what are your main concerns? Is it keeping the hands warm? Is it the strength of the wind, a combination of the two?
Both, yes. Stevens bowls, decent delivery. Going to give the benefit of the doubt to Nick Brown there. I think he started to play and then withdrew his bat. I will just check that. And I think he hid his bat behind his pad at the last minute. So credit to him being watchful. Yeah, I think it's a mixture of both. As a bowler, you've got to have your hands warm. You need them warm. But you just don't want the wind to muck you around at the crease at the point of delivery. This time it's forced off the back foot straight to Daniel Bell. No, it's not. It's Muyeye who collects the ball. There is no run. Good looking shot off the back foot from Nick Brown, but the score remains 39 for no wicket. So 2 slips in a gully, a backward point. In fact, the whole of the Kent players really have got their hands in their pockets, and understandably so. There's a cover mid-off, mid-on, square, mid-wicket, and a fine leg through to the keeper outside off stump where Nick Brown leaves it alone. There is no run.
Matt Quinn looks like he's warming up now.
Yep.
Warming up is very much the opposite term at the moment. Kent have a 5-pronged seam attack with the way that the side is balanced. Someone's revving up outside. It's a racetrack just down the road, is that right? And the Chelmsford City circuit. It's
Parkway, the dual carriageway. Yes. Stevens bowls outside the off stump, left alone to complete the over. That is the 14th over of Essex's innings. They were inserted by Kent, who won the toss, and Darren Stevens has bowled a maiden. He's bowled 3 overs, 0 for 11. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, Matt Cole, Glenn Speller and Don Topley. We welcome you all on this greyish day, cold day, blustery day, but our cup remains half full. We've got County Championship, and you're listening to the first day of the County Championship 2022 season. And it's a local derby. Kent are the visitors to the Cloudfm County Cricket Ground. As we're going to see, Nathan Gilchrist comes in, bowls. It's down the leg side, and Sir Alistair Cook couldn't get anything on it, not even the thigh pad, as the captain dives across to stop any byes, leg byes, or indeed runs. Good bit of keeping there by the Kent captain. Kent captain for the day is Ollie Robinson, not to be confused with the bowler. Gilchrist in bowls. Cook plays off the back foot out to backward point. Daniel Bell Drummond does the fielding like a caged tiger. Very good fielder in that position. Is the Kent opener, and the Kent opener will captain in one-day cricket or white ball cricket for Kent, and sadly Jack Leaning is the Kent captain while Sam Billings is away, is not available for this fixture. Gilchrist is in, drags Sir Alistair Cook forward, and it's another no ball, foot no ball that is, which is going to be costly to the Kent bowler. Cook plays into the leg side, there is no run. The umpire Paul Pollard has been, well, he's been on exercise duty this over with a pair of no balls, I think it is. Gilchrist 3.3 overs, 0 for 11, bowls. This time Cook comes forward, there is no run. Foot behind the line too. Yes, so Jack Leaning, I think he did his hamstring of late, so he was unavailable for this game. Lovely man. Both the Kent boys, Daniel Bell Drum and Jack Leaning, terrific human beings. And a good morning to both their parents. I know Jack's parents are up in Yorkshire, often listen. And Percy's, there's a shout for an LBW. The umpire's not really interested. It was Sir Alistair Cook who came forward, got hit on the pads, but probably just going over the top for me. There is a decision of not out, but good delivery from Gilchrist. no run. Score remains on 41 for no wicket, and we're in the 15th over. Matt Cole's doing an update, the noon update for his parish in Kent. Gilchrist in bowls, driven into the offside through the gap, and it splits the field, and it's going to run away towards the Tom Pearce stand, and it is just collected just before it hits the boundary, and that's 2 runs to Sir Alistair Cook, who timed that ball to perfection to probably the longest part of the boundary here, which is we're just off centre here at the Cloudfm County Ground, and to the Tom Pearce stand is probably the longest part of the boundary. Slightly downhill, but it didn't quite make the boundary. Gilchrist round the wicket to the left-handed Sir Alistair Cook, who gets no run. Played into the offside, and that completes the 15th over, 43 without loss. Bit more sun now entering this ground. Still cold, still very windy, but a terrific crowd here in the Tom Pearce, beneath the Tom Pearce, in the members' enclosure. The Hayes Close end, I can't quite see how big or deep the crowd is to our left, but I have to say it is a phenomenal crowd here at Chelmsford today, and congratulations to all you hardy souls. Darren Stevens in bowls, outside off stump through to the keeper. There is a dot ball. Remains 43 without loss. Just a quick update then here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, day 1 of this county championship fixture. The teams that have been selected: Essex is as the scorecard. Nick Brown, Sir Alistair Cook, Tom Wesley captain, Dan Lawrence debutant for Adam Rossington and Matt Critchley at 5 and 6. Another dot ball there. This time comes forward as Nick Brown. There is no run. Adam Wheater is down at 7. Then you have Shane Snater playing the extra bowler in my book. Adam Wheater 7, Shane Snater 8, Mark Steckerty, another debutant, the Queenslander who has had a terrific Sheffield Shield season, at 9, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter. Stevens is in, outside off stump, the ball that just bounces but slightly wide, or 4th or 5th stump, which is left alone by Brown through to the keeper. Kent line up with just the one change from the scorecard. Daniel Bell Drummond, Jordan Cox, Joe Denley, Ben Compton making his debut batting at 4. Compton of a famous family. Ollie Robinson captain at 5. Tawanda Mayaye is at 6. The Zimbabwean. Darren Stevens at 7. Matt Milnes at 8. Matt Quinn, formerly of this parish, at 9. Jackson Bird 10. And Nathan Gilchrist 11. Darren Stevens bowls, and this delivery is just played off the back foot into the offside. There is no run. So sad that the captain, Jack Leaning, cannot play today. And obviously Sam Billings is away, but for Essex, 3 debutants, but no place for Paul Water or in fact Michael Pepper. They're going to get their opportunities in due course. This time the ball is left alone outside, well, probably 4th or 5th stump line, which goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. 43 without loss. 43 without loss. Essex lost the toss, were asked to bat, so after an hour's cricket they're going to be happy with that. Stevens is in. This is forced off the hip of Nick Brown, the back foot, and it is forced straight to a fielder where it completes the over, and that is indeed his second maiden on the trot for Darren Stevens. And that will be his order of the day, as they have not made many inroads really. There hasn't been many plays and misses. They bowled tidily, but Essex have also been good in the way that they have negotiated this new ball. Welcome back to Matt Cole.
Are we about to see Matt Quinn bowl? I think maybe we are. He's just floppy fringe these days. He had a bit of a World War One airman moustache as well over
Has
that
he?
last
Winko.
summer. I'm not sure if that's he's still affecting that. I can't quite see from here, but got loads of emails have come in, so I shall pay due respect to those as well, to our listeners, and thank you very much for getting in touch through is it essexcricket@bbc.co.uk? Is that your email address? And
Essex, yep, .cricket@gmail.
oh, I beg your pardon, sorry, essexcricket at I should have taken a run up at that, or just written it down like a normal human being or an efficient journalist.
The email is essex.sport at...
Oh, goodness me.
Oh, I've got that one wrong.
BBC essexcricket@gmail.com.
Right.
We're settling on that one. Or kentcricket@gmail.com. But anyway, the latter address is the ones I'm talking about coming in. Oh, it's a very wide ball, a real loosener from Matt Quinn, and it's a contemptuous swat away down the leg side through fine leg by Alistair Cook. Just help it's on its way. And Kent can't really do the looseners at the moment, because they are, at the moment, no wickets, with Essex 47 having won the toss. Not a good morning so far from them. They don't need any of that to help Essex on their way. So I shall get to a few of these, if I may. Jeff saying Jackson Bird, Matt Henry. These two will be too good for most batting lineups this season. Matt Henry, of course, the one that Kent... Oh, goodness me, that's down the leg side again. That's going to be 4 more runs from the arm of Matt Quinn and the bat of Alistair Cook, and that really is an ignominious start by the former Essex man. And the 50 is up for Essex, just over an hour gone of this first morning, and Alistair Cook, 2 gimmies there really from Matt Quinn.
Yes, there was. Yep, they were looseners, weren't they? We were talking about looseners.
You're certainly not allowed to, Don, are you?
Captains don't like looseners. There's no reason for it.
Quinn needs to get on the button here. 2 slips and a gully now, much more conservative field than it was before. This one's turned at the onside by Alistair Cook as well. Darren Stevens feels at long leg, single taken, 52 for none. Brown has 31. Cook has 16. So Jeff, just pointing out Jackson Bird and Matt Henry both look good signings for Kent. Said Henry was really the one that Kent fans have been talking about since he left at the end of 2018, and taking 75 wickets, bowling them or helping to bowl them to promotion back in that year. Aidan's been on the from Orpington. Aidan, great to hear from you. Wrong trousers, this is headed. Perhaps I should read this one before I put it to air, I don't know. No, says Glenn, let's just go straight away. That's the BBC way. It's just no censorship. We'll just push the ball up to mid-on. Great to be back for another season, says Aidan. Looking forward to your fine coverage. That's very kind of you. At the risk of seeming obsessed with trousers, he says. I see that this season's new kit is very smart, with an Invicta on each pair. I'm sure the jumpers would look great when they arrive. Aidan, I'm sure you're right too. And they'll be flying out of the club shop. But there we are. I hadn't spotted that, the Invicta on the cricketing trousers as well. Quinn to bowl to Brown outside the off stump. That's a much better line through to the wicketkeeper, but a safe leave as well. Martin in Tunbridge. Morning all. Nice to see live cricket online again. He says snow free, if a bit wobbly. Yeah, I mean, you can understand.
Yeah.
Nothing that.
It is, isn't it?
Unless he's talking about us, Don.
Yeah.
No, he's talking about the camera. I think.
Yeah.
Could be
us as well.
Could be, but yes, the cameras are at the mercy. Obviously, they have to be in a lofty position. I was finding a bit earlier on, staring at the stream, finding myself a bit seasick, but a good full-length delivery from Matt Quinn, but again left comfortably by Brown outside the off-stump. They've taken 9 from that over, 52 for none. Brown has 31, Cook has 16. Essex starting really, really well. Let's get to Ed's email as well before I hand to Don for the next over. New season, says Ed, and so commences another 4 months of slyly listening to BBC's county cricket coverage at my work desk. Good man, that's what we like to hear. My colleagues have no idea how I have bound this energy to plug through spreadsheets all day, when in fact the secret is fairly simple: top tier county cricket commentary and 7 flat whites. Steady there, any caffeine intake. Great to have you guys back. Ed, great, thank you very much for your email, and good luck, well, with the coffee as much as anything else.
Darren Stevens, after 2 maidens, bowls another dot ball. This time he brings out Sir Alistair Cook forward, plays into the leg side. There is no run. 2 slips and a gully waiting, and a ring on the offside, and a ring really on the leg side. Just a fine leg down on the boundary. Bit more, well, I'm going to say the cloud is not necessarily lifted, but more definition in this whiter cloud, and there's a bit of blue sky certainly towards the pavilion. Another dot ball there this time, played into the leg side by Sir Alistair Cook. There is no run. So maidens are the doctor's orders now from Darren Stevens. We have some tweets at BBC Essex, and the Twitter account is BBC Essex Cricket. You're most welcome to hit us. BBC Essex Sport. I've written that one down wrong. Dear oh dear. At BBC Essex Sport, and I'd like to say a thank you to, I pronounce it, I think it is Suarez del Tufo, who says, enjoying the commentary. It's great to be back. It truly is. And what a crowd we have here today at Chelmsford. Everybody's cup is half full. So Darren Stevens, right arm over the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook, plays into the offside. There is no run.
Just an email here from Brad as well, talking about this is something I have to say, and like many subjects, Brad, that I'm in complete ignorance of, but talking about the ECB introducing a £500 per year fee for club cricket teams to stream their games, but I'm not aware of that, Brad, so I'm not going to foster an opinion.
No.
But he was saying personally, I think the fee is outrageously expensive, especially for smaller clubs. But interesting. Sorry, that's a push into the offside. I've talked over your ball.
No,
I do apologise.
Yep.
Don't top me.
52 without loss. Sir Alistair Cook facing. Field hasn't changed. In comes Darren Stevens. He's on his way in. Right arm over the wicket. And there's a genuine player miss. That was a genuine player miss. And that completes Darren Stevens' third consecutive maiden. So, having bowled his first over, which went for 2 wide-ish deliveries for boundaries, I'm just going to check his bowling figures any moment. And he's bowled nicely. He's...
Yeah, that's Benito off the bat. You're absolutely right. Just those 2 boundaries in his first over, and
since then he has been particularly economical. A couple of plays and misses. Balls have nibbled, but he's bowled quite nicely, and he's stopped the runs, or the flow of runs.
Quinn to continue. He needs that himself, but he's straying onto leg stump again, and Brown turns it down to Darren Stevens at backwards square. He's come around from fine leg, and they'll take a comfortable single onto 53 for none. Andrew in Japan, welcome to you, Andrew. Greetings, he says. Morning, gentlemen. Enjoying the commentary in the live stream. Great to have the cricket back. He says, as a Kent fan, I share Matt's bullish view of our chances this season. I have to say that's before we started this morning, and Essex got 53 on the board. I should just that's a proviso. He says, bowling looks strong, plenty of potential in the batting. Whatever happens, I'm sure I'll enjoy the action. Stay warm, he says. We are doing our best. We are a little bit more sheltered than these supporters in front of us. Oh, that squared him up. Good delivery from Quinn. Good forward delivery. Just plays it down though, soft hands towards Ben Cox.
Yes. Technically that was very well played by, would you believe it, Sir Alistair Cook. It obviously did a bit, they're chatting, doing a bit of gardening, but that was a very good delivery, a testing delivery, but Sir Alistair Cook played it down and it fell short of gully, so that's very well played by the opening batsman. As
you'd expect from Sir Alistair by now. There aren't many frills with his batting, are there? He just goes about it very methodically. Punishes the bad ball. Just had to pull out a delivery from Matt Quinn there, I think, just wind blowing or blowing something into his eyes, and Quinn goes back to his mark. He's been buffeted around as well. Short sleeve jumper on as well. Sweatband on his left wrist. He comes in around the wicket. Good foot movement getting forward and plays it into the offside. And there's no run. Richard, exiled in Worcestershire, you poor man, says on kentcricket@gmail.com, Happy New Season Day, he says. Glad to hear you out of hibernation. discreetly listening to via BBC on a single headphone in my office in Worcestershire. Excited for this new season. The pre-season scores, while not meaning too much, shows we have a great squad of experience and youth. This is the Kent one he's talking about. And the Moneyball squad we put together over the last few years from other teams' cast off, so to speak, shows there is talent out there. Again, defended by Alistair Cook into up to mid-off this time at Denley Fields. He continues, Richard, saying that talent just has to be found and nurtured properly, something the Kent hierarchy has done excellently. Also another good year for Matt Milnes could and should mean he gets a look from the England setup, as he's been excellent since signing. Look forward to listening to you through the season. Richard, thank you very much for that. It has very much been Kent's approach, is to try and pick the gems from the other county squads when they're not a Surrey or a Lancashire or Nottinghamshire. They can just go and sign the top players from each county, as it were, from the first 11. So they have cherry picked. This one's through to the wicket-keeper, by the way, and there's no run. So Richard, thank you for that. Hoping Ben Compton, obviously, from that point of view, works for Kent as well. So Quinn returns. Sorry about this, Don. But I want to honour our emailers with their
absolutely
going
right.
This, making
They've
sure
taken the trouble.
Exactly.
Correct.
But you'll hear plenty from from Don, and everything's rattling. I think the whole ground is rattling at the moment.
We're lucky. We're indoors.
Yeah, not just my gums. Here's Quinn deep in the crease, or a full length delivery, but very well defended by Alistair Cook once again. He has 16, Brown has 32. End of the 19th over. Kent still searching for that wicket, and Essex, it's their morning, so 53 for none. It's in Ghana, isn't it? About 10 degrees and rainy and blustery and wind. No, he says it's sunny and very hot. 33 degrees and a gentle breeze. Hoping Kent start the 2022 championship season better than 2021, and we can exceed most people's expectations. Top half will be solid progress, I reckon. Good luck to the commentary team too, and thanks in advance for all your efforts to bring county cricket to the watching world. David, that is. David, thank you for that. As I'm going to speak for Glenn and for Don, it is an absolute pleasure to bring it to you.
Correct. Darren Stevens in again, this time off the back foot, and he concedes a run, does Darren Stevens, as Nick Brown plays it off the back foot into the offside, and it goes into sort of the vacant extra cover, maybe a bit squarer than extra cover, where he takes a run. That's 54 without loss, so a very good start. A lot of the people who have contacted us this morning seem to be very international.
Yeah.
Japan, Barbados, Ghana. Stevens in again, this time to Cook, who he hasn't bowled at for a number of overs, and this is played into the offside. There is no run.
John from I'm going to have to take a run up at this one and make sure I pronounce it at least vaguely correctly. Tiawamutu, is that right, in New Zealand, John? Here, nice to see you again. He says, I'm watching Kent v Essex game on my laptop from the Kent website. 10:55 at night.
Gosh, I was trying to work that out then. Yeah, he should be going to bed soon. Through this time a little wider, which Sir Alistair Cook is very happy to leave. That looked genuinely 6th, 7th, 8th stump line, which has gone through to the keeper. There is no run.
So Stevens has been pretty mean, hasn't he, since that opening over, as you say? But
yes,
very
much so.
Customer to deal with.
Yep, cracking cricketer. You know, at the age of 46, he's still running into bowl. Gosh.
Well, he's basically said to us every season he'll keep going until he loses either the physical balance to be able to do it, or the enthusiasm. If he doesn't wake up on the week before the season starts and real enthusiasm, he wouldn't be doing it at this point. Right
arm over the wicket brings Sir Alistair forward, and the fielding is done by mid-off. There is no run. It's not the quickest, clearly. You would have to call this military medium, probably not even Tim Tremlett's pace, if you remember him in Hampshire's days, or Trevor Jesty. I'm trying to think of other players that you could relate it to, but Graham Gooch perhaps, a very good call from Glenn Speller. This time Sir Alistair Cook plays into the leg side. Most of the time the batsmen are going to be looking, the game plan is to come forward. You're not going to be looking to hang back, because you'll have the time to go back if he bangs it in. but you're looking to come forward, but you're worried about the little bit of swing, a little bit of nip, and you're worried about push driving just in case it does something. Stevens is in, bowls. This is driven on the up to mid-off. There is no run, end of the over, and he concedes just the solitary run from the very first ball. 54 without loss after 20.
Indeed, so, sir, are we all right? We are fine. It's just the wind rattling through the
I
commentary
don't
box.
the roof won't move here. No, the roof is safe, believe me.
He's very reassuring, Don Topley, on the commentary, isn't he? Yes.
Is.
As you said, although we're looking around in alarm occasionally for the rattling around the commentary box, the patrons outside in coats, in bobble hats.
This ground hasn't changed from when I played here. It has stood the test of time. It isn't moving.
No, absolutely not. Nor are the spectators in front of us. As you say, a fantastic turnout, considering
it is.
These people are going to sit here all day, and they're probably going to be pretty cold at the end of it as well, but they love their cricket, as do we. Matt Quinn round the wicket and then bowling to Cook, who's done very well this morning. A flick down the leg side, and is Quinn's line, is he just straying a little bit there, Don? Because he seemed to be farming runs.
Yep. He's coming from around the wicket, so the angle is a little different from around the wicket to the left-hander. I'm not defending him. I'm not defending bowlers. The wind will come from basically the pavilion stroke what do we call it? Executive boxes here at Chelmsford. So Matt Quinn is going into it a bit. Okay, he's not coming with it. He's going into it a bit.
He will bowl now to Cook, defends it back up the pitch. Attempted a tumbling stop there from Matt Quinn, but doesn't pick up the ball. In fact, it's gone harmlessly from a Kent point of view up to Joe Denley at mid-off. 2 slips and a gully in is the field at the moment for handle the attacking nature of the field. A good deal more conservative than the way they started, but that'll affect you on your run-up.
Definitely.
The blustery wind then.
Yeah, so you're going up the hill, slightly into the wind. He's coming around the wicket, so he's even more a little bit into the wind. And you can see how it affects the batsman as well, because it can throw you, a gust of wind can throw you off as a batsman, like then. And Sir Alistair Cook has walked away because he wasn't ready, because the wind upset his balance perhaps, so he aborted, so the bowler had to abort.
Yeah, tough conditions for bowler and batsman here, and Matt Quinn has had to abort this time, coming up towards the stumps. As you say, you would think it'd affect batsman more, but I suppose it's a metre of how hard the wind is blowing out there, that the batsman being affected by it as well, and Quinn just goes back to his mark to reset. I suppose a big old gust of wind as you're in your delivery stride as well.
That's the worst bit.
Fine margins can be.
Yeah, that's the worst bit. And then you bowl a poor ball when the captain has the teapot on.
Here comes Sir Quinn. That's a good ball. That's gone through Alistair Cook and through to the wicket keeper. Lovely delivery from Quinn, who's got it absolutely right there. More or less a middle stump there, wasn't it? Fantastic ball.
Yeah, beat Cook, all ends up terrific. That was a super delivery.
Actually, just looking at the replay there, just wide of off stump. I thought it would go in the middle, but decent pace on it as well from Matt Quinn this time.
Tall man, Matt Quinn. You don't realise how tall he is. New Zealander. Did he go back this winter? Has played some cricket over there more recently.
It's Quinn then to bowl to Cook. That one's a little bit short. That's swung away by Cook, and that'll be 4 runs just backward a square. No chance for the fielders on the onside to move at all, and just going short on this pitch already. I think Matt Milnes tried one bouncer. In fact, it wasn't even that short, just back of a length, Don, but that's not working on this pitch.
I'm going to give him an excuse there. That wasn't a bouncer, it was a drag down ball, probably affected at the crease by the wind. He shook his head immediately after having bowled it as if I didn't mean to, and he didn't, and he just dragged it down. But this April wicket, probably quite slow in the middle of the wicket, and he had the timing and the technique to be able to just play that off the back foot, cross back shot, and it got what it deserved.
59 for none. Essex making hay in the wind.
Another good delivery.
Yeah, good delivery from Ollie Robbins, actually spills it, the Kent wicketkeeper, but no edge on it either. But yeah, good delivery again from Matt Quinn. Bit of a curate's egg of an over this one in these difficult blustery conditions for the bowlers, but it's the batsman making the best of it so far. 34 Brown, 20 for Cook. I'll make way in just a few moments' time to go and do an update for BBC Radio Kent's listeners. Can't bring them a wicket at the moment unless Quinn gets one with this last ball of his third over. He's gone for 15 already, but again, he's just having trouble settling himself here. Going back to his mark.
Going to give Sir Alistair Cook credit there. I think he dragged his bat inside the line at the last minute on that previous ball. Watchful play from the former England player.
Quinn's, he's lost his stride again, going up towards the stumps. And having a lot of problems.
You know where this is going to affect everybody later is the over rate, but the umpires will give the teams an acceptable time because of the aborting times that they've not bowled the delivery, so it will affect the over rate.
Just a bit of a word between the two umpires there. I mean, they're not going to bring them off for gusty wind, are they? And the bails are staying on, but maybe just a note about the timings. Here's Quinn then bowling down the leg side. Actually, it was a rapid delivery and got some bounce as well, as Don said. Pass Sir Alistair Cook through to the wicket-keeper, and that is the end of the over. And no run. 59 for no wicket, as I said. Nick Brown, 34. Alistair Cook, 20. They both look very good this morning. No wickets for Kent, having won the toss and put Essex into bat. It's the home side who prevail so far in the first hour and a half or so of this county championship season.
Thanks, Matt. He will talk to his parish. Meanwhile, Brown and Cook keep going. We've seen that a few times over the years. And good to see, having been asked to bat earlier this morning. I'd probably count about 7 or 8 players and misses. No drop catches. Essex have batted cautiously, watchfully, as you would expect decent opening batsmen. And I'm going to give Kent credit. I thought the pick of the bowlers for me probably is Matt Milnes in his first spell from the Hayes close end. And it's going to be a change of bowling. Darren Stevens has finished, and it could well be Milnes again to bowl.
Jackson Bird.
Jackson Bird's changed ends, has he? Mm-hmm. Here he goes, Jackson Bird on the way in from the Hayes close end. Changing ends, he bowls and it's driven into the offside. It goes across the netting area, and his first ball for Jackson Bird has gone for 4. 4 runs to Nick Brown. That was a good looking shot. Right, that shows you the difference between the two ends. Jackson Bird has bowled from the river end predominantly. He's now gone to the far end, which is the Hayes close end, and you have to bowl differently because you run away with yourselves. This time he's bowled a half volley, which Nick Brown has caressed through the offside. Jackson Bird, right arm over the wicket, bowls a little shorter, runs it down to third man, and it's going to be another 4. So he's slightly overcompensated, bowled full outside off stump, and now just dragged it down, and Nick Brown has played it through the arc at the vacant third man for 4. 8 runs to Essex, and the scores moved quickly to 63-67 without loss.
Front foot and back foot drives there from Nick Brown. Interesting one here then, Don, because it's slightly downhill from the Hayes close end. Would bowlers, and he swapped ends, but bowlers presumably in their preparations, probably you want to answer this after this ball, in their preparations would have a go from both ends to get the lie of the land.
Bird in bowls. This time it's an immaculate delivery which drags Nick Brown forward with a 4 defensive into the offside no run. Absolutely right. You'll be a wise person to go and practice at both ends. But don't forget the netting area here at Chelmsford. Generally speaking, you only bowl from the river end or the city end, so you don't get that opportunity. But for an Australian who generally speaking play all their grounds on flat level surfaces sometimes come unstuck in England. Jackson Bird bowls this time into the leg side off the back foot by Brown. There is no run.
Phil on the email says, Mr. Topley, what is your view on Essex taking Adam Rossington on loan? I can't decide whether or not I'm happy. It will lessen the chances for Paul Walter, Feroz Koshi, Josh Rymel et al. I guess the advantage is if Dan Lawrence continues in the test team, it will provide a more experienced batsman as cover. Well, Adam Rossington's playing today's game, this game, as a batsman with Adam Wheater with the gloves.
He's answered his own question very much so, and I'll elaborate more after this ball. Jackson Bird turns, comes in, elbows pumping, bowls short down the leg side. There was this off the bat. It's going to go for 4. We don't know what leg buys. So the ball did bounce, but it was down the leg side. It got a bit of a thigh pad onto it. Keeper dived. He missed the ball, and it's gone for 4 leg buys. 71 for no wicket. Right, Adam Rossington probably is not going to be an expensive signing. He's a cracking white ball player. He really is. He will hit the ball hard. Chelmsford is a small ground for Adam Rossington, and I think he will contribute enormously in white ball cricket. Jackson Bird bowls off the back foot into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 71 for no wicket. So I think it's quite a good signing. Yes, he does bring a bit of added experience into the middle order, because Essex maybe not have got tremendous experience in that middle order. So look, Paul Walter was in and out. He's opened the batting. Paul Walter, as we discussed many times last year, has decided not to bowl as much. I think it's sad, because I think having 2 strings to his bow is better than just having the 1. He's then competing with batsmen. Nick Brown's got the position his own just at the moment, so he's going to have to wait. But Adam Rossington became available, and he's quite a decent cricketer. Very good, very dynamic in white ball. And I think it's quite a shrewd signing, and Essex have been, if a player of that kind of ilk becomes available, they've made a bid, he's wanted to come, and I think will make a contribution later in the season, certainly.
Matt Quinn from the River End, and that's just turned around the corner by Alistair Cook, and he jogs through for the single. 72 without loss. But Adam Rossington is 28, he's 29 next month, and how Anthony McGrath, the Essex head coach, described the signings was, we've got quite a few experienced older players, we've got quite a lot of young players who are coming through and developing. He said we haven't sort of filled in that middle ground, and that's what we've looked to do during the winter. And if you look at Matt Critchley, you look at obviously Adam Rossington as well, and to a degree Mark Steckety as well, as Quinn is in and bowling, and that's driven, but not with the full flow of the bat this time by Nick Brown, and there's no run.
I agree, and Anthony's right. That's quite a sort of common theme with county cricket, actually. A lot of older lads, experienced, a lot of youngsters with great potential, but most counties, if you're going to compete and be a decent championship winning side, I think you need that blend of both, and you need those sort of guys in 28 to 30, people who are in the highlights or the maximum potential of their cricketing years.
This next one is Fuller, and Brown allows that just to strike him, but there's a strangled shout for LBW, but nothing more than that with Quinn bowling round the wicket. Broken Cricket Dreams cricket blog on Twitter says everybody's cup is half full, which I think one of you two said earlier on. Loving the action and the coverage today. Watching Darren Stevens and Sir Alistair Cook dig in day after day in county cricket is what life is worth living for. Yes, we can all do with short doses of the crash bang wallop stuff, but this is what it's about on a Thursday morning, where 2 county sides going at it, the gnarly gritty stuff. Quinn is in once again. Brown just playing that one into the onside with broken wrists in front of square, and comes through for a very comfortable couple of runs. He goes to 44, and Essex have moved along very nicely, very comfortably this morning to 74 without loss.
Great start.
Great in the Kent plan when the coin came down their side this morning.
Great start, and enjoyed by a cracking crowd here at Chelmsford with the sun out. The clouds are sort of parting. We've got a fair bit of blue sky.
Yeah, but it was gathering at one stage, but you always thought with the strength of this wind that it was just going to keep blowing over, and the rain has dissipated now as well. Quinn is in again, full delivery, keeps a little bit low that one, and Brown jabs down on it, but is sent back. There's no single there. And Alistair Cook sends him back, and there's no run. 74 without loss. You always feel early days of the season, you win the toss, you bowl, and you normally then switch on the scorecards a little bit later on in the morning. You expect to see most of the teams 3 or 4 down, but that just hasn't been the case this morning whatsoever from a Kent perspective, and they have rolled through all of their bowling options other than the slower options.
Might be too cold to swing. Maybe the balls might move a little bit because of the wind, the crosswind.
Here's Quinn in again, full of delivery, and Brown just very solidly forward, and there's no run. That is the end of the over. 23 gone now here at BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, with the commentary via the BBC Sport website and the app. Myself, Glenn Speller, Don Topley and Matt Cole with you, and Essex 74 without loss, Brown on 44, and Sir Alistair Cook has actually that scoreboard. Yeah, no, there's Brown 44, Cook on 21. The board over the far side has got it the opposite way around. Bob on the email says the strong wind is causing the cameras to wobble. Can you ask Don to hold them still when not commentating? I don't think anyone can hold them still this morning, such is the strength of the wind. Really has been whipping through, and as you were mentioning earlier, we're sat inside in the box, but everybody else sat outside, huddled around.
Aborted there. So the bowling figures so far: Jackson Bird, he's bowled 5 overs. Milnes has just aborted. No, it's not. It's Jackson Bird again, sorry, from the Hayes close end, number 33. So Kent have got their numbers on their shirts, but not on their sweaters. They're in a brilliant white clothing. So Alistair Cook is waiting. Bird round the wicket, bowls outside off stump. Cook plays with a forward defensive. Bird, who's a tall man, so would hit the splice of Sir Alistair's bat. Elsewhere, Somerset are 43 for 3, Gloucester are 10 for 2, Surrey are 102 for none.
Wow.
Glamorgan are 79 for 2, no play yet at Leicestershire. Middlesex at Lords are 82 for 1. Bird is in. This time respectfully play back to the bowler. Bowler picks up on his follow through. There is no run. And Sussex, who are playing Nottinghamshire, are 85 without loss. No Stuart Broad playing today.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com if you want to email kentcricket@gmail.com for the Kent perspective, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter as well. Apart from the wind, it's very set fair now, isn't it? It's a spring-like day with the blue sky above us and a bit of cloud cover as well.
Jackson Bird round the wicket, bowls little straighter. Cook plays up to mid-on with the full face of the bat, nice and straight, but there is no run. 74 for no wicket, having been asked to bat. Interesting, Surrey opted to bat and are 102 for no wicket. Burns 34, Patel 68.
Rory Burns skippering Surrey. They've gone out a fair lick this morning.
Yeah, and the other score I was interested in. I mean, it's an important game this time. Bird bowls played into the offside by Sir Alistair Cook. There is no run. I'm interested to see that this particular round of matches in Division 1 sees Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Now, I'm not being disrespectful, but with this 10-team First Division, people are sort of suggesting that maybe Northants and Gloucester are probably the two favourites maybe to go down. So that fixture, if they play each other twice, not everybody does, but if they do play each other twice, you would have thought that the team that wins both of those fixtures, Northants versus Gloucester and Gloucester versus Northants, that's the way they have the potential to stay up, by winning that fixture. Jackson Bird bowls, this time off the back foot into the leg side. There is no run, but a decent bit of fielding at mid-wicket stops the batsman get the single, and the score remains on 74 for no wicket.
Yeah, and a young captain now for Northamptonshire as well, with Adam Rossington being replaced by Vasconcelos. So
Yes.
a lot of change at Wantage Road. They had a late start there this morning as well due to weather issues. But we were underway, smack on, 11 a.m. this morning.
So 4 down now for Somerset as Jackson Bird bowls. Squares Sir Alistair Cook up. Decent delivery that. Negotiated well. Played late by the former England player into the offside. And there is no run. End of the 24th over. Score 74 without loss. And as I just mentioned, Somerset have lost their 4th wicket. So they are 46 for 4. Abbas, Holland, Abbott and Abbas are the wicket takers.
They won't like it against Hampshire, Somerset either, will they? Because that was the game.
Yes.
Where their title hopes well and truly went. They're without 8 what would be first choice players today, Somerset as well, due to injury, illness and non-availability.
Interestingly, a former Essex player playing there, Peter Siddle, who often used to join us in the commentary box here, Glenn.
I was saying to Matt earlier on, it doesn't sit right not seeing Peter Siddle in an Essex jumper. It's going to take a little bit of getting used to, I think, to be perfectly honest with you.
I did jest with him on Twitter actually a little while ago. I said, cider's a very different drink. And secondly, the bananas taste differently down there.
Matt Milnes is going to have a go from the river end, looking for this breakthrough for Kent with Essex 74 without loss. In the sunshine now here at Chelmsford. Just looking to see if anyone's out on their balcony, but they've not braved it out on the balconies and the apartments that surround the ground.
No.
And Milnes running away from us now. The number 8 on his back is in and bowling to Nick Brown, who just drops the bat on that one, and there's no run as it goes out into the offside.
Why would you brave the balcony, Glenn, when you can sit and listen to us in the comforts of your kitchen, when preparing your lunch or something like that, eh?
Yeah, thoughts will begin to turn to lunch, won't they? 17 minutes away from the first break. And this is the opening day of the County Championship season. Don't forget, by the way, if you go on the BBC Sport website, get on the cricket pages, there's a full preview of all of the county teams there. And bbc.co.uk/BBC Essex, we've got lots of preview interviews up there from the Essex camp as well, if you want them listening during the lunchtime break. As Milnes is in once again, and from the back foot, Brown's driving down the pitch, but there's no run. And you could also take a listen back as well if you put BBC Essex into your search engine and go back to last night's schedules. You could listen once again to Around the Wicket, our hour-long cricket programme every Wednesday evening between 6 and 7 p.m, covering everything Essex and the club cricket scene as well, and lots more besides. So lots of opportunity for you to listen around. The BBC's got so much cricket coverage. But just bookmark the BBC Essex Sport, the BBC Sport web pages and those cricket pages. Milnes is in once again, and Brown just stands and plays defensively for no run. There's a running live feed there as well, with updates from all around the grounds, lots of pictures and contributions from listeners and web users as well. So the county scene is well and truly covered with us here on the BBC, as well as the audio commentaries and the respective live streams as well of the games from the county teams as well. It has come on in leaps and bounds over the last few years, coverage of the county game. Milnes is in and bowling to Brown. That's on the leg stump, and Brown dismissively whips that one away in front of square on the onside and picks up 4 runs. He goes to 48 and Essex to 78 without loss.
Yeah, super shot. I do think Matt Milnes has been the most impressive of the bowlers this morning, but good shot there from Nick Brown.
He's looked in superb, Nick.
He has.
Nick Brown, timing the ball.
Didn't always open last year, did he?
No.
Paul Walter did a little bit as well. Nick Brown averaged 30 last season, scored 524 runs in his 14 matches or 19 outings.
Here's Milnes once again into Brown, who watches that one go well past the off stump and allowed to pass, and there is no run once again. 78 without loss, the Essex score, after being put into bat this morning by the visitors from over the water in Kent. Yeah, he had a long break, didn't he, last year, Nick Brown, when all the one-day stuff was being played, and went off and played some club cricket. I think I mentioned earlier on, I think he's going to play for Whittam this year.
Correct, he has,
well,
yes.
in the East Anglian Premier League.
They got promoted, didn't
yes,
they?
he played for Frinton previously, but obviously Whittam's a bit closer down in this part of Essex as well, and with Whittam going into the top level of club cricket in this area, it's a good opportunity for him when he's not involved here. The next one's played defensively to mid-on, and there's no run, end of the over. 25 gone now, and Essex going at just over 3 and over. That's 78 without loss.
You're younger than me, clearly, Glenn. I'm trying to think of the local pop star that is involved with Whittam.
Ollie Murs.
Ollie Murs, that's right. Sorry, I'm not cool.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean I know anything other than his name. I will just point that out, and other than the fact that he does have interest with Coggeshall Town Football Club as well.
No, it's wonderful to hear that sort of people of the community or celebrities help out, as you just highlighted, the football or maybe the cricket. And I know he's quite a keen fan of Whittam, of the cricket club. So look, that's superb to hear, and we wish them all the very best in their first season, having the various leagues over the last few years into the East Anglian Premier. Jackson Bird round the wicket to Sir Alistair Cook. He bowls, drags the former England captain forward, played out to mid-off for no run. Trying to think of anybody else that does that kind of thing. Can you think of anybody over the years? You would know, Glenn, with football or rugby or cricket, local cricket clubs?
Not necessarily in Essex. Ollie Murs is certainly, because he's a Whittam lad. And then he got involved with Coggeshall Town Football Club, who play in the Isthmian North, along with a host of other Essex clubs. And as you say, he's a big fan of the local club cricket side as well.
Bird driven into the offside, into the gap as it runs away to extra cover. That was timed beautifully. Hit on the up, maybe slightly full, but it wasn't a horrible delivery. It was just a very good executed shot through the extra cover for 4. So Essex move on to 82 without loss, and we're in the 26th over.
Just want to see if Matt wants to join up with myself for the last 10 minutes before lunch to give us the Kent perspective on the morning at the end of this over, and give Don a bit of a break so he can go and hold the camera steady for those watching the stream.
I've always thought myself as a piece of scaffolding, as this time Cook plays it down to fine leg for a single, and takes and rotates the strike, which brings Brown on to strike. 83 without loss, and we welcome back Matt Cole.
Well, should we do it at the end of this over?
At the end of the over?
Yeah, do it at the end. Do it at the end of the over, just so we can get the Kent perspective from the morning. I think he's been sitting quite quietly in the corner because of the way it's gone for Kent this morning.
No, listen, they haven't bowled badly, but probably played and miss. I reckon there's been about 10 balls of play and miss. No drop catches. Jackson Bird round the wicket, bowls, and there's a shout for LB. It's coming round the wicket, and it's been turned down by the umpire Nick Cook.
Well, Brown was aiming, wasn't he, into the mid-wicket area, so that gave you an idea. And bowling around the wicket, right arm, it was asking a lot to straighten up from there.
Yep, absolutely. I think he's indicated as well, Nick Cook, that might have been going down. Having a chat with Sir Alistair Cook now is the former Leicester, Northamptonshire and England left arm spin bowler, now the umpire. In he comes, Jackson Bird coming down the slope at Chelmsford. It's driven back up, it's almost Yorker length, dug out to mid-on. There is no run.
He must have been an umpire for a number of years now, Nick Cook. Growing up, when I was growing up, he was obviously well known in Northamptonshire and very much part of the England side of that time. But he must be one of the more senior umpires on the circuit now, because 2 or 3 have retired over the course of the last couple of years. I think he and maybe Neil Mallender might be the longest servers now.
There's quite a few Northamptonshire. You used to have George Sharp. You had, as you highlighted just then, quite a few. Rob Bailey, another one. There are quite a few Northants players became umpires. This is played off the back foot, short of a length, played into backward point where there is no run. End of the over. Well, there was one boundary that was driven on the up. That was a good looking shot by Cook. Cook has 26, Brown has 48, score 83 without loss.
Thank you, Don. Don will return after the lunch break here. We've got 10 minutes to go up until the interval, so a good opportunity to bring Matt back in for the Kent viewpoint, and maybe a few Kent members and fans getting in touch with him as well after this morning for their side. Essex are 83 without loss. Nick Brown is a couple short of a half century. He's been timing the ball extremely well all morning. As Don was mentioning, maybe 10 balls this morning that Essex have genuinely played and missed at, and Kent haven't really, Matt, yet created an outstanding opportunity this morning.
I can't sum it up better than that, really. They showed very little penetration so far today. These two have looked pretty comfortable out there, and with Milnes about to take up the ball from the city end.
He's in and bowling now to Cook, who just draws his bat inside that one and goes through to Robinson. No run.
Bowled accurately for the most part, but they haven't looked threatening, have they? As you say, not much that's hurried. Gilchrist had a couple of balls in a row that hurried Saranas to Cook, but Bird, Milnes probably had one or two, but otherwise I'd say it's been plain sailing, but these two have done really well, these two batsmen. So yeah, worrying signs for Kent. 83 for non-Essex.
This next one from Milnes is a little bit quicker, but it's met with the same response from Cook, which is defensively out to the offside and no run.
The other thing you'd say from a Kent point of view is this is their attack. All for the absence of Zach Crawley and Sam Billings and George Linder, etc. from this match. There's not much to add to this. I mean, you might say, well, Matt Henry's going to come in and replace Jackson Bird, but we're not under the illusions that Kent have.
This next one from Milnes is left on length by Cook, and there's no run.
What I mean is they're not really missing anybody to this seam attack at this point. I suppose Harry Podmore would be the other person that might be in the squad, and Grant Stewart as well was in the 13 for this. So yeah, looks like they have struggled a little bit. I mean,
So-
you could talk about conditions, can't you, or maybe about the pitch, but as you say, they've not really threatened these batsmen very much this morning.
So Steckerty's here for 10 games initially for Essex. More on that in a second. We can talk about it now because Milnes has voiced his approach. So how is it being divided up between Matt Henry and Jackson
So
Bird?
6 for Jackson Bird to start. I think Matt Henry, in terms of county championship matches, I think he can play One Day Cup as well, but he'll play 7. I think initially is the idea. So Jackson Bird. Oh, crikey.
Well, Matt Milnes is just waiting for the wind to die down. He's just standing there and just waiting for the current gust to cease, so he can run in now. No, he's had to stop again because it's blown up once again. He's running. It's not directly into it, but it's sweeping across the ground and sort of coming from his right hand side to the side of his body. So it's almost knocking him off his straight approach. It's causing all sorts of problems. Coupled with that, he's running up the hill as well, or the slope, shall we say? Well, he's turned again. And away he goes into Sir Alistair Cook, who just, after all that, plays defensively back down the pitch for no run. That effort for that.
You do wonder how much this is affecting the batsmen, the bowlers as well, in terms of the conditions. But yeah, I mean, obviously Kent fans would have hoped for a flurry of wickets, having won the toss and elected to bat this morning as well. But Essex have shot away, so work to do. You do wonder with the pre-season that all these teams have had how well cooked these players are coming into the first game of the season, particularly the snow we had in the immediate run-up.
Here's Milnes in. Oh, and that's uppishly in the end. It's in the air for a long old while from Cook. Come off the bottom of the bat, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs as it bisects mid-off and cover, and they come through with 2 runs. I think Milnes may have taken the pace off that one, and they go through, and it's 85 without loss. Isle of Wight Shrimper says, good afternoon, chaps, glad to have you back. We were talking about pot stars and connection with sports clubs in Essex. He said, how about Alison Moyet and the mighty Shrimpers of Southend United? Best wishes for the season. Well, yeah, she's a big follower of Southend United, isn't she, Alison Moyet? There's another one we can add to the list. It's not a very long list. Here's Milnes. Into Cook once again. Oh, and he's thinking about playing that one down the leg side and takes the bat out of the way a bit, and that's the end of the over. 85 without loss.
Maggie's been on the emails, kentcricket@gmail.com. She's from Ramsgate. Maggie, great to hear from you. She says, lovely to hear you all again. As ever, the start of the season is cold and windy. I hope it'll be better tomorrow and Saturday, as I have tickets. Can you remind us lunch and tea times? Well, lunch is at 1 o'clock Tee times, well, with whenever there's 32 overs to go, theoretically it should be 20 to 4, but the number of times that happens is with over rates always a little bit elastic. It's few and far between, but that's the idea. Let's hope for you. The forecast, it's not completely dissimilar from this, I don't think, as Jackson Bird comes in from the Hayes Close end and bowls to Brown, defends it back to him. He sort of flicks an ankle at it, if that makes any sense. Bird, as he comes back, bounces towards him and just flicks the outside of the boot at it, takes the remaining pace off it, and there's no run. Keep warm, she says. Well, I would say the same to you, Maggie, if you're sitting outside here at Chelmsford. It's a little bit blustery. I only hope there'll be an unpredicted heat wave for you in the next couple of days, but the cricket is entertaining. Obviously you're a Kent fan, you would like some wickets right now, and for Essex just to stay firm until lunch. This one's on the middle stump and turned into the onside by Nick Brown for no run. Nathan Gilchrist fields short on the onside. But thank you for all your emails this morning. It's been great to hear from everybody, from supporters of both sides here and from all around the world. Lily's been in touch as well. I know she's not from exotic climes. Well, actually Moulton, it's very, very pretty indeed, North Yorkshire, but there we are. There's Bird to Brown, leaves that one, no run. Good afternoon, Matt, Glenn and Don. Good start for Essex. Alistair Cook batting well as always. Darren Stevens is a great player. He is, Lily, we love him. I don't say that from a Kent point of view. I just think county cricket generally has to take Darren Stevens under their wing. I know Essex fans will say, for goodness sake, he's done so much harm to us in the past, but you'll miss him when he's gone, surely, won't you? Maybe.
Well, has he gone yet?
Just hoping. Another club's hoping it'll happen sooner rather than later. Here's Bird. They need a magic from someone to Kent, and again defended back in, high elbow, front elbow from Nick Brown. One bounce back at the bowler, deflects off him, and there's no run. Lily says, of course, Lily, you're a Yorkshire fan, aren't you? So I'm listening as my county Yorkshire aren't playing until next week. I've been listening to Don this morning. Lily Moulton. Yeah.
You see, yeah, it's a late invite to the party, isn't it? Really, it's an afterthought for Yorkshire. It's like, well, you're not on the day, you're not on the daytime invite, but you can come in the evening.
So it is reception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not invited down, I'm not coming.
His Bird to Brown, rats him on the pad, always going down though, and picked up by Ollie Robinson, scampering forward from his position of wicket-keeper.
Or you're on the table round the corner with all the children. That's where Yorkshire are, aren't they? They're kind of, they've been invited.
You're not going for fashionably late then?
No.
The rest of us are a support act maybe for Yorkshire next week, so getting going. But here, a good morning for Essex. 85 for none as we come up to 1 o'clock. Might get another over in before lunch. I'm not sure what the official club clock says. We might have started a smidgen after 11 actually.
We did.
As we took a minute's reflection with the players just before the start. So that's the end of the over. Jackson Bird finishes that. He has none for 23 from his 7 so far. Mills has none for 15 from 7. Both of them have 2 maidens. Some symmetry there. Essex 85 for none. Very much their morning. Nick Brown is 48 not out. Alistair Cook 28. And Brown can have a 50 before lunch on the first morning of the first day of the county championship. That's the sort of thing you daydream about as a cricketer, surely. How well's it going to go? Very well for Nick Brown so far, but Alistair Cook on strike as Milnes runs in.
Yeah, he's been Nick Brown's support act this morning, isn't he, the former England captain, as Milnes is into him now, and Cook drives, but not with any great flourish, and it's picked up by the man at mid-off for no run. 85 without loss. Yeah, what are we, a minute away from 1 o'clock now, aren't we? So yeah, we did just start that couple of minutes late while we all took a moment's reflection for events during the winter. I will be updating BBC Essex listeners at 1 o'clock, and I think Matt is off to our friends over the water now as well to update BBC Kent listeners too. So this will be the last over before lunch, but no one's leaving yet for the concessions. They all want to get as many balls in as they want on the opening day of the county season. Milnes is in, and Cook takes a big stride forward there and just plays defensively for no run. 85 without loss. We're in the 28th over of this opening morning of the County Championship season. Just to remind you then, bbc.co.uk/BBC Essex, you can listen to a lot of season preview interviews. Anthony McGrath, the Essex coach, Dan Lawrence, Sam Cook's up there as well, Mark Steckerty, who we're probably not going to get to see today, to be perfectly honest with you, unless there's a collapse of Essex wickets. And also, if you search for BBC Essex on any number of popular search engines and look at last night's schedule, you'll see Around the Wicket there, a cricket programme between 6 and 7 p.m. you can listen back to. Milnes is in again to Cook off the back foot, pushes out to the offside, stops momentarily, waiting to see whether the fielder gets across to make the stop. He doesn't though, and he apologises to the bowler because that single should have been prevented, and they pick up one, and it's 86 without loss now, and Cook moves on to 29. And Kent will have to get in and think again about how they're going to go about it in the second session of this opening day. Still the bright sunshine we've got here as the cloud scuds across, being propelled by this strong wind. Here comes Milnes into Cook, who just ducks under a leg side bouncer taken by Robinson, and there's no run. A minute past 1 says the scoreboard, away to our left hand side. This is Milnes' 8th over, none for 16 so far, and the scoreboard appears to have temporarily halted on both sides of the ground, rather annoyingly. As here comes Milnes once again into Nick Brown. Brown just shoulders arms to that one, through to Robinson again for no addition to the score. Yeah, the scoreboard's now back up and running. Cook on 29, Brown on 48, as he scored very sprightly this morning, Nick Brown as well. 48 not out from 88 deliveries, a strike rate of a smidgen short of 54. So he's gone along very nicely to put away the bad balls, timed it very sweetly too. And we shouldn't forget that opening batting positions might be vacant for England. Here's Milnes in once again and just playing defensively. Brown trying to see this one out until the lunch interval. That is the end of the over, and that is indeed the end of the session. Kent winning the toss and putting Essex into bat. It's been Essex's session with knobs on as they go in to the interval, 86 without loss. Join us again on the YouTube stream and via the BBC Sport website and app at around about 20 to 2. Yes, Nick, and it's been Essex's morning with knobs on. They lost the toss this morning, and you might have been fearing the worst with the almost obligatory flurry of early season wickets, but far from it. Essex just leaving the field now with Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook, their opening pairing, still together, 86 without loss, and Kent showing no penetration at all, and they've gone through their full raft of seam bowling options. Nick Brown unbeaten on 48, has been timing the ball sweetly both off the front and back foot all morning, while Sir Alistair Cook's played a very circumspect support role, but putting away the bad ball when required. He has 29, Brown on 48. Essex dominating the opening morning session of this county season, 86 without loss.
No, it's no better. It's still coming that way. Still. Better? No.
Cheering up now after all the excitement before the start of the season. Kent fans will want early wickets, particularly
off. Their captain, Ollie Robinson, won the toss, put Essex into bat, but none in the first session of the season. Essex 86 for none. Brown 48, Alistair Cook has 29 not out. Kent used all 5 of their seam bowlers they have in their lineup today, including Aussie Jackson Bird making his debut, but no breakthroughs so far. Very comparable it seemed either for the opening pair of Essex. They'll be expecting better in the second session. The wind doesn't help the bowlers, certainly with their run-ups and balance, but as I said, they'll be looking for more penetration in this second session. So lunch now with Essex 86 for none here at Chelmsford. Commentary continuing around about 20 to 2 on the BT Sport website and app.
Turns up for the playground. Turns up for the playground.
Especially like the last time, about another 40,000, so that didn't have tickets. Last time, you know, the other. Yeah. But then I don't think it's allowed tonight because it's first leg, isn't it? It's first leg, so.
Oh, yeah, that's so true.
No shops over to eat though, is there? That's the problem. Well, I don't buy stuff there, do you?
No.
At Edgbaston, Captain Rory Burns went just before the Briggs. At Division 2, Glamorgan 110 for 4 against Durham. Leicestershire and Worcestershire yet to get underway. The delayed start there due to rain. Middlesex against Derbyshire. Middlesex 96 for 1. And Sussex against Nottinghamshire. A very young Sussex side, 101 without loss. And that's all the county updates for you. Matt Cole from BBC Radio Kent's back with myself, Glenn Speller, and Don Topley will join us just after 2 o'clock. And Matt, quite a lot for Kent to discuss, cogitate, think about ahead of this second session.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to repeat myself because obviously nothing's happened since we had a lunch, but it didn't feel like they did a tremendous amount wrong, apart from they haven't taken any wickets. That might sound like a complete contradiction in terms, but look, occasionally straying in line. Matt Quinn was a bit wayward when he came on first, but they just haven't really worried these two Essex batsmen at all. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook have looked calm, serene almost. Maybe 2 or 3 occasions when they've looked hurried, but not much more than that, and no breakthrough for Kent either in this first session of this game. So poised, and well, intervals can do funny things, can't they? Let's face it, to batsman's concentration. You come back out again, word in the ear from the coach for a few bowlers, maybe they reassess what they've been doing in the first session. So Kent will want a couple of quick ones here to try and put themselves on parity. Otherwise, Essex, it's definitely their morning. They can take this on. Nick Brown, 48 not out. First session of the first championship day of the season. Can't be bad, can it? So, but we'll see. I'd love to say that the wind has dropped at all, but as we walk around the ground, Glenn, during the interval, it was more or less gusting us off our feet, wasn't it? So I think it's going to be tricky for bowlers once again in terms of run-ups and balance. That won't help them, but be fascinating to see what Ollie Robinson does with his bowlers. Obviously a very much fledgling captain. His first one is named as a Kent skipper in place of the injured Jack Leaning. So a bit to do for Kent, certainly, but we do have 3 days and 2 sessions ahead of us, so hope from a Kent fan's point of view they're not too dispirited, and I'm sure Essex fans won't be thinking the game's over quite yet.
No, not at all. It's the start that Essex have made, and you never know about games, as we know, till both sides have batted. But Essex will have feared, not feared the worst, but will have feared having lost the toss with the conditions that were prevailing at the time. Yes, we still had the strong wind, but we had those overcast conditions. But there just doesn't seem to have been very much lateral movement from this pitch. It's played very true so far, and Nick Brown's timed the ball particularly well as the umpires Paul Pollard and Nick Cook make their way out from the far end of the ground, one of the hospitality suites which is doubling up as the umpires' rooms there, and the Kent players make their way back out onto the field as well. And not only, yes, it's cold, and all players know it's going to be cold right at the start of the season, but the wind out there has just been totally unrelenting. It's one of those days where you might come off with a little bit of earache because the wind's just constantly sweeping across the ground. There's been no break from it or any shelter from it for the fielders either. You know, the batsmen are out there, they've got pads on, thigh pads on, gloves on, helmets on, so they're pretty sort of sheltered from the biting cold out there. But it's not been a day to field and bowl, particularly when you've seen what's happened where you haven't had anything to encourage you.
I think that's fair to say, and though obviously Kent fans will be thinking perhaps a little bit well, not exactly crestfallen, but sobered up by that first session. Kent have absolutely bounced on the field for this second session. Tawanda Mieye and Daniel Bell Drummond and Jordan Cox have been wrestling each other as they came out, and almost literally running circles each other like puppies. So they've certainly got the wind in their sails, no pun intended. Jordan Cox is bouncing up and down on the spot now at second slip, clapping his hand. Ollie Robinson too. Jordan Cox, it has to be said, he's one of those. I mean, teams usually have a couple, don't they? But Cox will not shut up at second slip and will be bouncy all the way through. So that's what Kent needs, certainly. Looks like it's going to be Jackson Bird from the Hayes close end then, bowling round the wicket to Alistair Cook. This one's not as quick as he was bowling this morning, just outside the off stump. Reading his biography, and I haven't seen I'm not sure if I've seen much, if anything, of Jackson Bird bowled live before. Not express pace is in his biography, but he was pretty lively, I thought, this morning. But just not finding the deliveries to threaten Mr. Cook and Nick Brown. Cook is 29, Brown 48. Resuming this second session. Here's Bird to Cook, pushes it straight back at the bowler. Neat take by Bird on his follow through, reaches the left hand down and it sticks in the paw. Throws it immediately to I think it's Nathan Gilchrist for shining duties. Kent have 2 slips and a gully. Looks like it's Mayeye and Cox at 1 and 2 next to wicketkeeper Robinson. Compton is at gully. Daniel Bell Drummond at point. Is that Denley at cover? Looks like it as Bird bowls round the wicket. Cut away. 1 bounce to Daniel Bell Drummond at a point by Alistair Cook. Then mid on, mid off, Darren Stevens. He's basically just hugging himself at the moment. He's got his hands underneath his armpits, trying to keep warm. I'm not going to mention anything about his age there. It's just a cool day out there, so we'll put it down to that. Everyone trying to compose themselves. But a good spell actually this morning, Darren Stevens, after being hit for a couple of 4s in his first over. Went 3 maidens after that and did test these batsmen a little bit. This one pushed into the onside by Alistair Cook going deep in his crease. No great threat. Nathan Gilchrist underarms it to him.
I guess the Kent players bounce out after the interval as well, because they've had a little bit of time in the warm. They've had a chance to recalibrate. They want to get out and get warmed up as well, but also they're saying, look, these batsmen have got to reset themselves once again. 1 wicket might bring 2, and then it just makes it look a bit more of an even game and what we might have hoped for from the first couple of hours of play.
Here's Bird round the wickets to Cook and defends it very near his front pad, and that might have just been bat and pad as it came to the ball. Jackson Bird with head in hands, a bit of a call from the slip cordon as well. And there's no run. But Matt Walker was Kent head coach, of course, former Essex batsman as well, saying to us, back to the Division 1 cricket. You can't have bad games. You can't sometimes even have bad sessions in Division 1 cricket against these good sides. And I think all the team aware, I'm sure all the teams across the country are aware that this is a tough test. Ball pushed back past Bird up to mid-on. Stevens fields, end of the over. A maiden to start the afternoon. Bird has none for 23, 9 overs and 4 maidens. It's BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent's commentary of Essex against Kent here at Captaincy Cricket. Every ball of every competitive game brought to you with Glenn Spello, with Matt Cole and Don Topley waiting the winnings like the fine seam bowler he was. He's limbering up. He'll be on about 2 o'clock for a second spell or third spell today, bringing you all sorts of wisdom.
Just seeing who's going to open the bowling from this end after lunch. Yes, Matt Milnes, who's very tidily 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16.
Actually, I think it's going to. Sorry, there. It looks like Quinn.
Yeah, it's got Milnes on the board.
Yeah,
but it's. That is, yes.
I can see why you might think that, because that's what they said.
Yes, and the board, as you look at the pitch rather than the board, it is Matt Quinn, whose figures don't look quite as tidy, but he's in around the wicket now and bowling to Nick Brown, who pushes into the onside. They think about a single, but Brown sends Cook back. There's no run, 86 without loss. Matt Quinn, who knows this ground very well, made his way across from New Zealand to here. As mentioned, he picked up quite a bad back injury at one point. It's just kept him out, but was always a very reliable performer when he came into the side, and joined Kent on loan initially, didn't he, before making the move permanent. So he's not had to move too far. He's now tossing the ball from hand to hand, then very deliberately places it in that right hand, just checking the seam position as well as he comes in slightly crouched in and bowling to Brown, who thinks about a quick single to the offside, but 3 Kent fielders and the bowler converge on the ball, and there's no run once again. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, and kentcricket at gmail.com, I think, if you want to email Matt as well. throughout the rest of the day and indeed the rest of the game.
Brad's just done that, asking, is this the youngest cordon in the county championship? Ollie Robinson standing, well, Jackson Bird's in there, but when Ollie Robinson was standing beside Dewanda Miyeye and Jordan Cox, that's a pretty good call. All in their early 20s.
This next one from Brown is angled out into the offside, but there's no run once again, picked up by the man at backward point. For Kent it might be, we're going through the average age of the Sussex side a bit earlier on. It's probably 22, 23, but for Kent it could well be. But you said the word at lunchtime, Matt, when we were chatting about the revolution that's going on at Sussex. And at the end of last season they bloodied so many young players, and they're hoping in years to come that's going to pay dividends.
Yeah. It's fascinating from the outside.
Here's Quinn once again in and bowling to Nick Brown. Fuller delivery this time, and Brown pushes it into the onside for no run once again.
I mean, it's a bold thing to do from a county point of view, isn't it? And because as much as cricket fans would love to think that it's going to, their team is going to be chock full of homegrown products, when you change to try and do that with a lot of young players and you don't get the success, then, well, we sports fans are fickle, aren't we? If you don't win games, suddenly what looks like it was a revolution 1 minute is a disaster the next. But we'll see.
Patience and sports fans are not words that go together.
No,
Quinn
quite.
runs through the crease this time and aborts that delivery.
I can remember certainly times at Kent when the side back in the mid 2000s, which was had a number of Colpack players in, very, very fine players indeed. There were a lot of moaning about how Kent's young players couldn't get in the team, and then when finances suffered about a decade later and they were packed full of young players and weren't winning games, well.
Quinn is met with the firm straight bat of Nick Brown once again for no run, 86 without loss. I guess as a fan, you pay your money. You want to see you know that you're not guaranteed to see your team win. But if you're said, look, in 2 or 3 years' time this will pay dividends, you might think, well, in 2 or 3 years' time I'll come back and pay my money then, and I'll wait in the meantime. But loyal members and loyal supporters aren't like that. More so in cricket, you would say, where a lot of people are there to see the game rather than support their team as fervently as maybe other sports do. Here's Quinn in once again, and Brown again just drops the bat on that for no run. End of the over, the second after the lunch break, 86 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, as I'm saying, I'm not accusing fans of being over fickle, because that's the way sport works, isn't it? At heart, you want your team to win, and you want those days, those wonderful days, and there's all sorts of, as I said, expectation even before the start of the season that can be dashed quickly, and the roller coaster of emotions is really what makes sport works, isn't it? If we were all completely even-tempered about it, sport wouldn't be much of a thing, would it? So, I suppose, as much as we try and be sensible, Matt Quinn's having a chat with some of the fans in the stand just to our right here, as Bird bowls to Cook. It's just a little defensive nudge forward, and there's no run. Matt Quinn's an affable sort of fellow, isn't he? He's come down here to his fine leg position. He's spotted a couple of Kent or Essex fans that he may be just one of those cricketers that will just chat to anyone that shouts at him. So
if you're fielding in the deep, make friends with the crowd so they don't give you a stick just in case.
That's very sensible. I hadn't thought about it that way. So Bird turns on the Hayes close end, round the wicket to Alistair Cook. It's that nudge forward again, but he's just closed the face a little bit on the bat, and it's gone out towards square leg, and he's got himself 2 runs, gliding him almost imperceptibly on his innings, 31 from 93. That's the measure of the man, is it? Alistair Cook, he's not ever been the most flamboyant player, but before you know it, he's the runs are just ticking over. He's finding the gaps, a bit like Joe Root. Or you would say probably vice versa, given the fantastic example he set opening the year batting for England. And Alistair Cook turns it down, opens the batting for Essex for a single to his former colleague Matt Quinn, fields, and they move on to 89 for none Essex, 48 for Brown, 32 for Cook. And I don't think we're overreaching, but again, these first 2 overs, I've not seen anything coming down from the Kent bowlers that Cook and Brown have been overly shocked or hurried, surprised by at this point.
And these two players, they complement each other as well, but they do play very similarly in trying to accumulate runs.
As Bird bowls to Brown. He's just maybe straightened up a little bit on that one. I think he's trying to work it through mid-wicket, and it's gone straight back at the bowler. Perhaps just had to adjust the bat as it came to him, and Bird had a little stare and went back. We've not seen any chuntering from Jackson Bird. I don't know if he is one to get in the batsman's ear, but
he's Australian.
Oh yes. As it goes with the territory.
Sorry if that seems like a sweeping generalisation.
He might be used to it, put it that way, as part of his working day. Through to the wicket keeper, outside the off stump from Bird. Good length, but also comfortable leave by Nick Brown.
I mean, Don might know one, but I don't know many Australian players who just go, "Oh yeah, well played, mate. Yeah, you carry on. Yeah, well, I'm not going to trouble you for the rest of the day. We'll just all have a nice game."
Who are the quiet ones?
Do they exist? I'm not sure they do. Don, he's racking his brains now.
It's not the way they play their cricket, I guess, just generally. So here's Bird, aforementioned Australian, bowls now to Brown. Brown nudges it off the pad, down towards fine leg. Another single taken, that line coming round the wicket. Gives the left hander the opportunity to get the bat round it. Little glance, single run taken, end of the over, 4 off it. Essex 90 for none. Steady as she goes for them, 86 for none at lunch. 4 runs off this over. Maiden from Bird in his first back. But 49 for Brown now. On the brink, Glenn Speller.
Be a great way for him to start the season, wouldn't it? Every batsman, I would expect, goes out at the start of the season knowing what the conditions are going to be like. Just saying, look, if I can get some runs on the board opening game of the season, then I've done really well, because we know they're going to be bowler-friendly conditions. But here's an opportunity then for Nick Brown. 49 not out, facing up to his former colleague Matt Quinn. He's in now, and Brown is not going to be rushed, not going to be hurried. Plays defensively for no run. 90 without loss, the Essex score. 32 to Cook, 49 to Brown. Brown's taken on the more senior role. A lot earlier this morning than Cook. Very few plays and misses from either of these two. And Kent searching for something here as Quinn turns. Slightly crouched approach as he comes in, then straightens into delivery stride, which he promptly then runs straight through the crease and doesn't deliver the ball as the wind picks up yet again. It must be so annoying for bowlers. You get in there and a massive gust of wind just takes you completely out of your stride, and Quinn has to adjust once again and go to the back of his run.
Yeah, you can hear it gusting through the room here, the trees around the ground being severely agitated by it. Flags flying high.
Here he is again then, Matt Quinn into Nick Brown, and Brown pushes defensively out to the offside. Again, there's no run. A short extra cover comes in to collect. Saw that so many times this morning, didn't we? There was one where Matt Milnes just stood there for about 90 seconds. He's like, I'm not bowling until the wind drops.
He's just bracing himself against it, wasn't he?
He was leaning into it. It's dry, but that's probably about all you can say about it. We did have some rain earlier on this morning, but they played through it because it was just in the wind rather than affecting anything too greatly. Here's Quinn in again. Looks like he's got some strapping on his left ankle. Into Brown, who pushes back to the bowler, who fields and his follow through. He's got some dark strapping on that left ankle, Matt Quinn, which is the foot he lands on when he goes through the crease. So maybe just a little bit of more support for the New Zealander. In his 6th over now, none for 18 are his figures so far. Did struggle in his opening couple of overs, but seems to have found some consistency with his line and length. As here's Quinn once again into Brown, and Brown trying to work that one into the onside as a shout for a LBW, but again it's right arm around the wicket and Brown aiming into the onside, so it was always a hopeful shout more than anything else.
Just looking across the forecast the next couple of days, it does look quite similar to today, but I suppose the wind will be an issue. It doesn't look like it's going to be as windy tomorrow.
I think Saturday and Sunday look okay.
Yeah,
they look sunny with a bit of cloud Here's Quinn in again, bowling to Brown, and Brown pushes it out to the offside, the man at forward point this time, and there's no run once again, and that is the end of the over, although everyone seems to be looking at each other, no one seems to be moving, and the square leg umpire goes back because he realises that his partner at the other end is still standing there talking to Sir Alistair Cook. So it's not the end of the over, 90 without loss.
Certainly one to come, absolutely.
Yeah, it is 5.5 gone. As the cloud just creeps in a little bit blocking the sun out momentarily. Here's Quinn into Brown, again just pushing to the onside this time, and there's no run once again. That is the end of the over, 33 gone now, and Essex are 90 without loss.
Yeah, it's Daniel Bell-Drummond has the benefit of Nick Cook's wisdom, I think, throughout this game, because he's fielding at square leg or occasionally at point. Find out a lot about life, I'm sure. It's Bird going back to his spot. Again, Daniel's a very affable bloke, so I'm sure they're getting on like a house on fire. So Bird does go back to his mark. Actually, Daniel's going to break off during this over, I think, to do an update. So should I do the first couple of balls? We'll
yeah, go on, let's give it a whirl.
We'll see what happens. This is a wicket, I'll be off like a shot. Here's a Bird to Alistair Cook, drives it back at Bird, and there's no run as he fields off his own bowling. He's keeping it very straight and attempted to straight drive by Cook. Doesn't get past the bowler. He's not taking any risks either. He's not absolutely thundering at that, Alistair Cook. Just playing it gently back at the bowler, very assured. Full face of the bat. Here's Bird then to bowl to Cook. Cook settles on that one, deflects it into the offside, fielded by Matt Milnes. And there's no run. So pretty sedate progress, I suppose, since it's lunchtime. 86 for none they were then. 20 minutes since they now just added 4, but no great need for them to accelerate here. Just crease occupation for these two.
It's not unlike the start to play this morning, really, is it?
No, that's a good point. I'm just trying to see off whatever vim and vigour these bowlers have after their lunch, and as Cook up on his toes there, back foot, little punch up towards mid-on, fielded by Darren Stevens, hurls it to Robinson, who rushes in to take the ball just above the stumps, and there is they said no run on that one. Bird number 27 so far, the Aussie making his debut for Kent, as Mark Steckedy will be for Essex as well. Down to bat at 9, is he? And obviously his bowling will be mainly what the patrons here will be concerned with. As Bird comes round the wicket to Cook. Just dabs down on that one into the offside again, and there's no run. Actually, have we stuck it? Is there 2 balls to go? I thought maybe they were just...
yes, there are 2 to go.
Thank you very much. Actually, I should vacate this seat or I'll get into all sorts of trouble. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of Glenn Speller and Don Topley.
Thank you, Matt. Matt will return once he's done his update for the listeners at BBC Radio Kent. And in the meantime, we'll bring Don in. He just adjusts various bits and pieces, and we plug Don into various things as well. Jackson Bird continues from this haze close end, and bowling to us now, and Cook gets an outside edge to that one, but along the ground it goes, and they just come through for the single. 91 without loss is the score for Essex, as we welcome Don back, and all very sedate again for Essex, Don.
It is, yes. Yeah, it really is. I mean, they've batted watchfully again. Kent have bowled okay. There's not a lot of gremlins in the wicket.
Here's Bird to complete this over then, in and bowling to Nick Brown, and Brown's pushing out to the offside, and there's no run there either. It's just a single off that over. 34 gone now here. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and the app, and via the club streams as well. 91 without loss.
I seem to remember the game against Worcestershire. Was that our first game last year, which was plenty of runs against plenty of runs? and that it was more or less a one innings game last year. I think that was played fairly central. Might not have been on this very wicket, but it was played on one of these one-day wickets from last year. If my memory serves me right, all the way back to last April 2021 against Worcestershire. Libby batted forever and a day, didn't he? He was almost on the park for the whole game. As it's going to be Matt Quinn comes in from the River End. He bowls a little too straight at Sir Alistair Cook, who nibbles it around the corner down to short fine leg, where he takes a quick single. The batsmen rotate. Score moves to 92 for no wicket. We're in the 35th over. Sir Alistair Cook has 49 and Nick Brown 34. Is that right?
Other way round.
No, other way round. They've got it on the scoreboard.
It's wrong over there, yes. Yeah, the board over near the pavilion is wrong.
Why is it wrong on the pavilion scoreboard there? Anyway, Quinn's in, he bowls, and this drags Brown forward. Brown is on 49 and plays it up to mid-on where there is no run. Strange that the scoreboard to our right beside the pavilion is wrong.
The board went off this morning. When it came back on, it was exactly the same situation over there. That board always seems to be one ball behind as well. But yeah, they've got the two batsmen scores juxtaposed against each other.
If you were Nick Brown, or you'd be miffed looking at that scoreboard, wouldn't you? Quinn round the wicket, driven down the ground for 1, 2. The gentle applause is for his 50, and they're going to pull it up just before the boundary in front of us. And they take the 2 runs, which allows Nick Brown to raise his bat to the crowd, which he does both with his left hand and then his right hand to the various segments of this Cloudfm County Cricket Ground. So he's got himself a nice little half century just after lunch, 94 without loss. Nick Brown and 51 not out. In comes a bouncer from the Kiwi, the Matt Quinn, formerly of this parish. He bowls a decent bouncer, which it was very short, and Nick Brown just avoids it very easily. Glenn, it's not really a quick wicket. Will it get a little quicker in the next day or so? It might. But it looks a pretty benign wicket at the moment.
It's the lack of movement, isn't it, which is really done for Kent.
Yes, it's too cold to swing. Matt Quinn round the wicket, bowls. This is cut straight to Daniel Bell Drummond at backward point, who saves 4 runs.
He's livid, Nick Brown, as well.
Yeah,
because that's rung straight out of the middle, either side of Daniel Bell Drummond, and that's rocketing away for 4 runs.
Yeah, great bit of fielding. Saves the bowler's blushes. Really does lift the bowling when you see a decent bit of fielding on such a cold day. This is very reminiscent of my teaching days, Glenn, today, because when you're asking the kids to go out and play cricket in weather like this, Quinn's in bowls, and a dead bat, a forward defensive played by Nick Brown to complete the end of the over, 94 for no wicket. The kids, you'd be sympathetic, saying to the lads, gosh, look, the weather will get better, honestly, I promise you. But they're out there, and you can hide in the pavilion a bit next to a radiator. But do you know what probably the best place is on a day like this, Glenn Speller? Is probably to be the batsman, because you've got pads on, you've got a thigh pad on, you've got gloves. It's warmer than the fielders. That's
the thing. They won't be bothered by the wind, will they? Because it's not getting in their ears. They've got the helmets on, and nothing. As you say, nice and warm. As coming in from the Hayes close end is Jackson Bird once again, angled behind square on the offside, but there's no run from Sir Alistair Cook's bat, and he just continues to go along. 34 not out from 101 deliveries. Typical Alistair Cook innings so far. If the ball's there to be put away, it's there to be put away. If there's a run to be nudged here and there, he'll take it. If not, I'm going to sell my wicket as hard as possible.
For Kent, in last year, where they top Division 3, I think it was, at the end of the season.
This next one from Bird has Cook pushing forward defensively for no run.
Looking at the wickets, Darren Stevens was the leading wicket taker with 39 at 18. Remarkable that. And then Milnes took 32 at 21.5. Gilchrist 30 at 20.6. Matt Quinn took 18 at 22.
Bird building up down the slope from the Hayes close end into Cook again, who plays from the crease to the onside for no run, 94 without loss, halfway through Jackson Bird's 12th over.
Grant Stewart took 17 and Harry Podmore 12. Basically that's where the runs were, where the wickets were shared out. In terms of the runs, well, they were very much shared out. I mean, Harry Fincher only played the 1 game, 2 innings. He scored a ton, having been released by Sussex. The leading wicket run scorer last season for them was Jack Leaning.
Bird's in again, and Cook driving this time straight down to the Hayes close boundary for 4 runs. It's merely accompanied down there as it just gathered pace, and he picks up a nicely struck 4 runs. Does Alistair Cook. He goes to 38 and the score to 98 without loss in the 36th over.
In terms of centuries for Essex last year, well, Lawrence made 104 50s, Wesley 300s and 150, Walter made 4 50s, Alistair Cook made 2 and 2, Nick Brown made 1 century and 4 half centuries.
Bird's in again, and Cook pushes back to the bowler, and there is no run.
And then a whole host of batsmen made 2, or Ryan Tenduscarter made 3 half centuries. So there were 4 centuries last year, and my word, wouldn't these guys be pleased or bite your hand off if you said you might be in chance of a century later today.
Yeah, Tom Wesley was in good form last season, wasn't he? Skippering Essex. Nick Brown will hope that he can go on from his 51 not out so far as well here, with this opening pair just a couple short now of 3 figures between them. As Bird comes in to complete his 12th over, he's in and bowling to Cook, who gets something on that, and it dribbles down to fine leg. I think Robinson's got a bit of a glove on it, and they'll come through for a single leg bye. It is, so Essex go to 99 without loss, Cook on 38, Brown on 51, and Don will be joined in a few moments' time by Matt.
One, it comes back. So Essex, here is the decent crowd here at Chelmsford have recognised partnership in the 37th.
John, yeah, going well for Essex here, isn't it?
It's quite a 9 wicket, not too much movement, but not too much swing. Quinn wicket where there is no run on both sides. Generally speaking, there was just a 1 beneath the retirement.
Have been made to work very hard for any sort of fight from these 2, are they? Just gliding along at the moment.
Cook play on the front. For no run.
There, I really should have brought.
We all look, we hit that age, haven't we?
Not no. Perhaps.
Went in the front foot, yeah, yeah. The ideas of a single for Alan the 37th over.
So not from a and had the site best. Yeah.
Oh,
So I remember 40 yes. Well, that's what it is then. So it's very special, or had a particular kind of site. No.
I remember the day I had to go. I remember actually vividly. I took a party of school children. And evening on, we sat behind a goal, and I was fine with the action. I'll come back to this. Macron bowls and plays on the front foot, but it was when the ball went on the goal, and I genuinely went on the other penalty area. Should better go and have it. I don't need an artist. I play cricket. I can see. I have 90 glasses. Plays on a decent ball. Win to complete the end of the third. No run, for no wicket. So my specialist and had these tests. I thought it was pretty good, but I did find, for especially common, all the lads wear caps. They're all wearing the difficult to identify. So I started to commentate at night. Actually, older, there was a war watching cricket. The West Indies, England. Anytime now I watch cricket from the back.
It's coming too bored if you're sitting smug. To this, you're under the age. It's so great in ping. All your dishes everywhere you go. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyway, here's Gilchrist. From the Hayes close then, close delivering Brown. This is an mid-off.
Two slips in a whitish gully. So you put the extra man into the ring on the offside, really. But is that the third man from Realm City? No,
Gilchrist do delivery, good one from Gilchrist, but
he's third before the day. He's the only one to know.
But yeah, not,
Yeah, I think so.
I'll take your word for that. Look at this. I'll put it in a second, but yeah, that's the one. Equaliser on top. Yeah.
That's a good ball. That's a good ball. He left it down, but there's something cheap or it's movement, but it's taken the defender's facing and he's taking it on his right hand, not behind the eye line at all here, but
Still cross more. And not no ball, he's having trouble with his footing now.
you were talking about earlier that the difficult directions. You really go up from the river with yourself from the end. You run and at the last minute when the umpire stands, you go mess you up with your
but drive from it's time to stop at mid-off. I think he did take enormous amounts of effort just to take the ball.
I'm not suggesting he's doing it on purpose, but if you use this particular over, there's also a little bit further where the batsman are that's good.
Yeah.
That's good, boy, isn't it?
Or start the line left through to
That was much better, that delivery. Rather than pitch up drive ball. But intentionally trying to bowl. So and being a bit wary of where his feet are landing.
anyways, he bowls to Brown up to mid-on this time to down. No, a good length delivery. Off to second. They think very over 103 for Cook. Left out to the off stump again. In two, no balls. Stand at 6. On the toss this morning, and put Essex into batting with. Dave's one thing I said about the kids. The 2000 and a number of African boys did, didn't they? He was saying these could be associated with the bleakest period recently, or perhaps one or two party at the crop of top across Miguel Cummins. Some of those players was Brian McLaren, Andrew Hall, was South Africans over very, very good quality cricketers and success. Take one day and the Colbeck sign is happening.
Comes Queen to the offside. Falling as to Cook, who's literally on the track again. He will take the up and the longest pass filters to the Tom Pearson. He can race the run, moving on to 100. No wicket. Shot by Cook. Drive pitting upon single. Sun's out now in the front box. It is brings in down through to the leg side.
Of course, the European Union are all rules overseas signings.
The only one was Worrell. Dan Worrell, previously of Gloucester, really overseas player, somehow done his qualified for Surrey, Australian citizenship. And then played into the left side. Good delivery. And Cook doesn't get a run. Nothing that one.
Don't.
Was it married? Obviously, Gloucestershire. He's not here just yet. Overseas player, the isn't here yet. This is a decent delivery. Up and played out. Well numbered at back. Good delivery. Why is he not here? Sorry, am I allowed to ask that question?
The South Africa coming up and getting settled effectively. That Crawley expect
over the to over the wicket now. Ball plays with the full face of the bat. No plays with a dead bat. Yes, decent delivery. 100.
it looks a very good signing. Spinner South Africans as well.
Is he here for the whole summer? I've seen him play nice in some white. I've watched him in a couple of years ago. Quick, immaculate delivery, immaculate pace, and the end of the third. Essex were put into that having lost to 107.
The head really later, I suppose, in left. They back to a real front line spinner.
Are they alone?
Joe Denley last year than any other Kent spinner on the side. But you're right, they're not alone.
Chris is not here. Yeah, I mean,
Basic Yorkshire. Yeah.
When we talk about trade, what an amazing what.
The skill with balls continues balls. Well, the ball more to the total ground boost.
Yes,
That's fine. Yeah, 40. Yeah,
the
just need the rhythm. Don't surf and give across. It's free delivery.
I like that. We've seen Green Ball bounce. I'm quite happy with that. Very short. You know, they see it so early. It just keeps the batsman. It just doesn't keep London.
So here is Gilchrist. Up that way. A good one-handed stop there. Bruno, beg your pardon. I thought about trying to come up with that. That will be 4 runs. Sounds like a flimsy excuse. Here, but I think I'm to got it. Past 4 runs. Moves to 57 and 42 for Alistair. Between these two, exactly what they on this first day of the county championship season. Then, when he did a reply to Brown, ball legged.
First time I've seen Gil. It's just been hit before. Listen, there's something to. Is he got a bit of an injury? Or?
The 13. He had a pretty bad side injury last year. Was full length to be that one wraps the back, but stifled appeal. Again, as on those back clubs, so you're not on the third for very long, but an injury.
Very much remember.
Run. Gilchrist. It's going very well indeed. Yes, on this online commentary. Spin up. I'm going to look at I'm taking a wicket.
Right, 113 for no wicket. The was very busy with punters support going out for lunch into town, which is very convenient here. Just behind us in the commentary box, called Parkway, into town, restaurants and big restaurants actually. The shops that frequent. Now from the platform of Nottinghamshire opening at the top tidily this morning. I'm going to check on the bowling figures actually of Kent. Darren Stevens. Keepers back to the right leg side. Darren Stevens bowls. Was that I'm not convinced. At last by Sir Alistair. 113 shining at mid. Aaron Stevens bowling up. Immaculate forward defence. And to the side there is no. Right, I said the bowling figures are. They can't go Bird, 12 overs, 4 millions, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 25. Stevens is on his 6 overs, 0. The leg side of his legs. They share a joke to comes down to the striker's end, and Essex collect that. So Stevens has bowled 3 overs for 9 and Quinn 9 overs. The big bowlers up now has been Milnes. We shall see. From the very bowls. This is played off the now to the offside. There is no run. Blue sky around, no chance of any rain. But I don't know if the wind not quite as gusty. Stevens is in. This is on the pad, goes into the leg side, but sorry, Brown does the bowl that there is no run. Videos or streaming service still seem the flag is not driven into the leg side, a little too straight. He walked through a single to complete the end of the 45. 150 for no wicket. Look, Hampshire. Well, Hampshire it's up to 102 for 5. Hildreth 55 not in the fixture between 3 Gloucestershire are. Is not out and Warwickshire have not got any more wickets, sorry, for 1. So it's going to be Gilchrist to Brown, battle off, wait, from Nick Brown, or to Premier later in the season. Right, the footing is done by, I think it's down in Division 2, 8 for 4 against Leicestershire, Worcestershire, and Sussex 120, and Cook into the offside field. Straight back to the captain with it is no runner. Speller, Matt Cole. The very first day of the county championship season. Pleasure to bring live cricket coverage. Every ball on the BBC online. This is played into the offside by Brown. Receives a dot ball. Lunch at Chelmsford 20. Kent will be happy to create pressure. In outside off stump, good to pace, but the score was now in between clouds. Just a little bit cold, looks lovely.
Is possible, but yes, but you know, make predictions and hopes.
Bouncer from my man through to the keeper. As I say, I like that. Well, but
in it certainly, but yeah.
Things might happen a little bit. I'm not convinced it's going to rag. We played Worcestershire last year. When Gilchrist in bowled Cook. 42nd over the score. No,
Far from an exact art, is it?
management.
Good to know the alchemy in it. Waterman.
Stuart Kevison, who had to have the netting area is in front of Frank Woolley's standing areas. Don't know any others elsewhere, do you? They've got nets out back. Or are they artificial nets?
Artificial nets.
As Stevens comes in, gently down to fine leg where there is a fielder. As well, but there is one run to 416 for no wicket. But Stuart Kelly, when the square gets covered, the whole place gets covered. It gets on the square very rarely. The whole square, including the netting areas. Stevens, reports. Not allowed to use saliva today. I think that this time he bowls and a decent movement of leg or feet forward. He knows the pace of Darren's team. Come forward. He'll have enough time to go back if in the game. Short paces, balls driven down the ground, forward is no run.
I didn't quite get the rationale behind
Just think that, yeah, that's right.
when it was and then
Hygiene, personally.
Yeah.
If I run through the dot ball, I see no sweat. You can use sweat. You can't use saliva. That post-COVID, it is
The big rule changes. I'll leave that for a sec.
driven into the offside. Stevens will be happy that he's bowling to his field. There is no run, and Sir Alistair Cook will face the next over. 116 for no wicket.
Is what follows being caught out, of course, with the batsman crossing now making no difference at all. So
you
and that's in all forms, I guess,
always
isn't it?
bowl to the incoming batsman.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, it takes an element out of the game, I suppose, almost like the sacrifice fly in baseball is that certainly to the end of one-day games or T20 games, that actually becomes a
Tactic.
exactly a tactic to you're safe if you put the ball in the air. You know perhaps the batsman that you want on strike is going to be on the strike, whether it gets caught or not. So,
Very good point, that, Matt. Yeah.
but we'll see.
Incoming batsman suddenly under a little bit more pressure.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, bowlers will love it, won't they? I presume
Yes.
they want to get at the new batsman.
A rule in favour of the bowler. My word.
I'm sure when they realise that, Ton,
They'll change it.
Now you've said it, they'll change it back. So Gilchrist will bowl to Cook. Oh, just dabs it
Well
next to his
bowled.
stumps there. Very close indeed, and a little shuffle back almost from Alistair Cook there, but yeah, it was deep in his crease as well, Don. Decent
Yes.
delivery.
Yeah, it was probably the nearest chance of getting a wicket today. That was, wasn't it? There's been no drop catches, no edges. I think that's probably the nearest to a dismissal
Yeah, Gilchrist is working up a head of steam from the.
in the 43rd, 44th over.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a long time. Essex 116 for none, 58 for Brown, 44 for Cook. Here is Gilchrist as the clouds go over the sun again. Defended. No run. Alistair Cook, of course, with 26 on his back. His number, Kent's jumpers not betraying their numbers at the moment.
When if at tea time or if it's tonight, and Kent come off in a slightly tired, forlorn after their first day, and I'm not suggesting they won't pick up any wickets. One can bring two can bring three, but they must remember what happened in the championship fixture on a similar wicket to last year when Essex played and hosted Worcestershire.
Drive by Alistair Cook. It'll be 4 runs. Beautiful cover drive all the way along the ground. Absolutely no risk and a lot of reward. 4 runs for him. He goes on to 48. Closing on yet another 50 in his career. 120 for none, Essex.
Yeah, he scored 2 centuries and 2 50s last year. He'll be chuffed to start the season off like this.
Just say, just generally, how nice it is to have the 2 divisions of the county championship back. From a personal point of view, obviously people might differ out there in terms of the
conference.
the conference system as well. Yeah.
I got it written somewhere. Let me just check, and we can chat about that a little bit.
Indeed so. He's round the wicket comes Gilchrist into the offside, and there's no run.
In the conference system last year, Essex came 4th in the Group 1. That
Yeah.
was with Notts, Warwick, Durham, Essex, Worcester and Derby. They came 4th. Kent came 5th in Group 3 in the sides with Lancashire, Yorkshire, Glamorgan, Northants, Kent and Sussex. So you ended up in Division 3, Super September, and Essex ended up in Division 2. We both were winners of our
Indeed so.
respective
Yeah.
divisions.
Kent won their last 4 games, in fact, having not won a county championship game before that. So that one just kept low through to Gully, fielded by Ben Compton.
Tell me about that then. You won those last 4.
Yes. But that was good fun from a Kent point of view.
Did you bat well? Did you bowl well? Was there collapses in the opposition? What was the sort of feeling about Division 3 where you won Division 3?
I think to be frank with Kent's early season did stutter against some good sides, and also this one just jammed the bat down that with the ground, I think, a little bit. Yorker length delivery from Cook has pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run from Gilchrist. End of the over, 4 off it. 120 for none, 48 for Cook, 58 for Brown. They had an awful lot of injuries, Kent, as well, which hampered them at key times. But they just got on a roll, and I think playing the likes of Derbyshire and Leicestershire, they were better than those sides. I think it's fair to say, clearly better than them. The last game against Middlesex was an absolute thriller. They won it by 2 wickets, and that was a showdown for the coveted Division 3 title. There wasn't a trophy for it in the end. I think I'm right in saying,
wasn't there?
Because if there was, they'd probably be keeping it forever, wouldn't they? But
Stevens is in, outside off stump, left alone, through to the keeper, well wide of off stump. That is 8-dot ball.
We have
Essex,
the photos to remind us, though, Don, of that triumphant moment.
Listen, you played for something. That I think that was quite important, actually. Essex didn't get through. They're good enough to get through to Division 1 last year, but there was a table that I used to go on about. Not everyone knew about this table, but I used to get updated about it. Brown comes forward, plays and smothers all over the ball on the front foot. There is a dot ball. It wasn't the table, and Essex topped it. It was the drop catches table, and it cost them dearly. Really did. To not get into Division 1, because honestly I don't believe Warwickshire were the best side as county champions, but they won Super September. As Stevens bowls, it goes through to the keeper. There is dot ball. Warwickshire are not qualified to get, but Warwickshire played very well and were the best side in the county championship last year. But it cost Essex drop catches to get into Division 1. This time Cook cuts, and it's well fielded by that man Daniel Bell Drummond, who does field very well at backward pointer or square point. He does save some runs, diving goalkeeper-esque.
Gets a hug from Jordan Cox for his award. There we are.
The bowler will be dead chuffed. Dead chuffed.
Stopping 4 there.
Good leader. Good leader is Daniel Bell Drummond. Lovely, lovely lad. Stevens is in from the river end. This time it's driven into the offside, where it is equally well fielded by, is that Milnes?
I think it should be Milnes.
Cover.
It is, yeah, you're right.
Cover. So 2 bits of very good fielding in the very cold. That should really beef up Darren Stevens, because they could have cost him some runs. Stevens turns, slightly angled run up, in he comes. Not really a sprint, played into the leg side, goes down to fine leg for a single, which allows Nick Brown to keep the strike. He's gone for just the 1 run. Bit of decent fielding has certainly been economical for Darren Stevens there. The score after that over, which was the 45th over, 120 without loss.
Yes, so from the 3 conference system back to 2 divisions. I guess interested in what our listeners think of that, of the perfect line-up of divisions for championship cricket is, whether it should have been 3 divisions of promotion and relegation, or this 10-8 split, or I know some people would like to go back to 18 counties in 1 division, but I don't think that's ever going to happen.
You haven't mentioned it.
Or
8 and 10.
Or 8 and 10, yes, of course.
That's my favoured. That's my favoured.
So Gilchrist bowls to Brown, just closes the face round the corner to Daniel Bell Drummond, who fields, but it's a single into the wide open spaces on the leg side, and they move on to 122 for non-Essex.
Division 1, when we had 8 and 10, I don't want to go down the route of thinking or potentially what might happen next year, the following year, or whatever. Listen, there are far better,
9
more
conferences of 2.
qualified people. 9 conferences of 2. All played in the summer. We are only joking, listeners, please. You no need to write in. If you do want to write in to Ben Watts.
Indeed. You can feel them at home.
Gilchrist, in.
Sorry, that's, yes, my ball, isn't it?
It's your ball,
He's
isn't it?
driven into the offside and Milnes Fields. But yes, your thoughts, sorry. 10v8, 8v10, we don't know what's going to happen in the future.
No.
It could even change before the end of the season. But
For
all
me,
notwithstanding.
For me,
Yeah.
when we had 8 and 10, the first division was of high quality. Every game was an event. Every game was a competitive 4-day match. And we did have 14 games, another 7 teams in your 8-team division, hence 14 games.
Gilchrist round the wicket then to Cook. I think he was trying to cut that. It ended up forward of square though. It's a bit of a scuff by Mr. Cook, a rare one, no run.
Can I mention something here about Sir Alistair Cook?
Of course.
We've just watched him since you and me have been on air, and he's had an inside edge. He's one nearly dragged onto the stumps. He's going through a phase here where Kent have dried up the runs. He's the great Sir Alistair Cook, immense batsman.
Gilchrist bowls to him now and pushed forward by Cook, trying to get forward and up towards, just runs it up to mid-on, no run.
And I bet you he'll be thinking, as he would with any coach who will be thinking, right, you've battled hard, you're now going through a phase of your innings where you're mistiming it or things are not quite happening, they've dried the runs up. This is where you've got to battle. You've got to battle and make sure you carry on. So go back into your shell, make sure your technique's right, start again and battle again.
Gilchrist bowls to him now. Ooh, that's just low up towards gully there, but kept it low with soft hands, and there's no run. But you're right, Gilchrist is doing a reasonable job at this end as well. Just trying to see this spell away. 48 for him. Brown has 60. Just going back to the 2 divisions, I can see it both ways. The rationale behind 10 in the top division is,
go on,
if you do get relegated, there's a good chance of getting back up, I suppose. Also makes it more competitive. I think there's a thought that some teams might get cut off.
Marooned.
Yes, absolutely marooned. That's exactly the word I was looking for. Thank you. I was going to say becalmed, but no, marooned's the right word. That's a really good ball by Nathan Gilchrist, coming back a little bit at
good over
at Alistair Cook at the with the final delivery. Just one off it, 122 for none. But yes, I think that's the thought, isn't it, that you could become marooned in the bottom division with only 2 going up for 10. So the balance is, we think there are probably, I mean, I'm putting words in the ECB's mouth here, which is a very dangerous thing to be doing, but we think there are probably 10, maybe 12 really, really good quality sides and outliers as well, the other 6 who will have good and bad seasons, etc. Let's make it easier for them not to get marooned in Division 2. Discuss.
And of course, there is another option as Darren Stevens comes in. This time Brown comes on the front foot, push drives up to mid-off, there is no run.
Also, it makes the top division more unpredictable, in that you could go from being 3rd in midsummer to getting relegated on the last day of the season with a couple of results, I suppose. Is that the rationale? I think that's roughly it. Whereas it's not so much jeopardy if it's in the 2nd division.
Stevens in, driven into the leg side off the front foot, there is no run. Brown really looking to come on the front foot at all possibilities here when Darren Stevens is bowling. The other option is 3 divisions of 6 where you play 10 games, play the other 5 teams in your division home and away, and importantly start those games a little easier into the summer. We wouldn't be playing on the 7th of April, and that is another dot ball. All very quiet, all very planned by Kent. Essex have got to cope with this it's not exactly pressure, it's just scoreboard pressure, because they're not increasing the run. So listen, Essex could attack a little more, they could, but there would be risk versus reward. They do not want to lose wickets here. Driven out to mid off, there is no run. Darren Stevens doing a good job here, and he's bowled 4 dot balls. Yeah, 3 divisions of 6, but on merit. And of course you could easily become marooned in Division 3. Will there be stigma attached to Division 3? But you play more in the summer. Darren Stevens bowls, that's the 5th ball of the over, another dot ball.
Got agreement from Dave here, at least on that, kentcricket@gmail.com. Interesting discussion. Cricket needs to be played in the summer, he says. This is one of the 2 games for Easter, for pity's sake. Let's have 9 and 9, all suggested 8 and 10, sensible scheduling of fixtures. Games in April and late September. Pointless as spectacles, he says, and this is a spectator sport. I'm actually quite enjoying it, Dave, despite, again, not taking a wicket. But
Stevens aborts. Wynn gets hold of him there. Keeper's lost his cap. It's gone down to fine leg almost.
Oh, somebody else has lost their cap. Is that Matt Quinn? He's just waved his away.
He's got rid of it.
He's given up on that.
No, he's gone to get it. The umpire says go and get it. Yeah, wouldn't that be a nightmare if that happened, eh? If the cap gets hit at halfway to the boundary, penalty runs. Sort of old-fashioned Kent caps these, as opposed to the Australian baggied style caps, which Derbyshire traditionally use. One more run as it goes down to fine leg, and Nick Brown collects another. He moves on to 61. A typical leg glance, just a little nice shuffle across, glance down to fine leg to bring up the 123rd run of this partnership and of this innings.
Same with the Kent caps, they fade, and we say this every season, they fade from a dark blue to a sort of, you can see the players to a brownish colour.
They do, don't they?
So, which actually helps in player identification as well, because you know that the players have been with Kent just a couple of seasons because they're a dark blue, whereas Darren Stevens is now, his cap is more like, I was going to say, a pale beige colour at the very least, but he's not wearing one at the moment.
When you said dark brown, that might be a bit too close to your neighbours.
Well, that's true, but they are. You can see them fading 1 or 2 through to the wicketkeeper, left by Brown. This ball from
Bell Drummonds in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, isn't it? It's a brown colour. Looks a bit like a.
Do we mention your neighbours?
No, I can't say the name of the county, but it's not Essex. It's not that bad. It's not that fierce a rivalry, he says.
Oh, there was back in my day. Seriously, really was.
Round the wicket comes Gilchrist to effort ball that one to Brown. Gets on the front foot and defends. No run.
We used to call you the Red Hats and the Brown Hatters. And, Kent, I'm going back to the 80s. Ellison, Marsh, Cowdrey. Richard Davies, I was lucky enough to play against Underwood Knott, Johnson, and
as Gilchrist bowls outside the off stump again. Brown, I think, on length there. No run.
Richard Ellison. Gosh.
Final round.
Taylor.
Yeah.
Neil Taylor. Some cracking cricketers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hartley Lane. Eldine Baptiste.
A golden age for Kent, certainly during the 70s, wasn't it? And,
it was. I did the scoreboard at Canterbury in those days.
Did you?
I did, yes.
Flicked down the leg side by Brown. That's going to be 4 runs all the way. From the pace of Gilchrist, who just slaps one hand into the other with disappointment. Just straying down there. And it's been a rare boundary in the last few overs. Kent kept it pretty tight, but 127 for none. 65 now, Brown. 48 for Alistair Cook.
Yeah, they've done well. This boundary has sort of released a little bit of pressure. I don't want to describe it as turgid. This is what Kent have got to do, and Essex have got to accept and respect that to keep surviving. And as we've said, Alistair Cook has had it quite difficult, and he would be using his experience to say start again. He was in the 40s for a long period of time.
It's Gilchrist 2 Brown leaves it outside the off stump, and there is no run. As you say, just trying to build that pressure. There's not much coming from the pitch to trying to build it in the batsman's mind.
No. Essex will be hoping this wicket gets a bit quicker, and with the traffic over day 1, day 2, day 3, they hope that perhaps this wicket will become a little more uneven, perhaps by day 4, with the totals on the board.
Last ball of the 48th over, little punch into the onside, up towards mid-on from a good length delivery. Nick Brown, very little back lift, but didn't need it either. It's fielded at mid-on, and there is no run. 127 for none. It comes more or less to 3 o'clock. I'll go off for an update for BBC Radio Kent and leave you with Don Topley and Glenn Speller.
Thank you, Matt. Sun's out. A couple of our cherished supporters have lost their caps. I just noticed 1 or 2 fell down with the wind there from the Tom Pearce stand. Hearty souls today. Brilliant crowd. I wouldn't like to guess, but I'm going to suggest 1,200, maybe just a bit more. Excellent crowd. Darren Stevens in plays and misses, does Sir Alistair Cook as it goes through. Probably we've seen 12 deliveries of being played and missed today. That's about it. No drop catches.
Had a couple of good emails come in to bbcscricket@gmail.com, which we'll get to in a few moments' time.
Stevens, away from us, aborts the run-up.
Phil on the email says, I like the fact England players wear their Test, ODI and T20 cap numbers on their shirts. I think it'd be good if counties did so too. I've worked out the numbers for Essex today's 3 debutants are numbers 527, 528 and 529. TD Topley is number 369 first class and 53 list A.
Really?
As Stevens aborts once again. Yeah, Phil's worked it out. I've included everyone who's played, not just those awarded their county cap.
Oh, right. Phil. Sorry, yeah. I think...
So so you would be a lot earlier than the list than 369 then, wouldn't you, if it was...
If it's cap players...
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I'm either 111 cap player or my son is 111. One of us. I saw a tie the other day which has got it embroidered on it. As this is driven out to mid-on where there is no run.
It's good though, isn't it?
It is.
It's quite nice just to have that just a little embroidered on your shirt or something.
Well, as you know, I have a son that's played for...
Is he any good?
He's played for 4 counties: Essex, Hampshire, Surrey and Sussex. So he obviously likes tracksuits, doesn't he? So we've got an array of caps with numbers on them as this is driven into the leg side. At home we've got some memorabilia with those recognised numbers as you just highlighted.
I just think it's a nice touch, isn't it? Because it's just unique to you.
As an LBW shout, and I was slightly interested. It's hit him on the front foot. He did get away forward, but it's been not given. And I think in a nice way, Darren Stevens has said something to his great mate and veteran colleague, that is Sir Alistair Cook. He's got the hands on his hips, the teapot on. That was the first genuine shout of the day, was it? Am I right or wrong?
That was the first. There've been a couple of strangled, but yeah, that's the first genuine one. He's got a smile on his face.
49th over. And he aborts. He aborts as he goes past, probably in disgust of the umpire, Paul Pollard, but didn't say anything. But listen, there was a shout and it was fair enough. But it was not out. In he comes, head into the wind. Against it, he bowls, driven into the leg side, of which Cook takes a single, played out to deep square leg for 1 run.
First run for a while from Sir Alistair.
Having a little look. It was a good shout, maybe just outside off stump. If it would have been a test match, it probably would have ended up being umpire's call, thus not out. But it was a good shout. Darren Stevens in, he bowls. This is driven into the offside. Is that going to be a single? No. It was sort of cut off quickly by the incoming cover, but it went straight to mid off, and there is the end of an over. Just the 1 run scored. No, it's not the end of. Yes, it is the end of the over. 1 run from it. Essex have now made 128 for no wicket, and we're about to have the 50th over of the day.
Here's Steve on the email. Says, quick question for Don or the others who want to comment. When players who used to be in your side go to other counties, a la Matt Quinn, how do you respond to them when you play them next? Have you any amusing, interesting anecdotes from the past? Essex doing well, moving relatively serenely against bowling which doesn't seem to have that much bite or variation, says Steve. Nick Brown looking pretty good for his nice first season 50. Sir Chef looking reasonably okay, but not as good as we've seen. Hopefully this will bed in for something impressive. I'm predicting 260 to 290 for less than 4 wickets by the end of the day, he says. A change of bowling at the Hayes close end. Looks like Matt Milnes to me. Could be wrong.
Yes, no, you're right.
Yeah, it is Matt Milnes who's going to have a go from the Hayes close end once again.
Yeah, interesting question. These guys know each other pretty well, really. Someone like Matt Quinn, and don't forget Matt Walker, the coach, Tender Scarter. They will know each player quite well. You probably try and help them lose their concentration on the park, but the silly fun days and away trips.
Is in, and it's just pushed back to him on the follow through by Sir Alistair Cook. Yeah, I mean, even if you play for opposite counties, like you're around on the circuit all the time, so you get to know each other, I guess, don't you? Anyway,
there'll be lots of mates for life. Yeah. There really will. There'll be more mates for life. There'll be the odd enemy that you might not give the time of day. They're very infrequent, that, but generally speaking, there'll be good humour, nice humour, and taking the mickey a little bit. So that's the only way to get under the skin.
Milnes in from the distance of the Hayes close end into Sir Alistair Cook, who pushes that one just in front of square on the onside, and he'll come through for a couple of runs here, and he will join Nick Brown in going to his first 50 of the season. He's had to be patient, nudged, nurdled, accumulated, and put away the bad ball when required. Very, very patient, solid in defence. One genuine play and miss from him today. Essex are 130 without loss, and the former England captain has 51.
Off 140 balls, and I'll tell you what, it's taken him a while to get through the 40s, and if he gets a decent score here at Chelmsford Glen, he will, one of the good questions I would ask him is, it was hard work through the 40s, you had to battle, didn't you?
Kent did really well actually to dry the runs up. Milnes is in again to Cook, who just reverts to type and pushes defensively out to the offside. You were mentioning in commentary with Matt, it was deliberate from Kent, just drying the runs up, restricting the shot opportunities for Essex and the shot variations, and they've done a good job of that, but the fact is these two are so well set.
They are. Try and, it's an obvious phrase, bore him into submission.
I don't think you can do that to Cook.
No, that's right. That's right. But he showed you, for any kid watching, how to start again.
Milnes is into Cook, who's pushing up to mid-off for no run.
He lost
130 without loss.
He lost a bit of rhythm. He lost a bit of, well, not form, but he just couldn't find attacking shots or to hit the middle of the bat during his 40s. It was difficult, so he had to start again, and he had to remind himself that you've done the hard work, don't give it away, carry on, start again, and battle. And he for any young batsman, and there are lots here on show, you had to start again when he was in the 40s.
Well, he's facing up to Matt Milnes once again, and he plays at that one. Goes out the outside the offside, goes past the outside edge, and it's taken by Robinson, and there's no run. And I don't think I'm mistaken. I think there was. Normally you expect something understated from him when he reaches a half century, but there was a little bit more flamboyance about the recognition of him to his teammates up on the balcony as well, so he'll realise it's been a good start, and it's the start he would have wanted, having signed that new 2-year contract in the winter.
Yeah. Very much so.
In again. Up and bowling to Cook, who just jabs down on that one into the onside, and there's no run once again. And that is, it is the end of the over. The square leg umpire is just doing something, fiddling around with something, and looks up and says, "Oh, is that the end of the over? Then okay, fine." 130 without loss is the score. Jez in Banbury on the emails says, "First up, really enjoying the return of county cricket coverage. Lovely to have you back on a cold April day. However, I really wanted to make comment on the structure through the season. I really don't see why we shouldn't go back to how it used to be done, i.e. all formats of cricket to be played all season long. County Championship matches start on a Monday, play for 4 days. T20, the 100 to be played on Friday and Saturdays. T20 May, June, July. The 100 July, August, September. 50 over 1 day, as he says, to be played on a Sunday. Call it the Sunday League, perhaps. It worked back in the day. Well, that's how you used to play. You played the championship game, and you played the same opposition in the Sunday League, didn't you?
We did. We also played 2 3-day games and a Sunday. But hang on, we were always playing on empty, and the Professional Cricket Association, our union, will have something to say, because it was great. It was great, but you just couldn't play 6-7 days a week, and that's part of the problem. You have to consider players. Bob Willis, bless his cotton socks, was a cracking bowler for England, but some suggest he didn't always try. He couldn't always try because he was absolutely shattered playing for Warwickshire. So look, we've moved away from yesteryear. We've got a spin bowler on. It's going to be Mayeye of Eastbourne College, courtesy of Zimbabwe. He's bowling his right arm off spin around the wicket to the left-handed Nick Brown. There's a dot ball into the leg side. He bowls his second ball. This is a decent ball. They take a quick single to the vacant square leg. There is no one saving one. There is a man back on the boundary, but no one saving one, so Essex get their 131st run. Tickled into the leg side. No spin. Manipulated.
Yeah, thanks for your email, Jez. I mean, I grew up in the period that I think you're describing there, but
it was great.
The world moves on. And you used to have the B&H group zonal games, didn't you, as well?
That might work, you know. Mayeye bowls. This is driven into the offside, where there is a boundary fielder in front of the pavilion on the long offside boundary. Opens the face of the bat. They take a single. Does Cook 131 for no wicket.
I mean, you'd have the Test match, wouldn't you, which may have then had the rest day, which I'll come back to in a second.
Mayeye around the wicket, bowls, driven into the offside there. It's fielded on his follow through. There is no run. No, it's an okay over. No response from the finger spinner. Right arm off break. But he hasn't bowled any mooses yet. Comes in, bowls. Another decent ball. No run.
And so you'd have the rest day, and then the players would come back, and ordinarily they'd be on telly after the Test match playing a NatWest game or a B&H game, wouldn't they? Straight back with their counties, but those days are long gone.
This time, given a bit more air, it's driven into the offside. It goes through the gap out to the boundary fielder towards the pavilion. On the offside there is the 1 run. So I think that's 2 runs off the over. As it's now 131 for no wicket, and the first over was the 51st over of the innings today.
Thanks to Ron for his email as well, just obviously referring to the real sad loss of Shane Warne a few weeks ago now. And Ron says, I still haven't fully come to terms with the loss of the great Shane Warne. It doesn't seem real. Does any of the team have any anecdotes or interactions with him? More on that in a moment. To me, says Ron, he's the greatest ever cricketer I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. He was genuinely disappointed he never got a wicket with every ball. When I mentioned this to him one day at Essex, he said that was exactly his attitude. He said, to me, as a bowler, you had to believe you get a wicket with every ball. He will be sorely missed, says Ron. More on that in a moment, but Milnes is going to continue from the Hayes close end with Essex 133 without loss. He's into Brown. That gets up under the armpit of Brown, but he turns it behind square and comes back for a couple of comfortable runs. 135 without loss. I was really taken aback when I heard that news, because we'd lost Rod Marsh, hadn't we?
We had
a couple of days before that, and I was like, well, no, Rod Marsh is the cricketer who's passed away, and it was Shane Warne. I have one anecdote which doesn't involve me, but involves another member of the BBC Essex cricket commentary team, which is Dick Davis. which is when Australia came here, and it was the year, was it Jefferson and Cook got the runs here, and Australia put out a really strong team as Milnes comes in and bowls to Brown, who plays defensively for no run, and Australia put out a really strong team. Cook and the ground was heaving, and Dick Davis had been given some bits and pieces by some of his friends saying, would you be able to get these signed, do you think? And Shane Warne wasn't playing for Australia that day, but he was here, and he was sat at the back of the team bus in the car park, and Dick sort of knocked on the coach door, and the coach driver came to the door. What do you want? He said, well, I was just wondering if you might. He said, oh no, he won't have time for that. He can't do that. He's got to go for some fitness work in a few moments' time. As Milnes comes in again, and Brown's playing that wide of mid-on. They'll certainly pick up a couple here. Might be a third on the throw. No, it's a good chase down there, and they pick up 2 runs, 137 without loss. So Dick was like, oh well, okay, fine. And you just heard this voice go, what's up, mate? I won't do the Australian accent. It was Shane Warne who'd come to the front of the bus. He said, what's up? And Dick said, well, I was just hoping, but I understand you're quite busy, and you've got some. No, of course I'll do that. Of course I'll sign that. And he stood there for about 10-15 minutes having a chat, signing the bits and pieces that Dick had been asked by his friends if he could possibly get a couple of the players to sign, and just stood there for 10 or 15 minutes having a good old chat with him. So it's always nice to hear things like that. 137 without loss is the Essex score, as Milnes is in and bowling to Brown, and Brown drives beautifully dead straight past the bowler. Don't think it'll quite reach the Hayes close boundary, and indeed it won't, and for that shot he picks up a couple of runs. 139 without loss, and Brown goes to 73.
Super shot there, check drive, just pushed down the ground and took the 2. Good shot, nothing really wrong with the ball, just a good shot. No, that's a lovely story. Have you either of you two gentlemen saw the state funeral, state memorial?
I did see.
Oh, how
fantastic.
Wonderful was that?
Yeah. Milnes is in, bowling to Brown. He just ducks under. Well, it doesn't really need to duck. It was a tennis ball bouncer, and there's no run.
It got me.
Yeah.
I thought it was powerful. From his father, his brother, Nasser, Merv. I mean, there's an Essex connection there with Alan Border, Merv and Nasser. I mean, I obviously know those 3 incredibly well. Border captained me here on a few games. Merv I know really well from his time here, and obviously Nasser. To know those 3 so well, talk about him like that. I thought they were brilliant. I thought the whole event was stunningly. It was great to watch.
That's a bouncer, which Brown ducks under. That is the end of the over. 139 without loss. Yes, he was. You got the feeling he engendered everything that Australians and Australian cricket was about, and did a wonderful job there as well. But as I say, I think it's going to take a long time for the world of cricket to come to terms with that. Good afternoon to Benji on the email, bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. Says it's great to have the county season back and being able to listen to BBC Essex and our friends at BBC Radio Kent. Says I'm slightly disappointed by Essex's team selection. I feel that only one of Rossington and Wheater should be in the team, and where are all the young Essex batsmen, Cushy, Rymel and Pepper? Thanks for the commentary, he says. I guess the answer to that, and you'll have your own thoughts, Don, is they'll get their opportunity.
They will. Look, I want to be careful with what I say. We had the COVID season a couple of years ago, and they were introduced there when the standard of county cricket, where there were no Colpacks or overseas, that year of as Miae bowls and brings Cook forward, there is no run. He respects a good off-spinner's delivery. He's in again, round the wicket, this time again, another decent delivery, respecting the young off-spinner's delivery. I think everybody accepts that, was it 2020, the COVID year, where we had 5 conferences and lots of people, there were lots of easy runs, no overseas here, no Colpacks. The county cricket was of an average quality, to be brutally honest. Another dot ball. I think the standard of Division 1 this year will be a lot higher than last year's conferences. This time it's played into the offside, where they take a single into the vacant cover. Remember last year, the first 10 games were played in a conference league. So you had a mixture of Division 1, maybe Division 1 and 2 and some Division 2s. There were plenty of mismatches last year and in 2020. This year there won't be mismatches unless you're a poor side. This is Division 1 and Division 2, another dot ball into the leg side. Mayeye comes in, bowls, this is cut into the offside, played off the back foot. They take a single as it goes all the way out to the boundary fielder square of the wicket for the last ball of the over. 1 run to Essex and the score moves to 141 for no wicket. So I don't want to be critical, but my observation is the conference system offers a lot less competitive cricket, some mismatches, so may I quietly suggest that that's why those youngsters did so well in the opportunity. The standard this year will be a little bit more brutal. Have I said that well, Glenn?
I think what you've put in there is that last year was part of their development, and maybe they still need to develop before being thrust into the mix of, I wish we would, for want of a better term, proper First Division cricket. And as we know, there's the 50 over competition to come later this summer, and we know, I'm sure the same will happen for Kent at some point, that Essex are going to be shorn of players due to the 100 and international calls, as Milnes continues from the Hayes close end, in and bowling to Nick Brown, just pushes into the onside for no run. He's got 74, Cook's got 53, Essex are 141 without loss, and remind you, Kent won the toss. End of this over, we'll bring Matt back in just for a short stint before tea, shall we, Don? You was time to take a breather.
Okay.
Just at the end of this over. But we had an emailer early on saying Essex 260 to 290 for fewer than 4 wickets fallen at the close. Well, at the moment Kent's searching for this breakthrough, and there didn't seem a lot from the spinner either of Mayeye. As Milnes turns, comes into Brown, looking for this breakthrough. He's in now, and Brown just works that into the onside. No run once again. The cloud just scuds across the sun, so blocks out the sunlight momentarily here. Good sized crowd, we've mentioned it a few times this already today, what a good sized crowd it is in, despite the weather conditions. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, or at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter if you want to do it that way, and also Kent Cricket at gmail.com, the ways to get in touch with us today. Here's Milnes in once again, and Brown pushes forward defensively, and the bowler does the fielding in the follow through. A little bit of news elsewhere today is that Ryan Sidebottom, who's joined Derbyshire, isn't he, on loan?
That's not the Ryan Sidebottom, it's the Warwickshire Ryan Sidebottom. He's gone on loan from Warwickshire to Derbyshire and is injured, and so Derbyshire have to bring a 12th man. It looks like it could be the end of Sidebottom's game. Oh, no!
Yeah, not to be mistaken with the other Ryan Sidebottom, of course. It's Milnes is in again.
God, how unlucky is that?
For no run. He would have seen that as a good opportunity to get out and play some cricket. Just having a rain has stopped play. Surrey against Warwickshire. Surrey 123 for 2. Burns 41 and Patel 75. The men out. Amler yet to score. Has been joined by Pope, who's got 6 there. Also in Division 1. The county champions there, Warwickshire, from last season. Hampshire against Somerset. Somerset staging a recovery, 151 for 6 as Milnes comes in, and Brown driving up to mid-off. He won't pick up anything from that either. And Gloucestershire 36 for 3 against Northants. They're off again there. They've had so many rain delays at Wantage Road today, but we've got through unharmed and unfettered so far. It's just got the feel at the moment of a game which is waiting for something to happen, even at this early stage, because Essex are so well set, and Kent searching for something while also trying to dry up the runs. Milnes is in, and that's a bouncer, and Brown just ducks under it. That is the end of the over. 54 gone in this innings now, and Essex are 141 without loss. So we'll say farewell to Don until after tea. He can take a well-earned breather. And Matt will come back in once again. Matt was talking about how energetic the Kent players looked when they came back out after the lunch interval. They'd been out of the wind for 40 minutes, had a chance to reset things, think things over, think about the way they were going to break this Essex opening stand. And so far, they haven't come up with the answer as to how they're going to do it. Admittedly, not aided by a pitch, which, although the bounce is true and firm, there's no movement or anything else to offer the bowlers. And this is the first time we've seen spin today. The third over from Tawanda Mayeye, none for 5 so far. False start as he prepares to come in and bowl to Sir Alistair. Matt's back with us.
He's bowled okay, hasn't he? Fairly sprightly, swift for a spinner. Giving it some air though. Ball to Cook, pushes forward, there's no run. Round the wicket, Key comes once again and just nudged into the onside. There'll be a comfortable single for Alistair Cook to come through for his 54th run of his innings. 74 for Brown so far. Essex 141 for none.
You probably just heard us putting in our tea and coffee order to Don as well.
Very kindly going making the hot drinks. Rocks back in his crease there, does Brown, and cuts away. There's a good shot, quick hands through it. Once he manoeuvred himself into place, and Danny Bell Drummond chases down to backward point, and they will come through for. They just make. Yeah, it was 2 runs there for Brown. He's on to 74 now. Mayeye just conceding some runs here. Beg your pardon, he's on to 76, I think. The scores haven't quite caught up. It's next on to dot ball as he tries again to work it into the onside past Jackson Bird, who's fielding at mid-wicket now for Kent. But 2 overs, none for 5 to start with Mayeye. This one's a flatter delivery, slightly quicker, but on the back foot again. Brown gets a good bat on it, out towards the offside, Gilchrist field, and it's a single out towards extra cover. And I've rather lost track of the how many runs have come off this over. My apologies, the scoreboard has stalled. Oh, good delivery that from Mayeye. Just for a moment, Alistair Cook looked like he might play that onto his stumps, but none of it. He's managed to survive, and that small alarm, and they are coasting along. Essex still 141 for none at the beginning of that over. I'm thinking there were 5 from that over, so I think we're at 146 for none.
Yeah, the scoreboards have stopped. Evidently they've had enough. Maybe the wind's got to them as well.
So apologies, listeners. I looked up, I think, after ball 3 when a couple of runs had come already, and assumed that those were already in the score of 141 for none, but they're not. That was the score at the beginning of the over. Bear with us.
Right, well, I've got 144 without loss with 2 balls of that over to go. That's the last I had. So
I think we're at 146. Would that be about right?
Sounds right, doesn't it? But they'll catch up. Have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again? Or as engineers in the BBC say, try a system reset.
System reset?
Yes, system. What, you mean turn it off and turn it on again?
Yes,
that's what I mean. Okay.
Never use 2 simple words when you can use 5 more complex ones, I say.
Well, I know this is Milnes, continuing from the Hayes close end, around the wicket to Nick Brown, who pushes in front of square on the onside for no run.
Yeah, Bell Drummond fields there.
The other meaning, have you tried a system reset? Bang it on the side is the other thing. That's the other
Bang
system
on the side.
reset. Yeah. Tried shaking it. Well, is that advisable? Is that in the BBC manual somewhere? Yes, at the back somewhere in the small print. Okay. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent with you at the County Ground in Chelmsford.
It was 145 for none at the end of that over. There we have the official count.
Milnes is into Brown, and Brown just angling that one down in the ground and stopped by Gully on the bounce. It was always going down from Brown. Yeah, so 145 without loss.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. So yeah, 4 off the over from Mayeye, not 5. I miscounted there, and that's why they shouldn't let me score. None for 9 off 3.
Bright sunshine burning into the box at the moment, but that wind's still very, very strong, but it's nice to have a little bit of warmth on the face. Milnes is into Brown, and Brown just pushes defensively out to the offside, and again there's no run, and that's the job that if Kent don't take a wicket in this session, they can come back out and say, look, we really dried the runs up for Essex here, we didn't let them, they haven't got away from us.
Yeah, the run rates at about 2.6 and over at the moment across the board, which is...
Yeah, it was just over 3 up to lunch.
Yeah.
About 3.3, I think it was, something like that. So they've done a good job. Mills in the distance, in the shady part of the ground at the moment, the Hayes close end. He'll come into the sunlight now as he bowls to Nick Brown, and Brown just stands up in the crease and plays defensively back down the pitch for no run. 77 not out to Nick Brown. Such a good servant for Essex. Another one signed a new contract.
These two experienced enough to know, aren't they? As Dawn was saying before, Alistair Cook went through a bit of a scratchy period a few overs ago, and no runs coming off it, but they're experienced enough to know that you could see this out, and you've made a great start already. Great platform for your side, 145 for none, and you can take this on to a really big score.
Milnes is in again, fourth ball of this over. It's a bouncer which Brown does have to get underneath this time, because it didn't get up quite as high as I think either bowler or batsman were expecting. It almost grazed his shoulder as it went through.
Yeah, it's going to be limbo time there for a second. Wasn't it? Get very low indeed. There isn't much bounce in this pitch, and these bowlers toiling for what effect they can get out of it. But I said, from what these two are doing, it certainly doesn't look like the ball is moving very much in the air or off the pitch, does it, in terms of stretching them? But they've done well. They've stayed patient for long periods of time. Where Kent have drive that runs up.
Milnes round the wicket still to Brown, and Brown a little bit more expansive with that one, but it comes off the toe end of the bat and it's fielded at mid-on for no run. End of the over, 145 without loss, with 56 overs gone now. Thanks to Lily for her email, bbcscricket@gmail.com. Says, good afternoon Glenn, Matt and Don. So Alistair Cook and Nick Brown batting really well. Essex well set. Kent needs some wickets. You can come and do our job if you want, Lily. I'm enjoying the great commentary. I'm looking forward to my county Yorkshire starting their season next week, says Lily, in Malton in North Yorkshire. We were talking a little bit earlier on, Lily, about Yorkshire being latecomers to the party, only invited for the evening, that sort of thing. But Yorkshire getting their campaign underway. So much change at that county over the winter, and a former Essex man, Darren Goff, now at the top of the tree up there at Headingley. And it's all gone a little bit quiet here at the moment, and a change of bowling at this River End. And it looks like, is that Matt Quinn coming back on? It is Matt Quinn coming back on, Matt.
Yes. There was this whole thing.
So Matt Quinn to return. Right arm around the wicket from this River End / City End. He's bowling to Alistair Cook, and that's just pushed back up to mid-on, and there is no run. Matt's disappeared off to update the fair people of Kent. Not great news for him to report at the moment. bbcscricket@gmail.com if you want to email, at bbcssport on the Twitter, and kentcricket@gmail.com. They're the ways to get in contact with us over the course of the next 4 days. Here's Quinn in and bowling, and that's again met with a straight bat of Cook, and there's no run once again. So we are at 3:31 p.m. and Essex are the only side currently batting in the county championship yet to lose a wicket this season. Let's hope that doesn't result in a wicket going down from an Essex perspective. It's not the kind of thing you expect on the opening day of the county season either, for a team to go through almost 2 sessions without losing a wicket. Quinn's ready again. Alistair Cook isn't, as a massive gust of wind shoots across the ground and unsteadies everybody momentarily. Here's Quinn in. That's short, pulled away by Cook, but he'll only get the one for it. It's gone straight to the man at backward square leg on the fence, and they come through for the single. 146 without loss. Brings Nick Brown down onto strike. And that wind has just got up once again. It's looking to see if you can't see the floodlights wavering at all around the county ground, but everything else is moving left, right and centre, including people sat in their seats who are by no means safe. Here's Quinn in and bowling, and Brown just covers up from the crease, and there's no run. He's stood firm throughout the day so far. Struck the first runs of the new season for Essex, struck the first boundary of the season for Essex, made the first 50 of the season for Essex. They're Nick Brown's landmarks so far today. Somerset 158 for 7 now against Hampshire. That's a good recovery though from Somerset, who were 5 down very, very early on in the day against Hampshire, who they know all about from years gone by. Here's Quinn over the wicket now to Brown, who just follows that one with the bat and pushes it out defensively again for no run. Stephen Eskenazi has runs for Middlesex today as well. That's in Division 2 though. Middlesex up against Derbyshire. Middlesex 195 for 1, 196 for 1. Eskenazi's just gone to a century. Josh Takares is there on 78 as well. As Quinn is around the wicket now to Brown, trying to mix things up here, and Brown just lets that one go through. And that's the end of the over. 146 without loss is the Essex score here. They were put in by Kent after Kent had won the toss. 3 debutants for the Essex side, but none of them have been involved so far. They've watched 2 staunch members of the old guard, if you want, for Essex dictate things on this opening day, and they're very comfortable at the moment. 146 without loss. So the first century of the season is Stephen Eskenazi for Middlesex. Elsewhere in Division 2, Sussex 171 for 4 against Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan 153 for 4 against Durham, but rain has stopped play there, and they still haven't got underway between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. Frustratingly now, no play before tea because of a wet outfield. Still no play between Warwickshire and Surrey though, since Surrey had got to 123 for 2. And Matt's back with us.
Indeed so. Milnes from the ace close end, bundling in now to Alistair Cook. 2 slips at a gully in front of him. Just turns it into the onside, clips it to is that Bird? I think it is at a mid wicket. Really is. I think the wind's got back up again now, hasn't it? Daniel Bell Drummond has actually tried and failed to pick up Ben Compton's cap there as it flew past him. So, and Bell Drummond's pretty good in the field. So it's a real tester. Yeah, just as an indication, Compton was not involved in fielding there. He's on a different side of the wicket. That hasn't stopped his cap from coming off. So really gusty across the ground here. Milnes to Cook, just rocks back on his back foot and then tries to play forward. Actually, Yorker length delivery, good one from Milnes, who just puts a hand to his head in frustration as it's blocked out towards the onside. Something has just gone flying across the seats in front of us. I think it was a crisp packet or similar. No dangerous projectile, but always give credit to the supporters that come in these April conditions and watch day in, day out. Perhaps a lot of them are former Arctic explorers in their working lives. Very doughty indeed. Milnes to Cook. This is a short ball, a slower one as well, and Cook actually aborts going through with the whole stroke and pats it down with the bottom end of the bat, just a couple of yards away from him. So good short delivery that one from Matt Milnes, and Cook certainly thought about taking it on, but just halted the stroke halfway through. Just allowed it to hit the bat and ricochet harmlessly to ground on the onside. Joe Denley with throws it back to Matt Milnes. Brief word with the Kent bowler. Again, running with purpose in towards Alistair Cook, who defends it away into the offside. Mieye fields to Robinson, back out to Daniel Bell Drummond, who actually bowls the ball up to Jackson Bird, which seemed like a nice idea. I think it almost hit the Australian's shins. And an apology from Bell Drummond. It's I see what's happened here.
We've got a through draft. Don's come back with a tea and coffee run. I think he may have gone Colombia to get the coffee, and possibly Ceylon or Sri Lanka to get the tea. But as he opened the door, the gust of wind blew everything around the box.
Wonderful and much appreciated though. Ball into the onside from Milnes to Cook.
Thank you, Don.
As I saved my tea there, apologies for the break in service, but there's a dot ball
Let's get the priorities. Don's working on one leg virtually at the moment. He's got a big boot on his right foot at the moment, so he's hobbling around. But yeah.
But he'll be fit for the game next week. Is that right?
Yeah.
He'll be. So you're right. Fitness test. Oh, he's hedging his bets. There we go. As a long piece of plastic sheeting flies into one of the trees at the Hayes Close end. Now with a long tail on it, like a comet. The ball is pushed back past the bowler.
Another cap's gone.
Oh, another cap has come off. Well, Joe Denley made the mistake of going to retrieve the ball, and with that his cap's come off.
A little bit of easier fielding there from Mieye with the cap than Daniel Bell-Drummond had a few moments ago. He gave it the long barrier as well, Mieye. He went down like he was fielding the ball properly, like you taught in school.
I think he'd seen what the trouble Bell-Drummond got in just diving vainly at whoever it was, Ben Compton's cap there. Darren Stevens has got the snood on. He's now doing a sort of invisible man job there, or the entirely bandaged man with the white snood going up above his nose there, and just the cap on the top there, bracing himself against the wind. I think what we're trying to say is it's windy out there.
Yeah, this is one where the fielders will not be disappointed to get back to the hotel later this evening and get out of the wind.
You'll feel it, certainly, yeah. As you say, the ears will be aching.
Matt Quinn's going to continue from the river end. None for 26 from his 10 overs so far. He's right arm over the wicket, and Brown goes to duck out of that one, and it hits him on the upper arm, the fleshy part of the upper arm, and they come through for a single. He was playing a shot in that he was trying to take evasive action, so he wasn't just standing there, so they'll allow that to go through. It'll count as a leg by.
Looks like there was a little question from Matt Quinn, just a quick one back to the umpire to ask him if he played a shot to that. But yeah, you're right, it's gone through for one.
And he's back on his mark now. Mid-off at the moment, he's down on his haunches. And if you get as low as you can, you avoid the worst of the wind, don't you?
What it is.
Here's Quinn in and bowling to Cook. That's short, pulled away. He's got the toe end of the bat on it though, Cook. He was aiming behind square. It's gone in front on the onside, and they come through for a single. He's gone to 56, 148 without loss.
Yeah, Denley's been around the block a few times now, hasn't he? And so he knows to get low in the wind there. Always a grimace as he turned back to us there, hands behind his back. But I'm sure they'd be enjoying themselves a lot more if they'd taken 8 wickets by this point. But yeah, certainly striving for this first pole, as they called it, in the wind.
Just a change in field and the onside now. They've brought a man up on the edge of the square at mid-wicket. And a slightly straighter mid-wicket as well. And a false start from Quinn, not for the first time today. But he is ready to get things going once again. The Kiwi, he's in and bowling to Brown, who just angles that one down to long leg, and they come through for another single. The score moves to 149 without loss, which will start begging the questions. What's the highest opening stand for Essex on the opening day of a season, and all sorts of things like that. Well, when there's been a northwesterly wind and the team you've been playing is Kent. And
well, a good friend Philip Bailey's been in touch. He's behind the database at Cricket Archive, so comes up with some fantastic stats. The last time Kent conceded 100 opening stand in the opening championship innings of the season against Hampshire in 1990, so this sets a 30-year precedent. Congratulations at Essex for breaking that, I guess.
It's not one I think Kent will be high-fiving when they get back into the changing
No, I
room,
said it's more a compliment to Essex than anything, isn't it?
Here's Quinn into Cook. Cook's let that one go through for no run. Only the one slip as well now for Kent in as we head up towards the tea interval. Essex still the only side yet to lose a wicket on the opening day of the season.
Fair play.
Apart from Worcestershire, who aren't playing.
If one was going to be a pedant, we'd add that.
Well, so, yes. Start putting little asterisks by things. Quinn, ball back in hand, round the wicket this time to Cook. Slower delivery, and Cook spots it and just plays defensively in front of the pads, and there's no run. 149 without loss, and when they put their heads on the pillow last night, Messrs Cook and Brown, it like Christmas Eve for county cricketers looking forward to the start of the new season. And well, how's the opening day going to go? Well, if we're batting first, it might be tough to get through, might be a struggle. I might not still be batting in the final over before tea. But if we are batting first, it'd be good to get some runs. Well, they've both got runs, and they're both still batting in the final over before tea. Here's Quinn. In and bowling to Cook. Short again, and Cook, almost tennis racket style, pulls up one away, down to long leg, and they come up with a single, and that's the 150 up for Essex in the 59th over. In fact, exactly with 59 overs elapsed, Essex 150 without loss, 78 to Brown, 56 to Cook, and I think we've got one more to go before tea.
They'll run it, I think, to 64. They'll run it to 64 overs,
64,
I believe.
okay, because of the 32 overs, yes.
Yeah,
okay.
To the session, so this might be a slightly longer session, certainly. It looks like Grant Stewart snuck on as 12th man for Kent. Didn't see who went off, but yeah. Phil's got a lovely story about Shane Warne. You asked any listeners for Phil on the emails, kencricket@gmail.com, saying your Essex colleagues were talking about the generosity of the late great Shane Warne. He says, I always recall an occasion before a Kent-Hampshire match where Warne was bowling in the nets with Hampshire about to bat. Dean Headley wandered down with a couple of young kids who are apparently local club leg spinners for them to meet the great man. Clearly unplanned, not only did he shake their hands and sign autographs, but then proceeded to spend a good 20 minutes bowling as Milnes bowls to Cook. Defensive shot. Clearly unplanned, it says, not only did Warne shake their hands and sign autographs, he then proceeded to spend a good 20 minutes bowling with them and giving them tips. I can only imagine what that meant to those kids. What a great cricketer, a great man, and a terrible loss. Ken could do with his bowling skills at the moment, methinks, Phil says as an addition. But I'm still confident of a Steve-O 10 for 5 spell after tea. There we go. So glad proper cricket is back. That's from best wishes from Phil. Phil, thank you very much for that.
Nice story.
And as Milnes bowls around the wicket to Cook, with some misfield there at point by Miea. He didn't get the long barrier down there, did he?
To be fair, that's the first misfield of the day, and if you're Kent, you've been stood out there in this all day.
It's come off the net wickets as well, which is one of those things, isn't it? You can get an unpredictable bounce. So, but yes, there hasn't been anything wrong with the field. It doesn't seem there's been that much wrong with the bowling, to be honest. But these two batsmen have made the best of this surface. 78 for Brown, 58 for Cook. But that story of generosity, certainly with his time, Shane Warne, as you were saying, just so many people repeating that. I know from a Kent point of view, as Milnes bowls to Brown. Again, it's a full-length delivery. He drives it. It's a stop in the offside by Gilchrist, and there's no run. When Hampshire came down to play Kent in a limited overs game, that Shane Warne, basically with a huge crowd of people wanting autograph, stayed until every autograph had been signed. He's at that point in his career, late in his career, an absolute legend. You'd think he'd almost have an excuse for being the great man, one of the greatest cricketers ever to walk the earth, to sign one or two and just graciously take his leave. But that wasn't his thing at all, was it? It gave back to the game. It sounds like it is a cliche, I suppose, in some respects, but that seemed to be him across the board. So, Phil, thank you for that.
And that's sometimes the greatest gift as well, isn't it? If someone gives you their time more than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. So here is Milnes. He's taken a swerve in his run there to bowl to Brown and fallen over in his delivery stride. Is he all right there, Matt Milnes?
Yeah, he didn't look great when he came up. And
No.
now he's scrubbing away at the
I'm wondering
turn crease.
As I said, it was a real swerve towards the end not in his delivery stride, but before that. So presumably the wind was buffeting him around, but he fell as he went. He obviously not particularly happy out there. It's not been an easy day to bowl. One ball to come with this over, 2 from it. Brown is 79, Cook is 58, 152 for none. Essex so far on this opening day of the county championship season. Trayvon's been in touch once again. Thank you for your email, kencricket@gmail.com. His last ball is defended back up the pitch towards Joe Denley at mid-off. saying, what's your take on where Kent are playing games this season, hardly anything away from Canterbury? Same for Essex. No Tunbridge Wells, Maidstone now nearly 2 decades past. Beckenham being used for a single early season fixture, albeit against Surrey. Not much else to look forward to for those living west of the Medway. Well, I mean, I think there are financial decisions within this. There's still uncertainty about what will happen with COVID over this summer as well. I think counties are being, to put it bluntly, they're being conservative with a small c. They are making sure that financially they can weather this, and that means going back to base for most of these counties. I think, Glenn, I don't know what the Essex
don't play festival cricket. Essex don't play festival cricket anymore, and maybe a couple of words on that in a few moments' time as Quinn prepares to come in from this river end once again, bowling to Nick Brown. Brown is on 72. It's a bouncer down the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, we lost Ilford right at the start of the century. That went Valentine's Park, which you could see Canary Wharf just in the distance, and Southend and Colchester, they moved from South Church Park to Garran Park, which was not a great place to play cricket, to be honest with you, because it was windswept. Even on a non-windy day, it was cold because there were no trees around it or anything, and it was very open to the elements. As Quinn is in and bowling to Brown, and Brown works that one behind square on the onside and bisects long leg and backward square leg, but credit to backward square leg. Muyeye comes round and prevents any more than the single, 153 without loss. And then Colchester, we lost that as well, and that was finances, because the councils put up a little bit of financing to get these festivals there, and then the clubs, of course, it costs them money as well, and with the floodlights being here, they were never going to play one-day cricket out of these festival grounds, because it's the floodlight games which really bring the crowds in, and so there's no festival cricket anymore. As Quinn is in once again, slower ball and just angled into the onside by Cook, and there's no run. But you have been playing, haven't you? You've been playing out ground still. So
Beckenham, certainly, they built there and they developed the ground there at Beckenham, so I think in the future there may well be more games there, but as Trevor was saying, just one scheduled county championship fixture against Surrey there at the moment, and Tunbridge Wells, I think there is an intention to move back there, but once again,
here's Quinn in again, and that's worked into the onside for no run.
Once again, it is a financial thing, as you say. They can't play evening games there, so it'd have to be either midsummer or games. Obviously, they're going to finish at a reasonable time, and financially as well. Councils have other things to spend their money on. I won't say these days. I mean, that's it's a fact of life, isn't it, in terms of providing services, and they need a bit of help from the council, Kent, to make it financially viable. And at the moment, that's a risk for them.
Matt Quinn is in and bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, short again, and Cook pulls up one away straight to the man on the backward square leg fence, and they come through for another single, 154 without loss. We did have a case at Colchester where they were playing a championship game, and they brought in temporary floodlights on the back of lorries to play a game, but that costs money as well. And much as we had heard from Jez earlier on about going back to how it was playing a championship game and then playing the same opposition again in the 50 over competition, those days have gone, and festival cricket has gone to a degree amongst the majority of the counties now as well, apart from clearly those that play at test playing venues, which are needed at times during the summer. Quinn is in again, shorter, and pushed out defensively by Brown for no run, and that's why you get Lancashire playing at Blackpool and Liverpool and places like that, and Yorkshire still go to Scarborough, don't they? That's the end of the over, 154 without loss. But for counties like Essex in particular, and a few others, those days unfortunately have gone.
Email from Duncan, kentcricket@gmail.com. Morning, in brackets afternoon, from Canada chaps, he says. I just wanted to say, love watching the start of the season. Moved to northwestern Ontario at the start of the year, but watching my county Kent kick off the year is a lovely connection to home, although we still have -10 Celsius and a couple of feet of snow outside, so I take a bit of wind. There we are, moaning about the wind. It's a little bit chillier for Duncan, but there we are. You've balanced a good bit of BBC balance for those people that were emailing us from sunnier climes, Ghana and Japan and goodness knows where. Duncan, thank you very much for that. Lovely to hear from you.
And we're going to see from the Hayes close end here, Matt.
We're going to see Daniel Bell Drummond with some right arm medium. Actually, I don't think I'm alone with Kent Sports. I'd like to see Daniel bowl more because he can be useful, deceptively quick as the ball goes through to Ollie Robinson, this first ball.
This is the seventh. Yeah. Sorry, Matt. This is the seventh bowler used by Kent today. I'm surprised maybe that Robinson doesn't stand up. But is he that little bit quicker?
He's not lightning, but I think you see him trundle in, you think maybe he's going to be. I mean, I think I wouldn't say he's necessarily quicker than Darren Stevens, but deceptively as he lopes in now, bowls to Cook, leaves it outside the off stump. It's a good point though. I'm not sure they're exactly taking liberties charging down the pitch either, are they, these two? But yeah, maybe just to give him some company there. But Ollie Robinson rotating the bowls. Actually, the first one was a no ball, beg your pardon. Didn't see that. The signal from the umpire. So 80 for Brown, 59 for Cook. Essex 156 for none. This one is a defensive shot by Alistair Cook into the offside, fielded by Nathan Gilchrist, who has the sunglasses perched on his head, no cap. I think that might keep him extra warm, but he's obviously not worried. Just going through a few squats there. I don't know if that's just to keep the muscles warm or whether he might be back in bowling action soon. But Drummond being tried as well. Well, you are trying to find someone with a golden arm at 156 for none, aren't you? I guess two balls gone, 2 off the over from that single no ball. Drummond to Cook, who's again trying to drive it past or away from Gilchrist at a cover, but can't beat him. Just the one slip in, and that's Jordan Cox with. It's Jackson Bird, I beg your pardon, with Ollie Robinson alongside him. Ben Compton, I think that is, at gully. Miye's out at deep point. Cover mid-on, mid-off. That is Cox there at mid-wicket. And there's a deep square leg, Matt Milnes, and a back square. Was that an edge there? It's gone through. It was indeed reaching, rather, Alistair Cook for that. But head in hands, Daniel Bell-Drummond, because an errant shot from Alistair Cook. But it has gone for 4. Still no luck for Kent in that regard. But yeah, a definite edge it looked like to me. And that's gone through for 4.
It was almost like he was just looking to put the bat on it there, Cook, because he thought, if I get something on this, it's 4 runs. But they had got a slip in, and it flew, admittedly, but it was a chance, but it would have been quite some catch had he taken it. But that's the first one of the day.
Absolutely, I've not seen anything like that so far from Kent. It's been all toil and no reward so far. So here's Bell-Drummond once more to Cook. That's a Yorker length delivery, good one as well. He's had to dig that one out. Decent from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Yeah, just looking at the replay there, it was wide, and you're absolutely right. He sort of followed it, Alistair Cook, and it was a real reach, wasn't it, for Jackson Bird? Just couldn't get the left hand on it. But yeah, been interesting over this from Daniel Bell-Drummond so far. At least he's not doing the commentator's curse on me, as when he bowls again. It's a good full length delivery, but just clipped into the offside by Cook. Comes through for a run from the end of the ball, but it's great, isn't it, when you say, a lot of people think Daniel, including me, think Daniel Bell-Drummond should bowl more, and then he goes for 24 in the over or whatever. But single taken, and that is the end of the over. It was a boundary off it as well, but that was definitely an edge. 161 for none. I'm making a lot of it because there's not been much of it for Kent. 62 overs gone. It's Essex's day all over at the moment.
Yeah, and there were heads in hands all around the park for Kent there. There's no blame on the fielder, because it would have been a worldie had he taken it. But yeah, just for Alistair Cook, just thinking, just put some bat on this, then it's going to fly away for 4. But it was perilously close to the fielder. Matt Quinn's going to continue from the river end, none for 31 in his 13th over now. He's in and bowling to Cook, who works that one away down to deep backward square leg, and they jog through for another single. 162 without loss, and another one of those big clouds comes across and just blots out the sun momentarily.
So we've got a couple of overs to go until tea here, coming up towards 4 o'clock. So we are about 20 minutes off schedule, I suppose you'd say, in that respect. But it's been mostly seamed today, isn't it?
Quinn is in once again, and tennis ball bouncer, which Brown just drops his hands on, and there's no run again.
Yeah, he hit him in a previous over, didn't he, there? Yep. But Brown was just a bit uncomfortable there, I don't know.
Whether it's hit his hand, looks like he's just adjusting his gloves. Has a little word there with Cook, and Always gone down to have a word with him about that. Not entirely sure what that was all about.
No.
Seemed a bit strange, a bit odd. All's well with the world though, well certainly from an Essex perspective. 162 without loss. Having been asked to bat way back just before 11 o'clock this morning. Quinn is in once again, and Brown just angles that one into the onside, picked up by the man at short mid wicket for no run. You see one of the marquees away to our right hand side where the roof is the tarpaulin on the roof is clearly, slowly but surely over the course of the day, has become looser and looser, and if that goes flying we're going to know about it, especially if it gets caught up on one of the floodlight pylons. I wouldn't want to be the person climbing up there to fetch it.
Oh, it's been wild and windy here today.
This next one from Quinn is down the leg side, and Brown makes sure he gets absolutely everything out of the way of that, and it goes through to Robinson for no run once again. 162 without loss. 2 minutes to 4 is the time. We've still got one more over to go after this before tea.
Yeah.
And then is it 32 left in the day after that? A long old day, county cricket.
Yeah. Rarely, if ever, finishes on the dot of 6, does it? That's a real rarity. Those are the scheduled hours of play, but the overs never seem to go that way.
Here's Quinn in and bowling, and played defensively from the crease by Brown for no run once again. 80 from 203 deliveries for Nick Brown. 65 from 179 for Cook. A dominant performance from Essex thus far. Just wonder whether the Kent attack just lacks a little bit of variety. Only the 3 overs from spin from Tawanda Muyeye. As Quinn turns again and runs away from us. He's in and bowling well down the leg side, and Brown just lets that one go through, and there's no run again.
Yeah, it's a good take in the end, wasn't it? It just bounced just in front of Ollie Robinson down the leg side, and managed to get gloves to it. But yeah, I mean, Essex, the fans will be thinking, not sure coaches will be thinking at this point, 162 for none, putting themselves in a position perhaps where they could bat themselves out of sight, certainly to be beaten in this match, but certainly the platform for that. I know it's early yet, but 80 from Brown, 65 for Cook, 162 for none, just coming up to 4 o'clock, so I'll nip off and do an update for BBC Radio Kent, and I guess I'll be back after tea.
Just the one over to go. Thank you, Matt, and Matt will join Don after the tea break. I've also got to update BBC Essex listeners at 4 o'clock as well, as Daniel Bell-Drummond completes things before tea, and he's in and bowling now to Cook, who just watches that one go by for no run. Thanks to Henry from Felixstowe up there in Suffolk on the Suffolk coast for his email. Says it's my first time at a county cricket match ever, and I'm enjoying the commentary. It's so windy here, we could use a wind farm to power the ground. It'll be the first carbon neutral game, he says. Hope to see Essex reach 200 today. They're 162 without loss. Thank you, Henry, and welcome to county cricket. Here's Daniel Bell-Drummond in and bowling to Cook, who again lets that one go through, and there's no run. Felixstowe's a part of the world I know particularly well. I bet it's windy up there on the coast today as well, and one of the ports working at full power due to the high winds or not. And going over the Orwell Bridge might be fun on the way back, Henry, as well. But welcome to Chelmsford, and I hope you're enjoying your first day. It certainly sounds like you are, and it sounds like you'll be back as well. Here's Bell-Drummond turning at the end of his run from the Hayes close end and coming in and bowling to Cook again, who this time, plays and misses at that one. He would say he played inside the line, but it looked like a genuine player miss, and there's no run once again. 162 without loss. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on Twitter, and kentcricket@gmail.com, the ways to get in touch with us. As Bell-Drummond awaits for the ball to arrive at his feet at the Hayes close end. That bit of plastic Matt was describing earlier on is still in the trees at the Hayes close end as well. Bell-Drummond's in once again, and Cook cuts away, and it will beat the man sweeping on the cover boundary as well, and goes away for 4 runs. Well, as good as the delivery was in the previous over from Bell-Drummond, which nearly got Cook, that one was sit up and hit, and that's what Cook did, and thrashes it away to the boundary for 4 more, and the score moves to 166 without loss. Just about to update BBC Essex listeners into the 4 o'clock news. Yes, it's been a dominant performance from Essex on this opening day here, Nick. They're still the only side playing on the opening day of the county season yet to lose a wicket. Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook have taken them to 166 without loss. Brown has made a very good 80 with 10 fours in there. Cook's been a little bit more circumspect in his approach today, just trying to find his touch and his timing, but he's gone to a craftily made 65. We're in the final over before tea here, and Essex in a dominant position. In fact, that is tea. They're 166 without loss. So as you heard there, that is the end of play for this second session, with Essex going in 166 without loss. Do join us once again, won't you? We'll be back with you at 18 minutes past 4.
League teams as well.
Milnes, in he comes. This time a little bit of width. This time Sir Alistair Cook plays and times it into the offside. Shorter boundary to
way.
day here at Chelmsford. But as we've previously mentioned time and time again, our cup is half full. It's delightful to bring you live cricket coverage of Division 1 between Essex County Cricket Club and Kent County Cricket Club. The first day of the county season, the 2022 County Championship season. My name is Don Topley with Glenn Speller and Matt Cole. We're delighted to bring you live action from the Cloudfm County Cricket Ground. And what we've seen today has been enjoyable. It's been slow, but it's been very enjoyable as Essex were asked to bat, and they're currently at tea on 166 for no wicket. And we've had 64 overs. Nick Brown is there on 80 not out and Sir Alistair Cook on 69 not out. The bowling figures, well, they've stuck to their task. Jackson Bird, 12 overs, 0 for 32. Matt Milnes, 14 overs, 0 for 26. Nathan Gilchrist, 10 overs, 0 for 34. Darren Stevens, 10 overs, miserly, 0 for 15. Matt Quinn, 13 overs for 32. Mayether, the part-time spinner, no wickets for 9 off 3. And Daniel Bell-Drummond, 2 overs for 11. Listen, the Essex gentlemen have batted sensibly, watchfully all day. It's been a challenge for the Kent bowlers, but they've stuck to their task. They've often dried the runs up, which has been the order of the day. And for instance, Sir Alistair Cook in the 40s, it took him an age to get through the 40s. He lost a bit of rhythm. He just kept battling and eventually got to his total, which is 69 not out. With him, Nick Brown, 80 not out, and with me is Matt Cole. Matt?
Yeah, patience and skill from
It's been
Brown
hard.
and Cook. Yeah,
It's been hard for the batsmen as well.
Yeah, no, I agree. Absolutely. I think they've been very watchful, using all their experience and getting themselves to this position now. Kent, obviously, as we said at lunch, would love a couple of quick breakthroughs after the interval. But yeah, I'll go back to that. I feel like a stuck record here, but I don't think Kent have bowled badly. They haven't bowled many bad balls. Been quite impressed by the way they've rotated their bowlers. None of those bowlers, including Mayeye and Bell-Drummond, I think they've looked useful when they've come on. They've posed a question of the batsman, but it's just not happening for Kent for whatever reason. I think you said before, not a lot of help in the pitch. I'm not sure there's a lot of help from overhead conditions either.
No. It's a bit cold for swinging. Look, in 166 runs, what's your maths like?
Well, try me.
Can I ask you to take your shoes and socks off?
I might have to.
I'm just looking at the boundaries. There have been 19 boundaries times 4.
Which is 76.
So 76.
I'm hoping. Is that right? Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
76 of the 166
290 to 38,
have been in
76.
boundaries.
Yeah, so
I don't think
90.
that's a high percentage.
No. So it's not 90 actual runs then. Runs?
Yeah. Running between the wickets.
Yes.
We know what you meant. But and I think that's quite important to just sort of quietly analyse. And we've had how many overs? 64. What did we said? 19. So that's a boundary every 3. Fair? Boundary every 3 overs, really.
Yeah. Fair.
On average, put it another way.
Yeah.
That's just another way of looking at it. If it was a boundary every 2, or a boundary every, over, then you'd be a little bit more concerned. But I think it's a fairly benign, quiet, slow wicket. Off air at tea, I mentioned to our colleague Glenn Speller, I'm interested to see how different, or which of the different wickets. Was this wicket we're playing on today the same one as Essex played Worcestershire in the opening game last year, where Jake Libby was on the park for the entire game, and it was basically a one innings run fest here at Chelmsford, more or less. These are wickets that we often use in white ball cricket. We're a bit slower, a bit flatter. Normally the championship wickets are very much in front of this box on the river, the upper river stand, in front of us here, because they often close the spectators from sitting up here when there's a game in front of us, because they move around in the batsman's eye. So we're playing in the middle of the square, slightly smaller on the flat side as opposed to the pavilion side. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out in the next few days. I do expect it to be marginally quicker day 2 and 3. And then if you do bat first and get runs on the board, if you do, you hope then there's a bit of movement up and down on day 4, which you're going to be batting 4th. So that would be the plan, but one never knows until both sides have batted on it.
I was going to ask, an error to put the opposition in at this point? Obviously, with hindsight, oh yeah, you bat first, but can you see Ollie Robinson and Matt Walker's reasoning of putting Essex in the start?
Yeah, very much so. With Matt Walker, with the experience of Chelmsford, quite often, the players are now coming out, being led by Kent's acting captain. The 2 umpires are marching out from a different area. They're not up on the stairs, they're somewhere else. I think they're in what I call the old-fashioned mole hole. They're marching out from a different area. Paul Pollard and Nick Cook are the 2 umpires, looking pretty cold. Kent are out there. Essex opening batsmen aren't yet. No, I don't think. Don't know. There's a few counties today, who have opted to bat first. Surrey at Edgbaston. Was it Somerset at
Somerset batting at Southampton. Yeah, they've been rolled over for 180. Yeah.
Are they all out?
Yeah, 180 now. Yeah.
Do you want to give us a couple of the scores on the doors elsewhere?
Yeah, absolutely. So Somerset all out 180 there. Keith Barker with 3 wickets. I'm not sure if he's the leading wicket taker actually there, but Gloucestershire. This is Division 2 at T 70 or just after T 70 for 4. They are. At Wantage Road, Northants there chose to field, so they've taken the wickets that they wanted from that. Surrey against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, that's delayed by rain at the moment, with Surrey 123 for 2. As Don was saying, Surrey chose to bat after winning the toss. Durham chose to field against Glamorgan, and Glamorgan 164 for 4 at Cardiff. Worcestershire, Leicestershire is in play, 10 for 1. That's the first play of the day, though. Worcester choosing to bat after winning the toss there at 10 for 1. Middlesex 213 for 2. Derbyshire, similar to Kent here, chose to field at Lords, and Middlesex punishing them for that at the moment. 214 for 2 as the score ticks over. Sussex 201 for 4 against Nottinghamshire, who chose to field after winning the toss at Hove. It was a little bit of a nurdle there, as beg your pardon, as Brown just touching it round the corner there. Keeper's dived, but no wicket. A little bit of alarm there. I beg your pardon. The cricket's rather caught me by surprise there.
Maye, who's continuing after tea. Go on.
Yeah, round the wicket to Cook on the back foot, slams this into the offside, straight at a fielder. And there is no run. Matt Milnes doing the fielding, and actually I'd finished my county scorecard there, so there we go. Not quite too late. Mieye goes wide of the crease there, angling in his off spin towards the left-hander Alistair Cook. We'll see the natural spin takes it away from the left-hander. Darren Stevens is in at slip, wheeling his right arm around in between deliveries. It's an indication he may be loosening up. This ball just cut away to Daniel Bell Drummond at point as the sun streams into the commentary box.
We've got a message from Hugh Turberville of the cricketer.
Yay there, just getting a bit of bounce, cut away, diving stop by Bell Drummond, but not before they take a single, and Essex move on to 168 for none. Actually, that first ball wasn't off the bat, it wasn't a nurdle with a bat, it was a leg by, we're told on the scorecard. Last ball of the over, Mieye, puff of dust actually, as Nick Brown and the wicket-keeper Ollie Robinson move across either side of the stumps. Pats it away for a single, end of the over, and 169 for none. Brown has 81, Cook has 70. Hugh Turberville has been in touch.
Yes, he is. He's celebrating someone's birthday in the hospitality section.
Oh, I thought he was going to give you some insight. Very fine writer, Hugh, isn't he?
He is. Stems from Suffolk, you know. Started on the local Ipswich Suffolk papers years and years ago, and did national papers, and now part of the Cricketer. But he's celebrating somebody's birthday in the hospitality, and he's been listening to us all day. So happy birthday to your friends.
He'll be having a nap by now, surely. He's had the hospitality and he's been listening to us.
He looked very dapper in his 18 county cricket club tie. Very dapper indeed.
Fair play.
Happy birthday to his friend. I wish he gave us their name. So Darren Stevens, I think, put my glasses on properly, from the top end, the Hayes Close end. Bathed in sunshine, the wind. I'm looking at the little part-time marquee next to the pavilion. The roof looks a bit resemble the O2 as it did the other day.
Oh,
during
the roof.
storm.
Yes, sorry, Glenn was making that earlier. Yeah, it's billowing away there.
It is. Anyway, Darren Stevens is in. This is forced off the hips of the left-handed Nick Brown, who takes a one, and he calls his partner back for his second run. That's the 171st run of Essex's innings. As that's a good-looking shot off his hips by Brown. A little too straight by Darren Stevens. Here we go. Slip, two slips, a ring on the offside. In fact, there's a backward point quite behind now as Stevens is in. Military medium bowls, and he collects on his follow-through, throws it to mid-on, who does the shining of the ball. Obviously, no saliva allowed. And he's working with the ball on his rump and gives it back to the bowler, who shines it again on his groin. Looks at the ball, turns into his run. The two slips are waiting. Brown looks to come forward, push drives, well fielded at mid-on, diving behind the bowler on his bowler's mark, really. Good piece of fielding, good delivery, good cricket all round. Good drive by Brown. Brown has been particularly effective today with his score of 83, 17 shy of 100. Stevens in, bowls, outside off stump. Little bit of swing, I just think, on the as it bounces and carries on. Just a little bit as it comes into the keeper, outside off stump. There is no run. Still windy out there. The camera at both ends where we gain the streaming from is certainly swaying in the wind. Stevens, he bowls, played and respected by the batsman Brown. Medium pace at best, nothing more than that, which we often see. Darren Stevens is stretching his groin a bit there. Military medium, but that's fine. At the age of 46, I think we said earlier, 44, 46. Still playing and earning his crust as a bowler. In he comes, bowling from the Hayes Close end, bowls, forced off the back foot straight to the fielder. Lack of pace in this wicket, lack of pace in the bowler, but being effective, bowling tight as he goes for just the 2 runs. First ball of this over cost him those 2 runs as the scores moved to 171. And Essex are now in the 67th over, 66 overs, and they have still kept their wickets, all 10 of them, intact. Daniel Bell Drummond. Now, interestingly for me, this I'm just looking at Glenn, just to think, in county cricket, this is the first game back after, it's like being back at school after the summer holidays, isn't it? Is it 70 or 80 overs, new ball? 80? I think it's 80. So 14 overs to go. Still a lot of overs, a lot of cricket before Kent get a new ball. Daniel Bell Drummond, a good leader of men in this Kent side, the white ball captain of the Kent Spitfires, runs into bowl. Athletic man, he bowls short of a length, forced off the back foot. Cook will take a single as he forces it off the back foot into the cover boundary. There is a fielder out there, 172. So Cook goes to 71.
They've done their best to try and staunch the runs coming from the bats of these two Essex players to try and force
Bell Drummond loses the ball and mid-off has to go and fetch it towards the boundary. Hands are cold out there. People are rubbing their hands together. The fielders, a couple of them have their hands in their pockets. They take them out as Bell Drummond comes into bowl. Short of a length, played on the back foot. Medium pace, a little bit quicker than Darren Stevens is Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Millfield School, former England under-19. Played with the same age group as Adam Rossington. They would have played a lot of South of England cricket together. Kent versus Middlesex age group cricket together against each other. This time Brown forces it into the offside. They take a single, 173 for no wicket. Just a little bit wider, that delivery. A bit of width, so he enjoyed that, did Nick Brown. Be really enjoying his knock today. Brown last year, well, he averaged 30.8 and he scored 1 century and claimed 4 half centuries. Bell Drummond over the wicket past umpire Pollard, bowls outside off stump and Cook leaves well alone because he's started booked in, as his great phrase says, I'm booking him for bed and breakfast. And like I said earlier on commentary, he struggled a little bit through the 40s and he will restart his innings again coming out after tea when he and Brown had put on 166. This time there's a play and a miss of a wideish delivery outside off stump as he tried to give himself a little bit of room and play square of the wicket. Did Cook. Quite a wideish delivery and full. So in the first session this morning after being put in, Essex made it to 86 without loss and then scored a further 80 runs in the second session without losing a wicket. Bell Drummond in, this time a little bit of width. Cook cuts for 1, he's going to come back for the second. Good running because the man on the boundary had to go a lot straighter to collect the ball and allowed them the 2. 175 for no wicket.
Yeah, it couldn't have gone much better for Essex so far, couldn't it? But these two, as you say, put the feet on the table, booked in for bed and breakfast, whichever, could back through the day. We'll start reaching with the record books in the latter part of the third session, won't we, for opening stands, etc.
Well, let me remind you of a game. Bell Drummond's in. This is pulled, short of a length, pulled out to the man on the boundary. Square of the wicket, dead square. There is just the 1 run, of which Sir Alistair Cook will keep the strike. Score moves to 178 without loss. There was a game. Now, you'll tell me if you were here or it was your colleague. It was a T20. It was a Friday night. And I can't remember exactly, but Essex came in for a little pounding when it was Joe Denley.
Yeah.
And was it Bell Drummond?
It was Bell Drummond indeed, yes.
And it was a Friday night, and am I right in saying they got to 200 without loss?
They did indeed, yeah.
And it was probably 3-4 years ago? Was it?
Yeah, that was a bit of fun.
Cool, blimey. Now that wicket was not like this wicket.
No, fair enough.
Stevens on his way in. Would you like to do
Indeed,
this one?
thank you very much. And glance by Alistair Cook down through fine leg. Matt Quinn was in a wider position, more long leg-ish, and he has thrown the ball in an arcing delivery to Ollie Robinson and a comfortable 2 for the Knight of the Realm.
I can't remember, did you win by 10 wickets or did you win by a lot batting first? But either way, it was it was a pounding.
Yeah, I think it was certainly a record opening stand. I think across the board for T20 domestic cricket. But yeah,
It was a cracking batting wicket. It really was. Unbelievable batting wicket, which you can get here at Chelmsford, and the short boundaries. You know, T20, those boundaries are brought in not just straight but square.
I've just looked at the opening partnership record in first class cricket for Essex, which is actually 373. So we've got a bit of a time to go.
Would I have played in that fixture?
I doubt it, given who the opening pair are.
Go on, who were the opening pair?
Nick Brown and Alistair Cook.
Right, no.
So yeah, I did wonder, because I was looking at it, this is a carbon copy, that was against Middlesex, Chelmsford 2017.
Right, okay, I thought there was a phenomenal partnership between someone like Paul Pritchard and Gooch against Leicestershire one year.
There you go. You're right. You're absolutely right. Here's Stevens to Cook, high front elbow, driven back past the bowler, but fielded by Joe Denley. But that was actually a second wicket partnership, it says here, for 403.
Yeah, I remember it.
There you go.
Remember it.
Leicestershire Chelmsford 1990.
I can't remember John Agnew, but I remember Les Taylor. If you remember Les Taylor as a right-arm England fast bowler, he was.
Stevens to Cook. He turns this into the onside, and there'll be a chase for Matt Milnes. They'll come back for 2. Stevens doesn't look entirely happy with that. 182 for none. Not much to be happy for the bowling side.
Can I mention another great partnership?
Of course.
One I played in with Salim Malik and was it Nasser Hussain? That was about the third or fourth.
There we go. That's the fourth one, 1991.
Yeah, I remember that. That was at the Oval.
Yeah, indeed.
Phenomenal that was.
Yeah. 314 they put on for the fourth wicket.
See, I played in a few of those.
There we go. And Stevens bowls to Cook, drops that into the onside again. It's not a chase exactly for Milnes, but pads after it. Single taken, end of the over. 5 off it from Stevens. 84 Brown, 79 Cook. Essex 183.
They were that good at wickets, Matt, where those records were set, that I think I didn't get in. I was down at 9 or 10 or something, and those wickets were that good that they didn't get down to me.
And of course, you'll tell me as a bowler that batsmen get all sorts of credit for racking up treble ton partnerships on flat pitches, whereas when you took 7 for 12, everyone would say, it's just a dodgy old pitch.
It's quite funny,
Is that
actually.
about right?
We have a little chat in the household, and you wouldn't believe it's about cricket.
Bill Drummond bowls to Alistair Cook. He swung that away. That'll be 4 runs. Good effort, actually, by Moyeye on the boundary, diving at square leg, but that is 4 runs. He's nailed it.
Yeah, short of a length, and he picked up the length very quickly. It's, again, just a brisk medium, nothing more. And he's played a cross-bat shot, and he's beautifully executed it and hit it very hard. So 4 runs. Yeah, we used to have lots of chats about that. And when I talked to Reece and he said, well, no, when you played, the wickets did everything. And I would say, hang on a minute, they didn't, We played on some flat ones. And that was sort of.
What do these youngsters know?
Yeah, well, exactly.
It's Bill Drummond bowls to Cook, leaves it outside the off stump, through the wicketkeeper and no run.
Just as a side, I'm still the best batsman in my family.
Undisputed, or would Reece take any issue with that at all?
No, it waved the white flag on that one.
Fair enough. And
I think his mother's better. No, I didn't say that.
Bill Drummond to Cook, driven back at the bowler, fields on his follow through.
He makes
we're
very
laughing,
good
but we've no
two
idea how good his mum is at cricket. I mean, she may well be better than Reece at batting. So
She was an Essex athletics champion.
there we go.
She was. Yeah. In her youth.
187 for none. Cook has 83. He's catching Nick Brown up now with those the boundary to begin this over. And there's 2. Cook, Brown has 84. That's a nice looking shot, isn't it? Languid and driving into the offside, and Cook picks up just a single for that. He just looked good. On
Actually,
88 for none. Both batsmen on 84.
The runs have come a little easier, no disrespect, off Bell Drummond than they did off Muyeye. I mean, still 12 overs to the new ball, 11 overs after this. So I'm wondering if taking Muyeye off was not such a good move.
Yeah, he just got one over, didn't he, after tea?
Yeah.
Nothing from Denley so far.
No, he's warmed up a bit, hasn't he, Denley? Have you noticed that? I've seen him think about it.
I mean, I'd imagine they put Muyeye on first because the off-spinner takes the ball away from the left-hander, but it's interesting to see if Denley does get a bowl. As he reaches for that one outside the off-stump and through to the wicket-keeper. And that was one where not the best delivery might have got them a wicket. A bit like Cook trying to steer Bell Drummond away just before tea. Brown's gone for that one just outside the off stump, and in the end actually looked like a risky shot, but through to the wicket-keeper, and no luck for Kent there. 188 for none.
Cook's caught him up, hasn't he, finally?
Yeah, I was saying they're
88
parity now. In fact, his strike rate is higher than Brown's. 84 from 204 balls. And that has got him back in the crease there. Full-length delivery. Defensive shot by Brown. Actually finished with a flourish there, Daniel Bell Drummond, didn't he? Always a couple of deliveries that tested Nick Brown. End of the over, though, 188 for none.
Daniel Bell Drummond, in his... I know quite a lot about him, actually. In his pathway, in his youth, as I said, he would know Rossington. They were good mates in the junior pathway. Rossington was of Middlesex. Kent obviously had Bell Drummond, and the pair of them played south of England together from the age groups of under 13s. And they became really quite good, sort of thick friends, and it was good to see. It was really enjoyable to see these kids grow up. But he used to bowl a lot, did Bell Drummond, at those age groups. This is down the leg side from around the wicket from Darren Stevens. There is no run. There was a bit of a shout, but it didn't hit Cook anywhere. Nothing anywhere near his rump, his thigh pad, his bat, or anything.
That sounded like an appeal from extra cover, that one. Yeah, it was very hopeful. Anyway.
Round the wicket, 2 slips waiting, and they take a quick single. Good intelligent cricket there from the Essex pair. So they just looked at each other and went. Probably didn't call much, just a decent look, and they both knew there was the opportunity, and Kent couldn't stop that quick single. 189 for no wicket.
I think I'm right in saying that Daniel Bell Drummond had, a back injury for a time, which he was nursing, so he was protecting it, and for that reason he stopped bowling entirely.
This time, good delivery from Darren Stevens round the wicket to Brown, who comes forward and plays it with a dead bat, soft hands, and it just goes into the leg side, no run.
So until he was entirely comfortable, I think, to go back to bowling, the coaches thought we don't want to risk his fitness overall. So for the bowling, but yeah.
Stevens into his run-up, he bowls, got into a bit of rhythm here, played on the front foot by Brown. There is no run. Just looking again how these are shared out today, the overs. Just having a quick look. Bird 12, Milnes 14, Gilchrist 10, Stevens on 13, Quinn 13, A 4, Bell Drummond 4. That's very evenly shared out by the bowlers. Stevens bowls outside off stump through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Email here from George. George, great to hear from you. From the Romney Marsh on kentcricket@gmail.com. Hello to the wonderful comms team at BBC Radio Kent. Well, I'll certainly take that, George, at this early season. Let's see how you feel in August, George. He says, I've just woken up from my snooze, ready for a night shift. All is not lost. Ye of little faith, he says. I think we're just giving Essex a head start in this match. Come on, you Super Kent.
Super Kent, yes, that's what they call it, don't they? This has got a bit of width, and that's gone for 4. Behind square down to the vacant third man. Played properly, sensibly, and under control by Nick Brown, who collects the boundary from the last ball of that over, and it was a ball of width, so the score moves to 193 for no wicket. Fastly, quickly coming into a double, well, an unbeaten double century really for an opening partnership, having been invited to bat first. Well, they wouldn't have expected that this morning. Gloucestershire are 5 down for 79 at Northampton. Surrey move on to 123 for 2 at Edgbaston. And Somerset 180 all out. Hampshire in reply of 13 without loss. And as we've said, Essex are 193 without loss. Elsewhere, a quick look. Glamorgan 164 for 4. There's a rain delay. Worcestershire 32 for 2. That game started later in the day after rain. Middlesex are 233 for 3. Josh Carey's with his first or maiden half century, and Sussex 218 for 5.
Bell Drummond to bowl from this City River End, defended by Brown. By Cook, beg your pardon, and there's no run. He has 85, Alistair Cook, 88 for Nick Brown. Paul on the emails on kentcricket@gmail.com. Good to have the live stream and commentary back. And Essex Kent, always great fun. Born and bred in Essex, says Paul. Watched many games at Chelmsford and Ilford. Moved to Kent in 2012 and enjoyed both counties. Do you think Kent are regretting the decision to put Essex into bat? I think that's fair to say at this point. A punch through the offside by Cook. A chase for Joe Denley. He'll catch it, flips it up to Ben Compton, who throws it back in, and they've come back for 3 in the end, have they? No, just the 2, beg your pardon. And of course, Alistair Cook was on strike. He has 87, Brown has 88.
If you'd like to get in touch with email at BBC Essex, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Look forward to any of your emails talking about the history of the two teams.
It's away from Cook through third man there. So a little bit edgy. There's a bit of an ooh and ah from the assembled company, but he's come back for 2. But
always like to hear from cricket fans. I grew up in Canterbury. I did the scoreboard, and I went to school in St Peter's Methodist in the town. Used to play cricket on a Saturday at Reams Way. Great memories that.
It's Bell Drummond then to Cook, blocks that one out, and there's no run.
Kent Cricket Week with all the marquees annually. Whole family used to attend Kent Cricket Week. Obviously, I had a brother on the Kent staff for 4 or 5 years.
So are you a man of Kent or a Kentish man?
Man of Kent.
Man of Kent. Here comes Bell Drummond. Quick delivery, that one, just outside the off stump. Just looking back at that delivery, which was a little bit of a squirt from Alistair Cook, just squared him up, actually, at second ball of that over. Nicely done by Daniel Bell Drummond, but still 4 comes from the over, and Essex in a great position, 197 for none.
Played Kent second team cricket under Colin Page and Alan Elam, but that was during my days on the ground staff, but they probably weren't overly interested in me at the time. But Essex picked me up from the ground staff, really, and I came across and replaced, well, I played with, and I love him to bits, Stuart Turner, commonly known as Ted Turner. Stuart Turner, who was a phenomenally fantastic cricketer for Essex.
It's a Bell Drummond to Cook. This one leave it into the onside, and there's no runs. It's fielded by mid-wicket. End of the over. 4 off it. Essex 197 for none. Closing in on that double century opening stand Don was talking about. 88 for Nick Brown. 89 for Alistair Cook. Both unbeaten so far, of course.
That era of Essex cricket, Stuart Turner, John Lever, Foster, Pringle, Gooch, McEwen, Border. We mentioned Border earlier today at the Shane Warne State Memorial. Just absolutely brilliant event that was. But Alan Border was terrific to play with. Mark Waugh, Michael Kaspovich, Salim Malik I mentioned earlier. Those great cricketers and characters, and again going back to the Kent of the 70s, Shepherd, Julian, Elam, David Nichols, Big Norman, Graham, Alan Knott, Underwood, Luckhurst, Dines. Stevens bowls, driven into the leg side, there is no run. That's the kind of side that I grew up with. I just so enjoyed going to St Lawrence Cricket Ground and playing with my mates at tea around the back, because there was a lot of area you could play. The kids would play down the Nackington Road end. This time it's forced off the back foot up to mid-off, where there is no run. I mean, then you had the likes. I remember going to Lords with, there was Richard Hills, Kevin Jarvis, Richard Elms. Those guys sort of came into that great 70s Kent side. Graham Johnson, Bob Warmer, Darren Stevens bowls. This is an inside edge driven. Goes into the leg side. He was aiming at mid-off, but it went into the leg side. There is no run. Again, Darren Stevens trying to dry the runs up, make it hard for Essex here. Bore them into submission. Nothing wrong with that at this present moment. Stevens round the wicket to Brown. Brown comes forward, plays with a straight back, just gently push drives back towards mid-on. There is no run. What was your era? Am I asking a sort of loaded question, or should I ask you what age are you?
No, so I suppose, tail end of the 70s for me. So I was growing up as a small boy at the end of that great Kent team, really. So
were you at Canterbury, or did you go to cricket weeks?
No, at Tunbridge Wells, so west of the county.
Yes, outside off stump, through to the keeper, who's taken his cap off. There's a helmet out there, but his cap is firmly wedged in behind his number 21 as acting captain, and his trousers. They're just
the helmet's
blown away.
It is quite windy then, is it?
It is, yes. That was cue, wasn't it? Right on cue. Yes. Do you want to know who's running in the 320 tomorrow at Plumpton?
Well, if you do the national, that's even better. Get some good odds on that. But
Stevens round the wicket. He bowls. This is clipped into the leg side. It's going to go down to fine leg glance in front of the Tom Pearce stand, where they will rotate the strike and Brown will keep the strike. 198 for no wicket. Brown moves on to 89 and he is now level with Sir Alistair Cook.
I mean, John, I could have been a Yorkshireman. There we go.
Oh,
so
go on, tell me why.
My
Really?
parents are both from Yorkshire. So
are they?
Yeah. So
where in Yorkshire?
Well, my mum's from posh Yorkshire, from Harrogate.
Very
and my dad's
nice.
from lots of posh Yorkshire, from Scarborough. So yeah, there we go.
I always think of Scarborough as quite posh.
Is it? Yeah.
No? I used to...
Not where my dad was from.
Really? We used to go, Essex,
it is, I don't know.
in the 80s, we used to play in the Scarborough Festival every year.
Right.
And it was, if I diplomatically said, it was sociable.
Yes, I think
Okay.
I understand what you mean.
I did say about the spin, and here we are.
Yeah. Oh, it's a full toss.
That is the worst ball of the day.
That's 4 runs. In fact, lucky
That
to get
was-
away with 4, really, but I think Brown was
Yes.
making sure he was absolutely safe. And that is the 200 up, 202 for none. And Brown just a cart set away. And we haven't had that many bad balls today from Kent, who've stuck their task pretty well, but that was definitely the worst. And that's 4 runs all the way for Brown. He moves on to 93 now. Here's Mieye 2 in once again, and that's a nice little clip actually to along the ground up to mid-on and single taken. So yeah, but Scarborough's always a great place to watch cricket, isn't it? I think
It is.
And as you said, a festival there. They used to get international teams coming as well, didn't they, back in the day?
Yep.
Here's Mieye round the wicket, goes quite wide again to Brown, pushes up the wicket. It's fielded by Grant Stewart, who's come on as a sub fielder at mid-off, and there is no run. And round the wicket once again, flatter delivery, quicker delivery from Mieye, but it's easily defended by Sir Alistair Cook, and there's no run. So my mum used to work at the Grand Hotel.
Yes,
back
and
in
we
the
used to
day, but that was
stay
before-
there.
Oh, there we go. That's before
Yeah.
yes. So
We used to stay there. We did.
There you go.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
mentioned the cricket team staying at the hotel at that time as well, outside the off stump, and there's no run. 89 for Cook, 94 for
I
Brown.
was only young, and that's where I was introduced to a casino in Scarborough. I
Sounds
was
like
only young.
There's a cutaway, that one, from actually driven off the back foot by Cook, and that's him on to 90. Brown has 94. End of the over, 204 for none. Essex, none for 17 from Yeye off his 5. Stevens, is he set to continue? No, he's not actually. It looks like Gilchrist is going to come back on for a spell. As you said, the captain has shared the overs pretty equally through his bowlers, isn't he? Which is, I suppose, on a flat pitch is probably about right, is it? You don't want to overstress one of your bowlers.
Really interesting for me, actually. I'm putting you under a bit of pressure here because I wouldn't know what your boys get up to in the winter. So, for instance,
What you were going to say there?
I've got an idea what some of the Essex chaps do.
Sure.
But your Kent boys, for instance, just reading out a few names. Bell Drummond, we know he played in the T10 and the PSL. I'm not so sure what Denley got up to. Family man, did he stay at home most of this summer?
I think Denley stayed at home.
A winter?
During the winter, yeah.
Ben Compton, I think, was he abroad in South Africa?
He was in Zimbabwe, played
Zimbabwe.
First look at it in Zimbabwe, so yeah. But I don't think many of them have gone away this winter. No. I think for various reasons, obviously, as we all know about. So,
Yeah.
but you're right. Do you think that there's a hangover from that, in that they're probably feeling their way into this?
I think it's really different to our era, where sometimes our era would go away for 6 months, but you wouldn't always play hard cricket. You might just have the sun on your back and do some coaching in preparation of your forthcoming summer. Others would play some serious cricket. Here we go. It's going to be Milnes in. This is driven. It's not beautifully executed. He's just mistimed it. Probably come off bat and pad into the offside. There is no run. So Sir Alistair Cook on 90, Nick Brown on 94.
I'm off to do a quick update.
No worries. Can both gentlemen of Essex get their centuries, or will Kent nip them out before that second new ball arrives? Man on the drive for Milnes. Milnes bowls well outside off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. Dot ball. Milnes certainly bowled well in that first session this morning. I think there's a lot to work with. Got a nice tall action, bowls at 12 o'clock, probably hits the seam and has the capacity to swing the ball. There's a man on the drive in Sir Alistair Cook's eye line. One strip across, or half a strip across, on the offside. Silly mid-off as Milnes bowls. This is well bowled into Sir Alistair Cook. It's brought him forward, played with the full face of the bat into the offside. There is no run. Light's not going to be an issue at the moment. It's 5 o'clock here at the Cloudfm County Cricket Ground, and Matt Milnes is watching his mid-off rub the ball on his rump, trying to get that very old ball and shiny. Maybe there's a bit of reverse swing. Milnes round the wicket to Cook. He bowls. Cook comes forward, plays with his normal Sir Alistair Cook forward defensive into the offside. There is no run. Stoic, resolute, determined, concentration. Gilchrist bowling, sorry. I said, yes, thank you. Gosh, my mind wanders. Gilchrist, tall, 12 o'clock bowler, as I said. In he comes, he bowls, driven up to that man on the drive. Carefully, watchfully, there is no run, no chance of a dismissal either. And the man behind him is almost in his sort of direct line, just to his right. So there's a ring on the offside. The gully's still there. Gully still catching slip, and a gully. Ring on the offside, ring on the leg side, and a fine leg. Gilchrist comes in, bowls. It's a play and a miss. He's actually gone at that as Alistair Cook, and you could see him walk away in his own disgust, saying, don't play at that. He was trying to play a forceful ball. Good delivery, genuine play and miss. Well bowled, Mr. Gilchrist. And Sir Alistair will go back into his shell as he is on 90 not out. He's faced 222 balls. His mate down the other, Nick Brown, 128. So listen, they've shared the bowling in terms of the balls faced and in also the runs too for the day. 204 for no wicket after 75, 4 overs. Right, Mie bowls into the legs of Brown. Brown collects 2 more for him. He moves on ever close to his 100. He scored 100 last year. 1 solitary 100. Mie around the wicket to Brown. Brown forces it off the back foot into the leg side. There is no run. Finds mid-off with a forcefully drive off the back foot. Slip waiting. This time slightly slower. Gave it a little bit of air. Brown is receptive. He spots it, comes forward, softer hands, plays it into the leg side. Mie quickly in again, turns and bowls. There's another dot ball. He runs back to his mark. He's getting through his overs quickly. Brown's not ready. He has to wait. Brown crouches into the leg stump. Brown misses out on a single. He was trying to just force against the spin into the leg side, but misses it. Cannons off his pad. There is no leg by. He's ready. Breaks away. The wind loses his balance. Mie is about to deliver the ball and he has to abort. Tries again. A little bit quicker, shorter, forcibly off the back foot into the offside. There is no run for the last ball of the over. Nick Brown's on 96, Cook on 90. Essex are on 206 for no wicket, and we've had 75 overs. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, on the very first day of the County Championship season, live from the Cloudfm County Cricket Ground, with Matt Cole, BBC Radio Kent, Don Topley and Glenn Speller from BBC Essex. Gilchrist to commence an over from the Hayes Close end. Man on the drive still, short of a length, played into the leg side by Cook. Cook hits it to mid-wicket. There is no run. Dot ball, 206 for no wicket. 5 overs off the new ball. Will the Essex pair get through to a century before the new ball? Could the new ball do some damage, or will the new ball come off the bat better? This time Cook drives up to mid-on. There is no run. Nicely driven. Good delivery from Gilchrist, playing the patient game here. Not everybody has left at all, by far from it. They want to see a century. 1 or 2 have. They've braved the cold. They've been brilliant today, the crowd here at Chelmsford. Really has. Gilchrist bowls, driven into the offside. There is no run. Well bowled. The only criticism today, probably for me, for Gilchrist, is he's been responsible for nearly all the no balls. It's not an easy place to come and bowl if you're not used to here at Chelmsford. Up the hill one end, down the slope at the other, and you do run away with yourself. Both ends are very, very different. Gilchrist round the wicket, he bowls. This is played beautifully, but straight to a fielder on the offside by Cook. Good looking shot. Either side, a yard either side of Mie, and that would have been a boundary for Sir Alistair Cook. 90 not out. His colleague Nick Brown, 96 not out. They've seen it all before. Nervous 90s. Will it be? Gilchrist in, bowls short, pulled down to fine leg for a single in front of the Tom Pearce stand. Just the one run. Cook moves to 91, Brown on 96 on strike. A couple of the Kent boys are on the floor doing a bit of stretching. I trust that they are the new ball bowlers, getting themselves ready for an important spell tonight with this new ball. Gilchrist over the wicket to Brown, and Brown looks for a single. It goes out to, well, the gully dives. He stopped a boundary, but the gully dives to stop some runs, parries it to backward point, who collects, and they do not take any runs. Good bit of fielding there from Kent this late in the day. No run, end of the over, 207 for no wicket. Elsewhere, just a quick look. Hampshire 33 for no wicket in reply. Gloucestershire 100 for 6, and Surrey 3 down for 134. Middle Sussex lost a wicket. They're now 233 for 5. This time it's a one run as it's driven into the offside. 2 runs actually to Nick Brown. Sorry, it's Alistair Cook, who collects 2 down to deep extra cover. Millet bowls. This is respected this time. Decent delivery, decent off spinner. Drags Alistair Cook forward where he plays with the full face of the bat. Cook ready again. Millet gets through his overs very quickly. This is driven out to cover where there is 1 run. There's a man on the drive, quite square. So there's a ring of 3, but a man catching quite square on the drive. Round the wicket from a Millet, who is respected by Sir Alistair Cook. They really do get through these overs very quickly with this off spinner. He's in, he bowls, and again plays with a dead pat, just allows the ball to hit the bat rather than the bat to hit the ball. Dot ball. So just the 2 off the first ball so far off this over. Millet comes in, bowls. So Alistair Cook looks for a single. No, he can't pierce the infield. There is no run, so just the 2 off the over. Cook on 93, Brown on 96. Brown is facing, and the score 209 for no wicket.
Imposing total from this opening pair. So I think that's been. They have been patient, haven't they? Done as much as anything else. I mean, it's one thing if the pitch is not helping the bowlers out very much, but you still have to make the runs.
Patience has been the name of the game today, really, for both the batting and the bowling teams. Patience. Don't give your wicket away, and don't give easy runs.
So Gilchrist will resume. 1 for 35 off 12 so far. Yeah, just threw his 7th over for 21. New ball available in 3 overs, so 77 gone. Gilchrist then bowls to Brown, just dabs on that outside the off stump and on the line of off stump and fielded by Millet at cover. Just 1 slip, very then a gully point is Daniel Bell-Drummond there. Millet at cover, a man on the drive, quite close to the strip on the offside, almost sort of silly mid-off position. 2/3 the way down is Gilchrist bowling again, defensive shot by Brown. There's no run. That's Matt Milnes picking up the ball there. Mid-on and mid-off. And looks like Hamid Kadri is on as well at mid-wicket. So Kent have 2 subfielders on at the moment. Are the opening bowlers off, just getting themselves ready for the new ball, I wonder?
Yeah.
Is that a possibility? See Stevens, but it's maybe Jackson Bird off the pitch at the moment. Bouncer
Well
from
done.
Gilchrist.
Happy with that.
Yeah, it's good aggressive one, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Huge boundary. There isn't a man back, but it just keeps the batsman real.
Brown had to have his wits about him there. It didn't get up terribly much either, did it? It's not
No,
a lot of bounce in this pitch.
no. And it is particularly slow, that length, isn't it? Short of a length, bouncer length is slow.
Here's Gilchrist once again. But looked like an effort ball, that one. Defended by Brown. Scratches at his guard. And we always think that with bowls, and you've bowled so many of those deliveries yourself, Don, that you put in extra effort to that ball and the batsman just calmly defends it back at you. Is that deflating? I suppose you just have to keep that momentum somehow, don't you?
Gosh, you've got to get used to that.
You can't let that affect you, can you?
No.
Just one delivery.
No.
But Gilchrist then bowling to Brown, driven back past him. I just wondered if it's clipped Gilchrist, but certainly fielded by Darren Stevens at mid-on, no run. Looked like an attractive drive, that one, didn't it, back past the bowler?
It's been windy, gusty, cold. The lads haven't had much success. Listen, they need nice hot bath tonight. They'll probably have a ice bath first, but nice hot bath as well, and a quiet evening in the hotel.
Gilchrist to Brown. Just runs off his bat, 2 point, end of the over. Decent one from Gilchrist.
Yeah, it was. He's done all right. The only thing, he's bowled a few no balls, I think. But listen, he's done all right. Matt Milnes has done all right. They're going to be cold tonight. The wind's got in their back. They're going to be stiff tomorrow. You can't get away from that. And Essex they're going to ask them to have a second day in the dirt. That's a big call, a tall order. First proper day of the season. Whatever practice matches you've had, wherever you've travelled, wherever you've played, to have 2 days like that is going to be gruelling for the Kent boys. Millet bowls. This time Cook comes forward, drives it back to the bowler on his follow through. On the leg side, there is no run. Second ball now, round the wicket to Cook. Cook comes forward, plays with soft hands. The full face of the bat allows the ball to hit the bat, and there is no run. Millet again bowls a bit further in the offside, and it's well fielded, powerfully driven by Cook to cover where there is no run. Bowls slightly slower, gives it marginally a little bit of air, and goes to collect the ball on his follow through. Has to go a little further because he's played it with such soft hands that the ball doesn't really reach the bowler on his follow through. This time it's driven down the ground. There is no run, so we're getting through this over very quickly.
He really does, and he's back to his mark so fast. Yeah, he's all as if he's got. He's in a hurry. Got a bus to catch.
And there we go. There's the end of the over. Maiden, quite a decent over. There wasn't any bad balls. Drag Cook forward, respected by the former England captain. Fairly decent over. He hasn't bowled too much. He's bowled one filthy ball, hasn't he? That's it,
yeah.
Really,
yeah.
To be fair. And that was the start of the over, start of a spell. Was it the start of this spell where he bowled?
He was indeed. Well, yeah, did he have one over just after tea, but when he came back after that,
yeah,
following that, yeah.
It was a high full toss which got hit for 4.
So this is the last over before the new ball is available, and you can only imagine they're going to take it, perhaps with Bird and Milnes, who haven't bowled for a while.
Interesting that both batsmen haven't gone through to their centuries yet.
Yeah,
it is
very close indeed.
Yeah.
Brown is just 4 away, flicks it down to fine leg, and that'll be a single. He's on to 98. Oh, sorry, to 97. So he's on 97 already. No, he's on 97 now. Cook has 93. So 7 away. Just marking his guard again. Nathan Gilchrist gives the ball a hearty polish on the back of his whites there. Joe Downey still at that short catching position. A silly mid-off. as the ball is angled out towards Daniel Bell-Drummond at point of the back foot. There's no run.
Should imagine these two will have a little chat at the end of this over, saying, hey, you know, what do you say to us, Alistair Cook? You say, you know, you nearly got 100. You know, come on, chef. I really want to come out and bat with you tomorrow morning. Come on, let's both make sure we're both here for tomorrow morning. Book in for bed and breakfast.
Gilchrist round the wicket to Cook. Hurries him slightly, but up to mid-on. He's got full bat on that defensive. And there's no run. So just about an hour left in the day, I would think, from here. 16.3 overs to go. Roughly run at 16 an hour, don't they? Is the rough meter of it, what it's supposed to be at least. So yeah, 20 past 6, maybe half past 6 finish, depending. I imagine seamers will come back on with this new ball. Defended again by Alistair Cook, very methodically. Just gently into the offside, fielded by Joe Denley.
Slip in a gully.
Yeah, they've been in all day, haven't they? And there's been two half chances, you might say, to slip, or one half chance and one which flew well wide, both off Daniel Bell-Drummond. But that's been it for Kent. Full length delivery from Gilchrist, driven by Cook on the drive into the offside. Mayeye Fields at cover.
I only had half a story about Hugh Turberville.
You've only had the half the story.
I've got the full story now. It's his
is it fit for
mate
publication?
Nick Pagan's birthday, who's sadly not here. He has COVID. Get well soon, Nick. But Morgan and Hugh, who are here, who are celebrating his birthday, without him, send them their best wishes.
Gilchrist round the wicket to Cook. Cook to Mayeye once again. Just a push into the offside. That's 80 overs gone. Let's have a look at the umpires. It's 210 for none, Essex. Gilchrist takes his jumper. The 12th man come on. He's not come on with the ball. The umpire got that in his pocket. Paul Pollard has just taken a ball out of his pocket, ceremonially now giving it to Jackson Bird. I think there's every indication, Don Topley, that this could be the new ball taken by Kent,
yes.
Which you'd understand. 210 for none. Brown has 97. Cook has 93. Both of them on the brink of centuries, and Kent just dearly hoping that the new ball will change fortunes for them on the opening day of this county championship season. On BBC Essex and BBC Radio Kent, this commentary with Don Topley, with Glenn Speller and with Matt Cole.
Jackson Bird it is. He's been given the responsibility of taking this second new ball. Can he get a wicket? Will he bowl straight? Will he make the batsman play? Jackson Bird, New South Wales, born in 86, so he's 35 years young. Has played 9 tests, 102 first class games. In he comes from the river end, and this time it's force into the leg side, and with the first ball of this spell of the new ball, Sir Alistair Cook goes and gives his colleague Nick Brown a hug, because he's clipped it off his legs, got 4 runs, and the 4 runs will take him to his century, the first century of the season for Nick Brown. It's a partnership worth 210. Nick Brown is 101 runs in credit, undefeated in those 242 balls. Well played, Nick Brown. He's raised his bat to the crowd, and the crowd have applauded. Essex's first centurion of the summer. Well played, Nick Brown.
Beautifully done. Calmness personified all the way through this day. Concentration and patience to the fore.
Jackson Bird on his way in. Right arm over the wicket. This time it's played off the back foot with an open face bat out into the offside behind square, where there is no run. 214 for no wicket.
Yeah, beautifully done from Nick Brown.
So first class, 102 matches for Jackson Bird, 421 wickets at 24.45. That's a healthy average for a first class bowler. Jackson Bird on his way in, he bowls. He's driven down the ground to mid-off, there is no run. I think we said he played for Hampshire and Nottinghamshire, I think we said earlier in the day. Kent, Hampshire, Nottinghamshire, Tasmania, Melbourne Stars, Sydney Sixes, Australia A and Australia. 9 tests. Away he goes from us, up the hill, past umpire Pollard, short, played into the leg side off the back foot. Brown would take a single. Goes out to deep square leg where there is just the one run. 215 for no wicket. Listening to BBC Radio Kent, BBC Essex, Matt Coles, Glenn Speller and Don Topley.
Yeah, looking at Jackson Bird's recent first class outings, been for Tasmania and the Sheffield Shield. Finishing at the end of, 23rd of March, so relatively recently. He's had a bit of cricket, hasn't he? So
a few Aussies over here, isn't there?
Yeah.
Labuschagne, Glamorgan, Steckerty here at Essex, Patterson at Nottinghamshire. I've missed one off. Siddle at Somerset. Round the wicket this time. Cook plays with an open face bat out to backward point where there is no run. Decent delivery with this second new ball, but also negotiated well with Sir Alistair Cook's bat. Trying to think if there are any other Aussies. Peter Hanscom, Middlesex. Jackson Bird bowls, or playing a miss. Lulled into playing that on the fourth stump line, playing a miss, well bowled, end of the over, 215 for no wicket.
Kent hoping the new ball will bring him something. An Essex with 1 centurion already. Alistair Cook hoping to be the second. 102 for Brown. Cook 93. And who will it be from the other end? It's Matt Milnes, I think, taking off his jumper. That would make sense. The two Kent started with. 13 fours for Nick Brown.
Matt Kelly is another Aussie.
Thanks, Glenn. His 17th first class century for Nick Brown there.
Matt Kelly is going to be playing for Northamptonshire. He's not an Aussie that I'm familiar with. We'll have to do a bit of research on him because we will be seeing him. So will Kent.
In due course. So Mills just warming up his arm now to Joe Denley, who's his mid-off. A few practice balls. Nick Brown composes himself. 102 not out. His big unbeaten partnership, 215 already. Milnes bowls to Brown, flicked off his hip, and that'll be at least one. It's a chase round to backward square for Gilchrist, and they'll take a second run there. Move on to 217 for none. Round to 104. Just stretching out the hamstrings, touching his toes there, Matt Milnes. Just making sure he's limber. A word of advice or maybe encouragement from Darren Stevens as he tosses him the ball. Comes in now, Milnes to Brown, defends it. Back towards the bowler, although he's gone on a different course, Matt Milnes, off towards the right as we look at it from this city end. Into the offside, fielded by Tawanda Mayeye. Wind still pretty brisk. I think it has dropped a little bit this afternoon. The trees aren't quite as agitated as they were, but has been very gusty today, as we've been saying, and hasn't helped the bowlers at all. Batsmen have stayed firm, as it were, not been blown off course. Straight back at the bowler, this next one from Matt Milnes, angry swipe at the ball, almost throwing it back to the wicket-keeper. Ollie Robinson, by relay, it'll come back to him.
Thanks to Joan, who contacted us. She's enjoying listening to the BBC Radio Essex service today. She's loving the stream as well. Couldn't make it to the ground today, but hopes to be here over the course of the weekend.
On your side have done well today, haven't they? Have flicked off his toes by Brown this time. Another chase for Gilchrist. They'll come back for 2, and that's well run. Good, strong running, aggressive running by Brown for the second. He goes on to 106. Cook on 93, 219 for none. Essex right now. And 2 to come from Milnes. I'll be off to do an update in a second, then an extended piece on the cricket for BBC Radio Kent. I'd mostly be talking about Essex, I should imagine, so don't know if you want to do a simulcast. Here's Milnes to Brown. Oh, that's a lovely, good stop as well.
Brilliant stop.
Tumbling.
That Darren Stevens?
It is Darren Stevens up there as well. He's got down really well.
Cool, has he?
Stops it. I thought that was going for 4, I have to say.
Well, the lights are on.
Turf. They are indeed, yeah. It has just got a little bit gloomy out there.
Plenty of blue sky.
Yeah,
but it's
a
hidden
big black
by
sky, a big black cloud over it at the moment. Here's Milnes to Cook. Withdraws the bat from that one. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt as he's on 93 through the wicket keeper, and that is the end of the over. 220 for none. 107 Brown, 93 Cook. Umpires having a look here.
There's a little bit of rain in the air. I'm not sure it'll take them off because it is still quite windy, so whatever comes in goes quite quickly.
It's like a bit of communication between the 2 umpires, but no, they're going back to their positions now. So 82 overs of this first day gone. Essex 220 for none. Nick Brown has 107. Alistair Cook 93 for Essex, put into bat by Kent this morning. Glenn Speller will join Don Topley.
Thanks, Matt. It's look, overnight, unless you get a couple of wickets, Kent, it's going to be a really another difficult day because you're going to be in the dirt again. And this is the second day of the season. You've got another day in the dirt. So Essex could make Kent pay here. Jackson Bird on his way in, this time with the second new ball, which bowled just short of a length. Brown gets back and across into line, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Good cricket all round. Good delivery, well played. Bit of pressure there. Very enjoyable to watch, but my word, tonight these boys, Kent boys, are going to be tired and they're going to have to go again tomorrow, and it's only the second day of the season.
Don't think they want the ice baths, are they, Don?
Yeah. Jackson Bird bowls. This is he's bowled him. Bowled him's got the first wicket of the day. I may have been an inside edge. May have been, or did it go between bat and pad? I think it's an inside edge as Nick Brown goes for 107, 221, and those who have stayed here, they're going to be enjoying putting their hands together to clap with their gloves and applaud a fine century on the opening day of the season. 107, and the score is 220 for 1. Well played, Nick Brown. You'd be pleased with that, Glenn Speller.
Just listen to the response to the crowd as Nick Brown makes his way back. I was going to say I got the sense that Nick Brown was disappointed, but you didn't need to get the sense because you saw by his reaction he was going for a drive. and a sense that maybe it kept a little bit low, but it's gone between bat and pad, and he's disappointed to be out because I think he feels there's more runs out there. But a 220 opening stand for Essex on the opening day of a brand new county. More than that really, and he's gone for 107 from 253 deliveries has Nick Brown there. And Essex in such a strong position in this game, and just looking to see out the final few overs of this day. You said it got a bit gloomy, Don, but the cloud is blocking out the sun at the moment. There is a little bit of rain falling, but the umpires are happy to keep the players out at the moment because, again, like earlier in the day, it's just in the wind and no more than that. No sense of Essex sending out any kind of night watchman. The skipper's in, Tom Westley.
Yeah, a bit of a commentator's curse, wasn't it? I was talking about them staying here and booking in for bed and breakfast, etc. Well, Jackson Bird has got the wicket. He's everyone will be looking at him saying, well bowled, well bowled. And he's just got a bit of guts in there. He's bowled a delicious delivery, which has probably just gone on with the swing to Wesley, the right-hander. The first time they've bowled at a right-hander all day. And it's a good delivery through to the keeper, dot ball.
Yeah, that'll give Kent a little bit of a lift in the final few overs of the day, and they'll be seeing, well, if we sneak another one out,
correct,
we can remove one of these two, then it hasn't been a totally disastrous day. And then, they've kept the runs down. If anything else, they've kept things within range. Essex have never got away from them, but you get the feeling the runs are there, the surface is true and good, but you also have to work for them and stay patient as well.
Yep. Bird away from us, up the hill, past Pollard. He bowls. This is played into the leg side. It was a good ball to a left-hander, but it was a right-hander facing. So Wesley gets his 2 runs, his scoring up and running with a customary leg side mid-wicket drive. Good looking shot there from Wesley. 2 runs, 222 for 1.
Looking to carry on from last season as well. Tom Wesley had a strong season with the bat last year in the 4-day game, and so he'll be looking to lead from the front once again, but he's certainly been given the platform by his very experienced opening duo here, Messrs Brown and Cook.
Very important for Sir Alistair Cook to stay in here now. You don't want to be losing him. Wesley comes forward, plays very good forward defensive to a very good delivery from Jackson Bird. Dot ball.
First time I've heard any real noise from the Kent fielders in quite a while as well, and suddenly there are 3 slips in there where there was only 1 before the Brown wicket. There's a gully in there as well, a ring of offside fielders as they look to try to put some kind of pressure on. The rain's just got a little bit harder.
Ooh, we don't want that.
Just looking at that on our windows in front of us, but it's that big black cloud away to our right hand side which is blotting out the sun at the moment as well.
Shot for no run. Jackson Bird. I've just taken your delivery, haven't I?
No.
As end of the over, 222 for 1. For 1, I say, because Jackson Bird is the gentleman that's got the wicket. He clean bowled off the inside edge of Nick Brown's bat. Nick Brown made a fantastic century. 107 he did. Scored 1 century last season, and he's notched up a century on the opening day of the 2022 cricket season.
Yeah, his 17th first class century. His highest score 255, and that takes him beyond 6,300 first class runs that innings today as well. He's averaging, before today he was averaging just shy of 38 for Essex in first class cricket, so that would have done his average a deal of good as well. So here's Milnes in from the Hayes close end, bowling to Sir Alistair Cook, who shuffles across and lets the ball go through to Ollie Robinson, the wicketkeeper, and the Kent captain. Don't forget today, no Sam Billings, no Jack Leaning for Kent. Looking at scores elsewhere, there's not been a whole deal of play between Northants and Gloucestershire. They had a really late start there, but Gloucestershire have shrunk to 134 for 7. That is in Division 1. Hampshire 51 without loss, replying to Somerset's 180 earlier in the day. Here's Milnes into Cook once again, and shout for LBW here. Sense that the bowler was joining in after the fact with the wicketkeeper and the slips. Turned down anyway. 222 for 1. Just watch, that cloud is moving in more and more over the pavilion roof now because the wind's blowing in from that direction, which means we've got less and less blue sky and more of the dark stuff taking over. The lights are on here at Chelmsford.
So it's a very small victory for Kent in a very, very
But Essex, if you're just joining us late in the day, have finally lost a wicket. And Kent have worked really hard. Milnes into Cook. Cook on 93 and just playing defensively back down the pitch for no run. We have nominally got still 12 and a half overs to go in the day. Whether we'll get through to that or not is very much up for discussion. I was looking to see if there's anything behind that dark cloud. There's a little bit of blue stuff behind it, but it's whether there's more moisture to come in that dark cloud. Surrey 168 for 3 against Warwickshire Edgbaston, but that match has been delayed by the weather again. Milnes into Cook in darkening skies, and Cook gets an outside edge, and it goes down to the third man boundary for 4 runs.
Oh, that must be frustrating. Got to be frustrating that. You've got to sympathise with the Kent bowler.
Well, that's probably gone through slip 3.5, slip 3 probably. They've only got 2 in for Milnes. They did have 3 in after Bird took the wicket from this river end, but it's gone for 4 runs, and Cook moves to 97 and the score to 226 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. Did he close the face on the delivery? Maybe he did a little bit, but it was a genuine edge. Slightly fortuitous, and moral victory to the bowler.
Well, Milnes is in and bowling to Cook once again, and Cook just squared up, plays defensively for no run, 226 for 1. Wesley on 2. Yes, it's captain, joining his former England captain, Sir Alistair Cook. Cook, 33 Test centuries for England, 69 centuries in total.
These wickets, the position of the pitch here.
He's been in the 90s for a fair while. He's on 48 for a fair old while before he got to his half century as well. He's facing up to Milnes once again, and Cook off, I was going to say the back foot, but he was then moving into the delivery, but pushes up to the mid-off region, and there is no run. End of the over, 226 for 1. That's 84 overs gone now in the day. Essex have 1 bonus point on the board.
All after losing the toss and being asked to bat. One must remember that.
The only thing that's gone wrong today is losing the toss, or maybe that went right.
Yes, sometimes in cricket it's good to lose the toss because you're not quite sure, should you bat, should you bowl. I'm sure Kent would have hoped to have been a little more productive, especially this Australian. Jackson Bird is on his way in away from us, past the umpire. Pollard outside off stump. Decent pace at this time of the day. It is a new ball, but it goes through to the keeper, and it's a dot ball.
Lily's back on the email from North Yorkshire. Says a fantastic opening partnership between Sir Alistair Cook and Nick Brown. Kent need more wickets. I'm Yorkshire born and bred, she says. I love going to North Marine Road in Scarborough every year. She also says she loves listening to Don Topley on commentary, but we can forgive a few things, I guess.
Who was that?
You don't need to know. That's Lily in North Yorkshire.
Many thanks indeed. Much appreciated. Always nice to hear that. Jackson Bird bowls outside off stump through, and not interested is the right-handed Wesley. Very happy to leave it alone, but a good pace delivery outside off stump through to the keeper, dot ball.
Tony on the email says, I'm enjoying the commentary. I played at Gravesend where we had a good history of Kent players. Yes. Alan Brown, Dave Nichols, Eldine Baptiste, Simon Hinks, Matt Walker, Gareth Breeze and Kevin and Dave Masters.
Yes, actually, Glenn, yep. Simon Hinks is to your left.
Yes, he's the match referee, isn't he? For this
match? As Jackson Bird bowls, I actually think Was Graham Dilly Gravesend as well?
Possibly. Tony goes on to say, my debut for Gravesend's first 11 was a pre-season friendly against Brentwood. I opened the bowling against Chris Gladwin, former Essex player,
Yes.
who proceeded to hit 24 off my first 5 balls. The 6th ball he just pushed back to me because he felt sorry for me. I won't repeat what I said, says Tony. Well, thank you, probably, after what happened to the previous 5 balls.
Yes, yes. Chris Gladwin opened with Graham Gooch for many a year.
And they have strengthened as well. But there are
Jackson Bird at the crease, bowls outside off stump again. Maybe he could just make Wesley play a little bit more, but I'm being pernickety. Wesley happy to leave. Bird is just happy. He's bowling some decent deliveries, but Wesley's happy to leave.
Last season, for instance, and I'm not saying this out of any disrespect, but they played Derbyshire and Leicestershire in their last 4 games. They won all of their last 4 games, Kent.
Jackson Bird turns a lonely figure, but he has the wicket in the right column. He aborts his run up. I think there's some movement at the river end. Wesley wasn't ready. He is now. So here we go. Jackson Bird on his way in. Decent run up, decent pace. Wesley equal to the task, plays with the full face of the bat on the front foot to mid-on. There is no run.
Been a workmanlike innings from Sir Alistair Cook today. Found some fluency during the innings, but a lot of times has been becalmed by some tight Kent bowling and good field placings where they tried to dry up the runs in the afternoon session, where Essex made just the 80 runs in that session, but a couple of fleeting chances he'd offered, one effort, one edge which flew past first slip, and that one we saw a few moments ago go through the vacant third slip area.
There's a lot more to come.
Wesley, bat aloft, comes forward, plays the Jackson Bird delivery on the front foot to complete the over. That's the 85th over of Essex's innings, and the score is 226 for 1. Tony Pearce has been in touch. He said only the seriously hardy fans are there today. I'm going to put out a public thank you to all of everyone who's come today, because I think it's 11 overs left, is it, Glenn? But
yes.
It's just terrific to see. Yes, hardy. Yes, passionate. But there has been a cracking crowd here today on the opening day of the season. Long may that continue.
Yep. They're a hardy bunch, the county cricket support, and as I mentioned earlier on, don't let the narrative fool you into thinking that people don't care about the game, because they do, and it's also shown up in the figures for the BBC local radio listenership and what goes out on the live streams, and also the live feed on the website as well, where the guys do such a great job of updating from all around the grounds on the BBC cricket pages. This next ball from Milnes is met with a firm defensive shot from Cook, and 226 for 1 is the score. 97 from 254 deliveries so far.
I didn't say anything, but our colleague, our scoring colleague, got in touch. Did you see that, Mr. Speller?
Mr. Jackman?
He did.
Yes, I did.
I didn't
on,
say anything because I thought it might be commentator's curse.
No. This next one from Mills has Cook tucked on the back foot, but he works it into the onside, just wide of mid-on. They'll think about coming back for a second, but it's a smart enough piece of fielding from Darren Stevens as he picks the ball up, and it's Westley who decides that Cook is best served staying at the non-striker's end. 227 for 1, he moves to 98.
Well, he wrote to us at 3:20 and he said Essex are the only side currently batting in the county championship yet to lose a wicket this season. Oh, that's gone now, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't commentator's curse, though. It was a little while ago. So
scorer's curse.
We can forgive him for that. A bit of movement around in the Kent outfield. They're going to strengthen this slip cordon for the right-handed Tom Westley. Daniel Bell-Drummond moving in there. He's in at third slip now, as Milnes comes into the right-handed Tom Westley. He's in now, and Westley flicks that one away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. He just all timing in that and a little flick of the wrists, it goes to the boundary for 4 runs. 231 for 1, he moves to 6.
And all 6 have been a similar shot that we expect off Wesley. A little whip into the leg side. Great looking shot that. I wish I could play shots like that, but the ball deserved it because it was angled into his pads and it got his just rewards. He is a very classy player. He favours the leg side as we've known for a good number of years.
Milnes is in and bowling to the Essex captain now. This time's driving through extra cover for 4 more as well, just showing that he's just as good out to the offside as he is on the onside. In actual fact, it's not going to reach the boundary. It should have done, but it just holds up in the outfield there, and I can see the rain beginning to fall a little bit heavier now. The drops are a little bit bigger as well, and in actual fact, he only picked up 3 runs from that. It raced across the square, but as it reached the 2/3 of the way to the boundary, it almost just stopped.
Yes, it did.
Deserved 4 runs.
It did. It was a beautiful shot. Bowler overcompensating there, having been whipped into the leg side. He then bowls outside off, and it's caressed beautifully. But it brings the left-handed Cook on to strike.
Cook on 98, facing up to Milnes now and pushing into the onside, just dropping it there, and they go through for the single, and Sir Alistair Cook moves to 99, but not the end of the over. 1 ball to come.
Yeah.
He's been in this situation so many times, Sir Alistair Cook. He won't be minding. And, you know, if we go off for rain now and I've got to come back tomorrow morning, that's fine. I'll come back tomorrow morning.
Yep, he sure will.
I don't think he'd have a restless night either. This next one is worked along the ground by Wesley, and they have a little look at each other, the 2 batsmen, as third slip half stops it, and eventually they sprint through for the single. Cook shout of your end as the throw came into Wesley's end, and they go through for the single. It's the end of the over, and Essex are 236 for 1. Wesley's gone to 10 in next to no time, and Cook is there on 99.
He won't be on strike because it'll be Bird to Wesley. Lights are on. The flag is slightly limping for me. It's certainly quietened down.
And the trees at the Hayes Close end and over at the public side as well. They're almost still now as well. So just show the wind has dropped.
Just wondering if there's a little bit more swing with this second new ball, with a wind not quite as gusting as Jackson Bird comes in. Wesley comes on the back foot and plays it into the leg side. There is no run. Good delivery. I do think the 2 Kent bowlers have bowled better here. As I say, there might be just a little bit of shape. Something might be happening with this second new ball because there isn't the wind like there was earlier today. They might be enjoying the situation better than earlier today as well, or have got a swinging ball. Jackson Bird bowls outside off stump, shapes away and goes further and wider. There is no run.
Is there more in it because the wind has dropped, or maybe they've just taken a bit of pace off the ball as well? Because I won't say they bowled badly with the new ball this morning, but they didn't do anything with it.
I think it was hard because of the wind. I really do, and I don't think it swung. I think it was windy and cold. I just think with less wind, the ball might be swinging, or this second new ball might be swinging where the first new ball didn't. You find balls do and balls don't. Through to the keeper. Decent delivery. There was a Jackson Bird has put his hand on his jaw to suggest that was a good ball. Wesley agrees. Does a bit of gardening. It was a bit closer, but it was a good judgment from the batsman as he allows it go through to the keeper.
Yeah,
good bowling.
Wesley's come out in the hardest part of the day, really, hasn't he? You can see as well the lights reflecting off the various logos and stickers that they've got on the bats as well. It just shows you that how strong the lights are now against the natural light.
That's right, the lights are on. Maybe it is doing just a little bit more. Twilight zone. Jackson Bird bowls, driven down the ground. There's going to be 1. There's going to be 2. There's going to be 4. What a delicious shot there. We're seeing some decent stroke making here from Tom Wesley, who moves to
14 now.
14 now, with that's 3 boundaries and a 2.
Yeah, he's come out and he's struck the ball nicely. It's come off the middle of the bat as well, and he's already looking in prime form too. But what's the old adage? The new ball flies quicker to the boundary, doesn't it? But despite it giving the slight advantage to the bowlers as well. But if you put it there, that's what ends up happening.
Jackson Bird, how will he reply? He bowls, forces Wesley back onto the back foot, played with a straight bat into the offside. The bowler does the fielding on his follow through. There is no run. 240 for 1.
1 ball to go in the over as well. This is the 87th over of the day. It's been a long, hard day for these Kent bowlers and fielders, both in terms of what's happened in the field of play, but also in terms of the weather conditions they've had to contend with as well. But that's the life of a county cricketer. It can't just be wickets dropping left, right and centre every single day of the week.
No. Jackson Bird bowls, brings Wesley forward. The right-hander plays with the full face of the bat. There is no run. End of the over. 240 for 1. This is where you really test the character of bowlers. Young bowlers, these Kent bowlers. Tomorrow morning, you've had a day in the dirt, the wind's been in your back, you've had a quiet night, quiet meal, you've probably slept like a baby. The body, you wake up in the morning, you're tired because this wind would have taken it out of you, it would have got into your back. And you've got another day in the dirt ahead of you. That is really where you find your character. That's when you find if you've got the desire to be a proper bowler. Come back tomorrow morning and have a go again.
Just seeing whether Kent were going to try and close off the single for Cook here, but they've kept the standard field that they've kept over the course of the last few overs. So Cook on 99, facing up to Milnes, who's in from the Hayes close end now, and Cook plays defensively back down the pitch, and the bowler fields on his follow through. 240 for 1. A few people with their phones out, cameraman down in front of us as well, hoping they're going to be able to grab the shot that they want.
The faithful have stayed, haven't they?
Yeah, and they're being rewarded as well.
Yep. Opening day of the season.
Desperate to see one of Essex's greatest ever complete a 37th century for his county. Milnes turns, is in, running towards Sir Alistair Cook now. There's Cook playing defensively, out to the offside, and again there's no run.
You can just see him sort of calculating in his mind. I'm all right here. You're going to give me a single in a minute. You're going to give me a little one in a minute.
Yeah, and there's a little one I can just drop down to long leg. There's one there, I know. Yeah, just put one behind square on the onside.
God, it must be wonderful to bat like that.
Yeah.
It really must. We all dream.
Okay, Milnes into Cook. Cook on 99 and driving, but not with the full flow, and it's stopped at mid-off, and there's no run once again. He almost looked slightly disappointed there, Cook.
Yeah.
So I think he thought that was a slightly fuller delivery, and it was there for him.
Mistimed it, didn't he? Yep.
And again, he's seen it so many times in a variety of conditions, in a variety of locations, not just around the country, but around the world.
I'd love to have an insight into his mind. How he switches on, switches off.
Well, he's facing up to Milnes now. Milnes is into Cook, who pushes defensively, and again is that shuffle out of the crease, but there's no run there as mid-off prevents the single. 2 balls to go in the over.
Good bowling this. Good bowling here from Milnes.
Yeah, nice and straight, bowling to his field. But Cook's approach hasn't changed throughout the day, and why would it change now, whether you're on 1 or 99? Mine would, but
you fancy going over the top?
I'm not Sir Alistair Cook, I tell you. Here's Milnes into Sir Alistair Cook now, and Cook from the back foot, from the crease, plays out to the offside. There's no run once again, as you say, Don. Good bowling from Milnes here.
Yeah,
He's not just going to hand it to him.
Terrific bowling. Terrific bowling from a relatively young fella. Many would crack under the circumstances, but he's putting Cook under pressure just to get the single to get his 100, even though Cook has seen it all before.
Look at that space on the leg side, but Milnes has bowled well. Final ball of the over. He's into Cook now. Cook works that down to long leg, and there it is. A 37th century for Essex for Sir Alistair Cook. He's offered 2 fleeting opportunities throughout the day, but other than that, it's been a standard Cook innings, nudging, nurdling, accumulating, and putting the bad ball away when required. And those who have stayed are on their feet all as one, applauding one of Essex's and England's greatest ever batsmen as he moves to 3 figures.
Well played, Sir Alistair. We've seen it all before, but it does excite people to see a 6-hour 100 near enough. Looking at the balls he's faced, 262 balls I think is taken for his century. Yep, just been announced. 11 fours, 262 balls. Magnificent. And he will do it all again tomorrow if he has that chance.
And that was the end of the over as well.
Right, Jackson Bird has got the wicket to his name. He's going to be bowling to Cook. He's on his way in. He bowls. Forced off the back foot into square cover where there is a bit of good fielding, but there is no run. Well bowled, well batted.
Still 8 overs to go, well 7.5 overs now still to go in the day. And credit to the Kent fielders like they did with Nick Brown, and there with Cook as well. They stand and applaud. 70th first class century for Sir Alistair Cook in all. 33 for his country. Best is 294.
I was there. Melbourne. Cook plays off the back foot. Jackson Bird bowls nice and straight. It's a dot ball. I remember the MCG, wasn't it?
Did he get 294 twice?
Don't know.
Or am I going mad?
It was 294. It was a flat wicket at Melbourne. I was there. The series had been lost by the time we got to Melbourne for the Boxing Day test, and he made 294.
Yeah, and he also made 294 against India in 2011.
Did he?
Yeah, I thought, because I remember it.
Jackson Bird this time bowls. It's well fielded and mid-on. Saves certainly a boundary, and in fact it saves a single as well. Good bit of diving to his left by mid-on. I don't think that's Darren Stevens.
No, not tumbling like that, no. Yeah, 294 against India in 2011 when England made 710 for 7.
Wow.
And he admitted a tinge of disappointment at not joining the elite who'd made triple hundreds.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. Jackson Bird on his way into his rhythm. He bowls, it's pitched up, it's driven it, and he's nicked it through to the keeper as it had slipped. Sir Alistair Cook has to go on exactly 100. Jackson Bird with his second new ball under the lights. It has done a little bit more than it did earlier in the day under the lights with the wind certainly not as strong as it was, and Alistair Cook does look a bit disappointed, but well played to Nick Brown and Sir Alistair Cook. Alistair Cook has, I think, been caught at the wicket for exactly 100, and you may see all the crowd applaud and stand as he is received at the pavilion after scoring a century on the opening day of the season. Well played, Sir Alistair Cook.
And like Nick Brown, the reaction tells you he's disappointed because he'd only just gone to his century and he's out for exactly 3 figures as well, but that's the mark of the man. But those who have been here today have seen something pretty special from the Essex openers, and Kent will take some respite and some encouragement from these 2 late strikes on the opening day.
Definitely. They've bowled quite nicely with this second new ball. This second new ball has done a bit. Why has it done a bit? Maybe it's done a bit more under the lights, and maybe they've got a ball that's swinging. Maybe the lack of the wind, the gusty wind of earlier today isn't here now. The flag is limp. So I do think it's just doing a bit more under the lights without the wind.
And still no night watchman, Dan Lawrence. He's got a big summer ahead of him. He's in for Essex at number 4, 241 for 2. And we've got 7 overs and 1 ball still to go.
Another wicket here tonight will just give a bit of confidence to Kent for tonight stroke tomorrow morning, because they'll have a reasonably hard new cherry to work with in the morning, and Jackson Bird, whoever chose this ball, should have a pat on the back, because
Rain's really coming down now.
oh, hang on, the umpires are interfering by the looks of it.
Although it's just eased off. He was just going over to his colleague to say, look, it's raining too hard now. And the moment he did it, it completely eased off.
Lawrence, bat aloft, played into the leg side. That's 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. It's going to the longest part of the ground towards the pavilion. They take the 3, which brings Tom Wesley on to strike. So first ball of the county championship season for Dan Lawrence. He forces it, manipulates it into the leg side. That's a good looking shot for 3. 244 for 2.
It's good sharp running as well, because the fielder had ball in hand, but Lawrence had already called, turned and sprinted. So that's good intent from Essex as well. They don't want Kent thinking they're going to eke their way back into things.
Wesley facing. This time there's a decent delivery. They're all ooh and ah along with Jackson Bird. End of a decent over. He has bowled nicely in this spell with a second new ball. And Essex are 244 for 2. I'm just going to give you his figures. His figures oh, I've lost my page. I will get my page.
It's the end of the over anyway. The rain's just starting to fall a little bit heavier once again, which is encouraging a few people to head for the exits. And yeah, the umpire's having a little look around now and look above as well, just to see, look, is this going to be a short, sharp shower and we stay out? Or is this looking a little bit more terminal? It's really difficult to judge this, because it's just eased off again, but it is still raining. It's not as torrential as it was just a couple of seconds ago, and we might see a rainbow at some point the way things are going, but yeah, they're going to stay out there for now.
17 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 46. Jackson Bird.
Right. Milnes is going to continue from the Hayes close end, and is going to be bowling to Dan Lawrence, who took a 3 off his very first delivery since making his way to the wicket. Milnes is in and bowling to Lawrence, now well wide of off stump, and Lawrence just lets that go through. A couple of right-handers out there now for Kent. They've seen more than enough, I think, they want to see of left-handers today and for the rest of the game. Such has been the nature of the day in which they've had. They won the toss, and no one can blame them for putting Essex in opening day of the season, overcast skies, etc, etc, normally what you expect, but it's by no means a green top this wicket either. As Milnes turns, is into England's Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence whips that one away behind square on the onside and picks up probably the most comfortable of 4 runs he's going to this season. 248 for 2. And that was feed me bowling from Milnes on that occasion. And he needs to realign his sights after that errant delivery, which was a half volley on Dan Lawrence's legs. And when you're playing for England and you're at the top of the game, you don't miss out on those. Milnes is in once again. That's better, outside off stump, just realigning his sights. And it goes through to Robinson for no addition to the score. Still the odd drop of rain falling, but the umpire's happy for the players to stay out. If they get through the day with no stoppages and no interruptions, that really is something to behold because of the nature of the forecast. Very similar forecast for tomorrow as well, as Milnes is in for Lawrence. 3 slips there. Oh, shout for LBW here as Lawrence almost falls over trying to work that one into the onside. It's a prolonged appeal as well, which is turned down. And everyone stops. A little bit of chuntering and go back to their marks and get on with things once again. And Tom Wesley just having a couple of words with the umpire there, maybe saying, well, didn't think it was close, did you? Well, no, I didn't, that's why I turned it down. And Mills dejectedly makes his way back to his mark. 2.48 for 2 is the Essex score. He's in and bowling to Lawrence now. He pushes defensively up to mid-off for no run. That marquee over on the right-hand side I was talking about earlier on, and the roof in danger of flying off, it has come a lot more loose since I was last describing it.
Yes, definitely, isn't it?
And they're going to have to take a look at that overnight and probably first thing tomorrow morning, just to batten down the hatches once again. And it's all gone a little bit slow at the moment. Still a good crowd in. Milnes in once again. Lawrence pushes out to the onside for no run, and that is the end of the over, the 90th of the day. Lawrence has 7, Wesley on 14, and Essex are 248 for 2.
Well, Hampshire bowled Somerset out for 180, and in reply they're 86 for no wicket. At Southampton, Northamptonshire have got Gloucestershire 141 for 7 and Surrey are 168 for 3, with Ben Folkes just gone in at number 5.
Yeah, he's looking at the Gloucestershire Northants game. They're going to resume at 6:10. I'm sure the players are thrilled about that.
Gosh, yes. Yes. As Jackson Bird bowls, a good delivery for the first ball of a new over, played into the offside, no run.
Joe Weatherly's made a half century for Hampshire. He only made 1 in the entirety of last season.
Jackson Bird turns. Elbows pumping, he bowls, and that's hit Tom Wesley, I think, on the pads, but not interested in an LBW shout, just a decent delivery.
The new ball's certainly offering, hasn't it?
is.
It's offered a variety for Kent and a few difficulties for the Essex batsmen.
Decent ball to bowl with, and it's under lights. They talked about the day-night tests under lights at the twilight zone, didn't they? This is very much what it's like. Wesley waiting, Bird bowling, played into the offside, there is no run. Essex have got to be a little bit careful here to not lose any more wickets for the evening. If they lost 1, they could lose 2. 3 down would be a shame, 4 down would be not careless, but you're just losing the advantage that they've gained from batting so well today. And it would just give the momentum back to Kent if they got a 3rd or a 4th wicket. Jackson Bird bowls, well bowled again. This is testing time now under the lights here in these conditions. Kent are bowling nicely.
Yeah, slower delivery from Bird as well, just holding that one back a little bit. Because Wesley's so keen to get on the front foot, so keen to be driving. And they've seen what the other 2 have done before them. I always think it puts pressure on batsmen, don't you? The ones coming in, you've seen what the others have done. And everyone's got runs so far. Well, I'm not sure professional sportsmen think about that, but you look at the scorecard and you think, oh, are they kicking themselves?
Jackson Bird right arm over the wicket, flicked into the leg side, a little too straight. Wesley enjoys that. It's going to take 1, 2. He's going to call his partner back for the 3rd. Dan Lawrence is very quick anyway. 3 easy runs there. Good shot, lovely shot from Tom Wesley. Just a little bit too straight. Yeah, Glenn, I think you're absolutely right. It's we've seen 2 different games here. We've seen a game from earlier today and a game that's happening now. In the quiet conditions, under the lights, no wind. The ball's doing a bit. Tricky batting conditions. Can Essex keep keep the door firmly shut? Or will Jackson Bird firmly open it? He's in, bowls, outside off stump through to the keeper. Dot ball, goodish pace, good effort here from Jackson Bird. End of the over, 248 for 2.
Thanks to Don Topley today. We'll give you a rest now, Don, for the final 5 overs of the day, but it's certainly been Essex's day. We'll bring Matt back in for a Kent perspective on the day for the final 5 overs, if we get through those 5 overs. At the risk of repeating myself, it's going to be quite amazing if we get through today with no stoppages whatsoever. Will be the only game of the day which has achieved that as well, and credit to the umpires who at one point were teetering on the brink of bringing the players off, but the rain promptly stopped. But other than that, it's been a thankless task for the fielders and the bowlers in those windy conditions. A lot more comfortable for the batsmen because of the warmth of the conditions with their pads and gloves, helmets on. A change of bowling at the Hayes close end as well. Matt Quinn, I think it is, I can see in the distance, preparing to come on. If Kent can just snaffle one more out, Matt Cole, that might just paper over a few cracks.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to watch Kent toy with Essex like a cat with an injured mouse all day. Let them get 200 and then start the demolition in the last 10 overs. I think that's pretty much the tactics, is it? But yeah, will be interesting, won't it? I mean, 5 overs remaining, and it has turned into a bit of a different mini game tonight. I jest, of course. As a Quinn from the Hayes close end, bowling to a Wesley, a 17, a brisk 17 from 25, leaves it outside the off stump, no ball. It's Gilchrist, beg your pardon.
That is Gilchrist.
But yeah, should have noticed by the lack of floppy fringe there from Gilchrist, slightly shorter haircut, but 253 for 2, definitely Essex's day. See, last man 100 on the scorecard, on the scoreboard rather, across to our right as we commentate from the river end. And that's the Cook with the century, Nick Brown with the century, Gilchrist bowls him! No, sorry, beg your pardon, I thought he got I thought I saw the stick go back. I do apologise, big shout for LBW. There we are. That's wish fulfillment, that, isn't it? I really am trying to push it.
Don't do that to Essex.
I don't know what I've seen there.
You know,
I see the reflection coming back off the window. No, I'm wearing my glasses, that's all right. I do apologise.
You and Don talking about glasses. I've worn glasses since I was 4. But now I'm finding myself, I have to have a pair of readers as well. That's when I know things are getting really bad.
I need new ones, definitely. As Gilchrist bowls, that's
good stop.
Full leg delivery and a good stop by to Adamiye on the leg side. 2 runs it is. So yeah, good cricket there. Nicely worked into the onside by Wesley. And it goes back to a conversation you and I had off air a couple of hours ago, Glenn. I think it might be time. I'll get my coats.
I wasn't telling him it was time. We just had a conversation about how long we've been at this game.
Like old Yeller, I've been taken out the back by Glenn Speller. It's all off. It's from back in his crease, defended back foot defensive by Wesley.
Yeah, and
that's weird. I'm not sure what I saw there.
The last but one eye test I had, and they said, how are you finding? So I'm finding it all right, just finding a bit struggle reading. So have you tried varifocus? So I tried the varifocus, but they gave me a headache. So they said, well, you're going to have readers then. So I've got 2 pairs of glasses I have to pack now.
Oh, blimey, yeah.
It's not great.
Here's Gilchrist once again. On the up, it's Wesley. Driving into the offside, fielded by Denley, and there's no run. I'm not using it as any excuse, but actually this window is slightly tinted, isn't it?
Yep.
And this one is a lot cleaner. I can see much better through this one. It's clear, so dear me. I'm afraid listeners, I'm coming back tomorrow. 255 for 2.
Make that sound like a threat.
Well, it sounds like it now, doesn't it? They'll just get me to make the tea and clean up a bit. It's Gilchrist outside the off stump. Past Wesley's off stump, and there is no run. Jordan Cox, or is that Ben Compton, tosses the ball back to Joe Denley, doing some of the ball polishing for Gilchrist. 17 on his short sleeve white shirt. Takes the ball now in his right hand, just stretches the left hamstring. Bending the right leg, straightening the left. Making sure everything's okay there. It's been a long day in the field, as Don Topley was saying, for these bowlers in cold conditions as well. They need to keep themselves limber. Wesley facing 19 and clipped away off the back foot again. It's a lovely shot, that one, just gently at 4-2. They run well. Gilchrist is just pausing a little bit with that left leg as well. I hope he's okay. Bird has 2 for 49, none for 42 for Gilchrist. Bird has taken the 2 wickets to fall so far. 2, 5, 7 for 2. Wesley has 21, Lawrence has 7. 2 centurions though today for Essex. Brown bowled by Bird for 107. And Cook caught behind by Robinson off the same bowler for exactly 100. Normal service resumed then. It's I think this will be Matt Quinn now, taking the ball from Denley at this end. It's been confirmed.
Yeah, so Quinn is on now. And we've got 4 overs left in the day. Essex 257 for 2. And the bulk of the dark cloud has passed over now, but what he's left is quite low. I think we're going to get through though, he says. Finding something to touch, which resembles wood. I think that's Formica that we're working off. Quinn running away from us now. He's in and bowling to Lawrence. Lawrence with an expansive looking drive. Doesn't get anything on it, and it goes through to Robinson for no run. Does a little bit of guarding. Dan Lawrence, errant playing surface, possibly. But he does like those big booming drives, does Dan Lawrence. We've seen it so often over the course of the last couple of months or so. Maybe not what his captain at the other end wants to be seeing with 3.5 overs to go. Quinn tosses the ball from hand to hand and charges away from us and is in and bowling to Lawrence, who's a bit more circumspect this time and plays defensively out to the offside, where it's picked up by the man at extra cover, and there's no run. 257 for 2.
So just 3.5 overs to go now until the close. See, Gilchrist is still stretching that left hamstring, isn't he? He doesn't look entirely happy. Whether it might be time for a sub to come on for him, or whether he's just loosening up. No indication he wants to come off.
Quinn once again very deliberately places the ball in that bowling hand. He's in now and angling the ball in at Lawrence, who plays defensively. And again, there's no run. A few more people have upped sticks. They've seen the 2 things that they'd hung on for all day, the Brown and Cook centuries. Seen a couple of wickets fall as well, and no doubt a large number of those who were in today will be back tomorrow in very similar conditions if the forecast's anything to go by. But the only game today which has got through without any stoppages is this one. Quinn is in once again and bowling to Lawrence, who pushes into the onside for no run. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent with you via the BBC Sport website and the app, and the streams as well of the 2 counties, which you can watch along with our commentary. The wind has died right down now. That marquee, which has taken a battering throughout the afternoon to the left of the pavilion as we look at it. The roof stayed on, and the trees as well have got a little bit of respite from what was that strong wind blowing throughout the majority of the day. And the fielders get some respite as well as Quinn is in once again. Oh, and shouldering arms to that one. Lawrence is LBW without playing a shot. Whoops of delight from the Kent slip cordon. Matt Quinn has a wicket. Dan Lawrence has gone for 7. LBW without offering a shot, and Kent at 257 for 3. Essex at 257 for 3.
Another breakthrough for Kent right at the end of the day. Absolutely. That's well, just a little bit of turn momentum. Dan Lawrence, key wicket for them as well, obviously. England Test player now. Be very, very happy with that wicket indeed. So from 220 for none, they've struck back 257 for 3 now. As you say, shouldering arms there, all nipping back at him, and Quinn has Lawrence. 4-7.
Yeah, without offering a shot as well. and he shouldered arms to it, and he then straightened his legs as well. It wasn't like putting the big front foot out and leaving it alone. He stood on the crease and then straightened his legs up, and I guess the only question for the umpire was it going over? And he's decided not, and Matt Quinn has reward, 1 for 32 with one ball of his 14th over to go, and that brings Jamie Porter in as the night watchman for Essex.
Jamie Porter.
Really belligerent sort of lower order batsman is Jamie Porter. He's done a job on so many occasions for Essex. But Dan Lawrence will be very disappointed with that. Kent delighted, because they'll feel this game has not been taken away from them with these 3 late strikes on the opening day. Rain completely stopped now, so it does look like we're going to get through to the end of the day. Porter just being very deliberate. There's a good old look around. The field closes in somewhat. There's a leg slip in now for Jamie Porter as well, so whether Quinn's going to try and get it up and in and around the armpit there. He'll know the batsman at the other end very well from his time here at Essex. Quinn is in now, and Porter, very forceful and deliberate stride out, shoulders arms, it goes through. A wicket taking over for the former Essex man Matt Quinn, and Essex are 257 for 3.
Yeah. Well, 3 overs to go. Couple more for Kent now. That's interesting. I think that's hoping a lot. But, wicket maiden from Matt Quinn. Just a little bit for the coach, captain, team to warm them as they go back in, because it was looking pretty grim at 220 for none not so long ago. But 3 for 37 in that time. 21 for Wesley, matching his shirt number. Jamie Porter coming in, as you say, Glenn, as night watchman. Here is Gilchrist to continue. Wesley, a little bit hurried by it, trying to get it getting onto the front foot rather. Just defends it into the onside. It's fielded by, that's Matt Milnes there. There's no run. Dark clouds coming over the top here. Bit of an epic sky to our right. Get a good view here from our commentary position, but sun pushing through. Darker and lighter clouds and blue in there as well. Gilchrist just flicked off his pads. Has that gone down for...
It's buys.
4 buys, that's it. There we go. I thought it was just seeing if it had come off the pad, but no. It's whistled through.
Must have been a bit wider of the leg stump than what we could see from our angle here. Just a couple of emails to tidy up on the day. Tony's back in touch. Says Graham Dilly, who we were talking about earlier on, whether he played for Gravesend or not, played for Dartford. And Tony says, I was lucky enough to play with Simon Hinks, who's the match referee today, a few times at Gravesend.
It's Gilchrist then, bowling to Wesley. He shoulders arms through to the wicket-keeper.
He says, I'll never forget his words of advice to me when we were getting heavily beaten by Folkestone at Folkestone in the Kent League. I don't think he got many runs, but I was batting 11 and he sat next to me and I asked for any tips. He looked straight ahead and said, yeah, don't stand up in a canoe. It's not bad advice.
Wise words, no.
Just not maybe what Tony was hoping for.
So Gilchrist takes this one on slightly short of a length. He's turned a full circle trying to hook that away as Wesley, and it ends up bouncing almost apologetically halfway to the boundary where Mayeye picks it up at square leg. They'll take a single, 262 for 3.
Had an email earlier as well from Bill, who said the appointment of agent Ryan Tendescarter was already working well for Essex. There's 3 late wickets, Bill, just to quell things a little bit.
To be fair, he is the batting coach, but yeah. Gilchrist then, to Porter the night watchman. Oh, that wrapped him on the pad. Umpire, slow finger raise, and he's got him. Very, very slow indeed from the umpire at the far end, almost in slow motion. But Porter has gone first ball faced, and it's 262 for 4. And Gilchrist has his first wicket and Kent's 4th in this final session.
kept a little bit low. I don't think Jamie Porter was. I think he was expecting that to get up a little bit higher, but he's been trapped right in front. As you say, it was the slow death, wasn't it? But I don't think there was any doubt in anyone in the Kent slip cord, nor indeed the bowler, that was trapped straight in front, and Jamie Porter probably feared the worst as well.
It's gone for a duck then, and following Dan Lawrence back to the hutch. So Kent have turned it around a little bit at the end of this first day. 262 for 4.
Yeah, they've lost 4 for 42 runs here, Essex. I mean, look like they might go through the day without losing a wicket. Interesting what Essex do now as to who they send in at this point of the tie, because they've tried the night watchman, and Jamie Porter lasted precisely 2 deliveries, so that hasn't quite worked for them.
So who is next out?
Well, Rossington's due on the list. He was due to come in at number 5.
It's number 20 on your scorecard, everybody. So that's Matt Critchley coming out. That's
interesting.
Yeah,
because Matt Critchley down in my book is a crash bang wallop sort of player.
They are 4 down now, aren't they? Oh, they just haven't taken
put it
Porter
up,
off the scoreboard yet, sorry. So 4 slips going in behind the right-handed Critchley. Let's Kent try and fire back at the end of this day. Gilchrist, it's rising delivery, spiteful one coming up, and Critchley right on, almost on the handle of the bats, played that down to Daniel Bell Drummond at point. That did not look convincing. Didn't at all get to the pitch of that. 262 for 4 then, with it's at the end of the over. It is. That's the end of Gilchrist's over. 143 from his 16 now then, and it just looks like a different game, doesn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, the new ball has certainly changed things. I mean, that was a suspicion. Would the second new ball change things a little bit? And it certainly has. Obviously, later in the day as well. The wind has died down too, giving the ball a little bit more of an opportunity to do something. And credit to the Kent bowlers, they've stuck at it. And they've got their reward with those 4 quick wickets. And Essex 262 for 4 from 220 without loss. And another one would make it very even in the match, especially if they can winkle out Tom Westley, and with 12 legal deliveries left to go in this match. Westley facing up to Matt Quinn, 1 for 32 from his 14 overs so far, and Quinn is in, right arm over, bowling to 3 slips, and that's short, and Westley tries to pull it away, but it strikes him on the point of the shoulder and drops out to the offside for no run. Here's Quinn again. In and bowling to Westley, plays defensively back down the pitch for no run. A bit more zip in Quinn's approach now, having got Dan Lawrence in his previous over. Join us again tomorrow from 5 to 11, BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent, via the BBC Sport website and app, and the online stream of the game as well. Love to hear from more of your thoughts tomorrow. As Quinn turns at the end of his run, just in front of us, runs away from us from this river end, in now to Westley, shoulders arms through to Robinson. No run again, and the cloud's broken up again, so we're going to get through without any stoppages. 96 overs in the day. It's a long, hard slog for Kent in those conditions out there. And just after tea, it would have felt even longer as well. They've come back so well, very late in the day. There's Quinn. Ready again, halfway through this, his 15th over, in and bowling to Westley again, lets that one go through, well outside off stump. Takes Nice little walk out to the leg side, the Essex captain. He'll have been sacked with his pads on for a large chunk of the day as next man in. But had to wait a fair old time before walking out to the middle. Essex 2 bonus points in the day, Kent 1.
He came out playing his shots, didn't he, Tom Wesley, as well? Very smartly. Obviously, a bit more circumspect now. The wickets that have fallen.
Here's Quinn in again, and Wesley playing defensively up to mid-off, and there's no run. One more ball to go in this, the penultimate over of the day. On this, the opening day of what's going to be a long old county season stretching out ahead of us right to the end of September. Ball-by-ball commentary on every single match of every single county with the BBC via the sport website and the app, and the respective radio stations around the country too. Here's Quinn in again, finishing this over. Just tucks Wesley up a little bit, but he gets it behind square on the onside, and they jog through for the single. 263 for 4 with 1 over in the day to go.
Indeed so, yeah. Thanks for listening today. Thanks for all your emails as well on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Kent. Back tomorrow for an 11 o'clock start. Forecast suggests that we'll start on time.
Close of play, Hampshire 109 without loss after Somerset were bowled out for 180 earlier in the day. Joe Weatherly finished on 65 not out, Ian Holland on 41. They trail by 71 with 10 wickets still in hand in that game. Northamptonshire against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire 143 for 8. That's also in Division 1.
Yeah, I saw Andrew Radd's piece at T saying good toss to win for Northants there against Gloucestershire. As Gilchrist continues then, looking for another wicket. And Wesley sees this one off up to mid-off. No run.
Every game has experienced stoppages today. The weather has intervened. So elsewhere, as mentioned, Hampshire 109 without loss in reply to Somerset's 180. Gloucestershire 158 for 8, still playing at the close. Surrey 168 for 3 against the champions Warwickshire at Edgbaston.
As Gilchrist then bowls, keeps low. And bottom part of the bat from Wesley, one bounce to slip. Just got his bat on it very late there.
Division 2, Glamorgan 164 for 4 against Durham. I was seeing some footage earlier on social media of the hailstorm they had in Cardiff. Leicestershire, Worcestershire still playing a really late start there today. Worcestershire 99 for 4. Middlesex at the close against Derbyshire 307 for 4. 3 late wickets in the day there for Derbyshire.
As Gilchrist bowls to Wesley, flicks that beautifully, lovely wristy shot through mid-wicket, 4 runs. That has scorched the boundary. What a lovely, lovely shot that is. And Wesley moves on to 27, the score 267 for 4.
Yeah, that Middlesex score earlier after Steve Eskenazi had scored the first century of the county season. And Sussex against Nottinghamshire, Sussex 302 for 6 against Nottinghamshire back in Division 2 Notts on the resumption of the 2 divisions set up from those 2 COVID effective seasons. Three balls left.
Indeed so. Here's Gilchrist then to bowl to Wesley. 2 slips in the gully in behind him. He's clipped that off his pads. It'll be a single bit of a slip actually by Critchley as he came to the striker's end, and that certainly stopped them from taking a 2. 268 for 4. Critchley yet to score, has faced just 1 delivery. 28 for Wesley from 46. And 2 balls to go of this first day, which was entertaining before, but the end of the day, this mini game, session within session, has been fascinating. Kent taking their time. Matt Critchley's taking his time. Actually, he's wandered left and right of the cut strip, done a bit of gardening. He's looking behind him now. Tuanda Mayeye is coming into the slip cordon. He'll be at 3 with a gully. Ben Compton slightly away from him. Gilchrist then to bowl to Critchley. Oh, it's uppish I thought, but it's gone past the bowler, and that'll be 4 runs.
Blimey, he's knocked his bat in well, hasn't he?
That looked like a defensive shot to me. A little bit uppish, but it's Well, are we calling that an on drive? I don't know, but yeah,
It was in the air.
perfectly
It's-
timed.
it's-
It was in the, well, I know he hit it for 4, but yes, yeah.
Has he got springs on his bat? He must have knocked it in very well over the winter, because that's gone flying.
Yeah. Is it my eyes again? That didn't look that convincing a stroke,
No.
though, but it's gone flying away 4, as you say. It's got some sort of hidden springs in that bat. We've got to find out the manufacturer. I think Don was saying he defended it away for 4, so it's on the drive to fielders now. It's one bounce to the man on the offside who parries it away, and that will be the end of the day. Actually 9 off the final over from Gilchrist, which wasn't a terrible one. 2-7-2 for 4. Essex still their day on balance, but Kent fighting back with 4 wickets at the end for 42. Brown going for 107, bowled by Jackson Bird. Another centurion, Alistair Cook with exactly 100, caught by Robertson, bowled by Bird for that century. Lawrence then LBW to Quinn, shouldering arms, and Porter plumb in front to Gilchrist for none. Lawrence going for 7. The not out batsman tomorrow, Wesley will start on 28, Critchley will start on 4. So from us all, from Don Topley, from Glenn Speller and myself, Matt Cole, thank you very much for listening today. We'll be back with you about 5 to 11, Glenn? Indeed so. You'll hear from us then. Thanks for listening. Thanks for all your emails.